Chapter 551. Demon Hero Region. Demon Hero Pagoda. In a mental secret chamber, Xiao Han went into seclusion again and began to cultivate. He sat cross-legged. Xiao Han's seclusion this time was different from the previous seclusion. Seriously speaking, it was completely different. Previously, Xiao Han cultivated true qi. The true acupoints all over his body lit up and burst forth with a holy light that shone through the ages. His body was surrounded by layers of colorful lights and auspicious clouds. The overflowing true qi made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Bathed in this light, one could feel warmth, justice, peace, and greatness. But at this moment, Xiao Han's body was full of demonic aura. The evil demonic aura constantly swept and rolled, bursting forth with the howls of evil ghosts and souls, bursting forth with the heart-wrenching sound of tens of thousands of demons crying and wailing. In the secret chamber, the evil demonic illusion of the demon realm kept appearing. All kinds of demon realm plants kept growing. If an ordinary person was in such an environment filled with demonic aura, their mind would definitely collapse, their soul would be contaminated and corroded, and they would either go crazy or die. Xiao Han, on the other hand, was enjoying himself. The demon the arch left arm palm greedily devoured the demonic aura energy. The entire demon race army of thousands of demon thearchs, countless demon emperors, their corpses, and soul essences were all absorbed by my demon the arch left arm palm. Now, I'm refining these resources bit by bit to nourish and strengthen my demon the arch left arm palm. Originally, my left arm demon monarch's palm couldn't refine such a huge amount of resources due to its quality. It would take a long time for my left arm demon monarch's palm to refine a slightly powerful demon monarch's corpse. But now, the left arm demon monarch's palm seems to have been modified by the demon god's will. Xiao Han also had many doubts. He slowly raised his left arm. At this moment, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch seemed to have formed an evil and self-contained demon clan's plane. It was filled with the corpses, consciousness, and soul fragments of the powerful and evil demon clan. If any of these fragments were to reach the human realm, it would cause an apocalypse with unimaginable consequences. Right now, the tattoo on the left arm of the demon monarch was frantically refining the resources and energy, causing the quality of the left arm of the demon monarch to rise and evolve continuously. The speed at which the demonic monarch left arm refines the corpses and souls of the demonic race is more than 10,000 times faster than before. Furthermore, the capacity of this left monarch beast's palm has increased by more than 10,000 times. For example, this left demon emperor's palm used to be like a skinny man who could only eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal. But now, it has become a huge monster, a giant, a monster that can eat hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of tons of food in one meal. If it was in the past, I wouldn't have been able to refine such a huge amount of demon race energy. Once it surged into the demonic the arch left arm palm, it would definitely explode. Moreover, the most abnormal thing is that when the demonic the arch left arm palm absorbs and refines the demonic clan's energy, there are no restrictions, and there are no bottlenecks. When it breaks through, it seems to have no upper limit. Before this, Xiao Han's demonic the arch left arm palm seemed to be affected by genes. Therefore, it had to constantly mutate and improve its quality in order to absorb the demon race's energy and awaken the demonic meridians. Sometimes, when awakening the demonic meridians, there would be restrictions. It had to find an opportunity to break through the shackles and open the demonic meridians. At this moment, the demonic the arch left arm palm no longer had any shackles. It was like a bottomless abyss. No matter how huge the demon race's energy was, it could be absorbed together. It would absorb everything. Without a doubt, Xiao Han's demonic the arch left arm palm had been transformed. It had undergone a complete transformation. It had been turned upside down. It was reborn. Now, it was as if the interior of the demonic the arch palm had formed a small world with stable order. It was extremely sturdy, and there was even a thick dark red space crystal wall. Moreover, it seemed to be able to communicate with the demon realm beyond the 9 heavens. In the interior of the demonic the arch palm, countless demonic meridians shuttled back and forth like destructive demonic dragons. There were also many fallen angels with blood-red wings singing, sprinkling down the glory and light of the demon god. The singing and faith of the ancient demon race lingered. The densely packed demon race's energy fragments dissipated like snowflakes under the terrifying demonic aura of the demonic Tharch palm. They merged into each demonic meridian and became nourishment, causing the demonic meridians to continuously awaken. Tens of thousands of demonic meridians awakened at the same time, and the capacity of each demonic meridian was expanding. At the same time, the demon emperor crystals that had been shattered into powder were perfectly repaired. They were like the most beautiful gems in the world, and they were embedded into the grooves of the demonic Tharch palm. The essence of the demonic mystic arts flowed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness like a gentle mountain spring, imprinting on Xiao Han's mental energy star so that Xiao Han could master these mystic arts. Even the demonic Tharch mystic arts inheritance lingered in Xiao Han's soul. Moreover, before this, whenever Xiao Han's demonic Tharch palm was exhausted, he had to kill demons to absorb their energy or absorb the heavenly desolate demon fruit to replenish the lost demonic force. But now, the demonic Tharch palm had formed a world of its own, and demonic aura circulated in it. Even if the demonic force was exhausted, it could replenish itself. Oh my God! Now, the demonic Tharch palm has exceeded the scope of a demonic Tharch. It has evolved into an evil creature that is superior to any demonic Tharch. Xiao Han saw that his entire left arm was shining brightly, emitting streams of high-level demonic chi natal energy. The origin energy was definitely more powerful than any of the powerful demonic thearchs from the alternate dimensions that Xiao Han had killed earlier. All of a sudden, the wind and clouds on Xiao Han's left arm rose again, and a change occurred. On his left arm, densely packed reverse scales grew out. These reverse scales were extremely ancient, sharp, and engraved with exquisite and demonic mysterious patterns. Billowing thoughts were transmitted from them. They shone with a demonic luster. The sharpness of each reverse scale could cut through the sky and tear apart all living things. It was much more terrifying than an immortal artifact flying sword. Soon, Xiao Han's left arm was covered with reverse scales. They were densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. Now, not to mention the use of demonic secret techniques, Xiao Han's claws alone could tear everything apart with the sharp reverse scale. For example, although the demonic thearchs that he had killed earlier had strong and impregnable bodies, they would be as fragile as paper under the cutting of the reverse scales. At this moment, Xiao Han finally looked at his heart when he sensed the drastic changes in the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm. It's a demon god. A wisp of the demon god's consciousness has modified the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm. It has made the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm surpass the demonic Tharch level. That's right. The demon god was the overlord of the universe. Killing immortals was as easy as drinking water and eating. It was easy for it to modify a demonic Tharch palm. It only needed a wisp of its consciousness to complete it. Damn it, the demon god is causing trouble. Xiao Han cursed. Then, he gathered his mind power and released a mind wave, which permeated and swept across his left arm. Xiao Han was worried that the demon god would use the opportunity of modifying the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm to control his limbs with its supreme will. Fortunately, Xiao Han finally discovered that the wisp of the demon god's consciousness only nourished and evolved the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm. Apart from that, there was nothing else. Xiao Han was much more at ease now. Forget it. I can't resist the demon god's will. It wants to modify my demonic Tharch palm on my left arm, so I'll let it do as it pleases. All in all, it's good to be able to increase my combat strength. After all, immortals will descend in a few years to look for me. Immortals are arrogant. They won't be polite to me, right? Therefore, with this evolved demonic Tharch arm, I have more means to protect myself. Xiao Han threw all his worries to the back of his mind and focused on observing the changes in the demonic Tharch palm. During his previous trip to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had killed many demon emperors, including many mutated demon emperors and ultimate mutated demon emperors. As a result, the demonic Tharch palm on his left arm had mutated a few times and benefited a lot. When he left the demon metropolis, the demonic the arch palm on his left arm had awakened 600,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of each demonic meridian was 150 times that of ordinary demon emperors. It had 9 billion cauldrons of pure demonic power. At that time, the 9 billion cauldrons of power was enough for Shao Han to defeat ordinary powerhouses in the demonic hero pagoda. He could even rely on demonic techniques to fight against the powerhouses of the ancient era. However, after reaching the genius zone, even if the demonic the arch palm was not suppressed, the mere 9 billion cauldrons of power would not be of much use. For example, Shao Han's demonic power and demonic technique would not be able to fight against the likes of Li Shaotian, who had trillions of cauldrons of power. After improving his flesh shell, mental strength, saber intent, and true chi realm, Shao Han originally thought that his demonic the arch palm had become useless and would no longer be able to help him kill his enemies. However, the situation had been reversed. Awakened. 700,000 demonic meridians. 800,000 demonic meridians. 900,000 demonic meridians. The capacity of the demonic meridians increased by 200 times. Increased by 300 times. Increased by 400 times. Demonic chi was like smoke. The demonic power was soaring. The quality of the demonic the arch palm on his left arm was getting stronger and stronger. Poof. 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 Many reverse scales grew crazily, and demonic symbols flashed. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that there were tentacles growing on the demonic the arch palm. The tentacles were extremely strange and terrifying. They were crimson and soft, like the tentacles of an octopus. These tentacles trembled slightly and burst out with an incomparably evil sneer, as if they were alive. However, Shao Han realized that the tentacles were not living creatures. Instead, they had a close connection with his mental waves. It was as if the evil tentacles were born from his mental waves. Shao Han closed his eyes slightly. With a thought, the tentacles began to extend and swim in all directions. With another thought, the tentacles began to shrink and retract under the skin of the demonic the arch palm. They were like the tentacles of a snail. He could use his mental power to control the tentacles at will. Not only did the tentacles possess strong power, but they were also extremely tough and dense. They even contained a terrifying power that could devour everything like a black hole. It seems very interesting. After understanding that the tentacles were just an extension of his mental power and the demonic the arch palm on his left arm, Shao Han became playful. Poof 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 poof, the dense tentacles shot out from Shao Han's left arm demonic the arch palm. These tentacles easily penetrated the walls of the Yaoxia pagoda and penetrated into many secret rooms. Through these tentacles, Shao Han could very clearly see the female demon hero, Elaine, who was in charge of this floor of the spirit house, was in an elegant and clean bathroom. Her smooth skin, her curvaceous body, her protruding peaks, her sunken and serene areas, including the luxuriant grass, were all exposed to the tentacle's scanning range. The other tentacles also saw some demon heroes who were drinking in the lounge. He saw some male and female monsters having sex with each other. They were enjoying themselves and enjoying themselves. They saw some demon heroes who were praying and worshipping Shao Han. Poof. 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 The dense and thick tentacles shot out of the demon hero pagoda. They swayed in the wind. The demon hero pagoda, which had stood for 10,000 years, was now like a monster full of tentacles. It was incredible. Ah. What's that? Some of the demon heroes who were standing in the square outside the demon hero pagoda were scared out of their wits when they saw the countless tentacles that shot out. However, in the next moment, Shao Han had already retracted his tentacles. Don't panic. It must be Shao Han. He's cultivating a supreme demonic technique. Everyone, do your own things and don't disturb Shao Han's cultivation. The demon heroes finally calmed down and bowed deeply to the area where Shao Han was cultivating in seclusion. Only then did they quietly disperse, not daring to make a fuss. To be continued. Chapter 552. It's not a problem for every tentacle to kill a demonic emperor. Even if I can't strangle him to death, I can at least entangle him and trap him, giving me a chance to attack. Xiao Han played around for a while before retracting all of his tentacles. Moreover, he was discovering more and more of the wonders of these tentacles. Each of the tentacles has a powerful devouring and absorbing power, as well as demonic qi that can pollute true qi. In this way, even if I don't die immediately after being entangled by the tentacles, I will be devoured by the tentacles bit by bit. Amazing, truly amazing. Xiao Han continued his seclusion in the Yaoxia Pagoda's secret mental chamber. 10 days and 10 nights of seclusion. No distractions. In these 10 days of seclusion, Xiao Han had already gained a thorough understanding of the mutated and evolved demon monarch left arm palm. Reverse scale, antennae. It was an evil creature born from the left arm of the demon Arch. As a result, the demonic monarch palm's offensive and destructive power increased explosively. However, the most obvious change was within the demon emperor's palm. The space crystal wall inside the demon emperor's palm grew thicker and thicker, becoming impregnable. It formed a world of its own. High-level demonic qi circulated endlessly, and all kinds of demon world phenomena were born and destroyed. The demon vein was like an evil dragon. Fallen blood angels of the demon realm were born and destroyed one after another. They were constantly splashing the glory of the demon god and strengthening the demon god's blessings. His demon meridians continued to awaken. The capacity of the demonic meridians continued to expand. Demon veins awakened. 5 million demon veins. 6 million demon veins. 7 million demon veins. The demon veins' capacity has expanded by 1,000-fold. Magnified by 1,500 times. It was 1,700 times larger. The demon monarch's palm was going to absorb and refine all the energy essence of the demon race army, awaken as many demon veins as possible, and expand the demon veins' energy. In the end, hideous and terrifying bone spikes protruded from the left arm of the demon emperor. These bone spikes were stained with ancient demon blood. It was a very pure demon bloodline that was many times more noble than the demon bloodline in the mortal world. Deep within that bloodline was the most primal and thick demonic energy that came from the beginning of the eternal universe. There were even some demonic runes flashing on the bone spurs. I can feel a terrifying demonic power flowing through my left arm like a surging river. Xiao Han could not help but raise his left arm. Puff. 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 Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the scales, spikes, and antennae on his left arm retracted and retracted into the demonic god's palm. This made Xiao Han's left arm look no different from a human's. His skin was translucent like jade and full of vitality. On his left shoulder, there was a beautiful and realistic demonic god's palm tattoo. Xiao Han slowly spread open the 5 fingers on his left hand. Demonic qi swirled around his 5 fingers. Indistinctly, one could hear the roars and anger of the ancient demon race, as well as the hymn to the demon god. With a slight movement of his palm, a demonic ocean, a demonic palace, a demonic plane. Furthermore, with the restoration of countless demon emperor crystals, as well as the refinement of over 1,000 demon monarch inheritances, Xiao Han had grasped thousands, or even tens of thousands of demonic arts and secret arts. Because the demonic god's palm on his left arm had evolved, Xiao Han could use any demonic art or forbidden art as he pleased. My combat strength has reached the peak. Xiao Han casually waved his hand. A thick demonic qi rushed out like a beacon of smoke. Within a breath, it turned into a centipede, spider, poisonous bee, demonic mosquito, demonic insect, psychedelic butterfly. Although these demonic creatures were formed by demonic qi, they were vivid and lifelike. They flew around in this secret mental room, corroding the air and devouring the space. This is merely an ordinary demonic technique sealed in a demonic emperor crystal, the ancient 6 poisons of the demon realm. However, when I use it now, it's enough to easily kill dozens of human tower masters. I know tens of thousands of such demonic techniques, as well as many forbidden techniques. I'm already invincible in the human realm. Xiao Han sighed emotionally. All the demonic arts that surged into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness had been integrated by him. I'm about to come out of seclusion. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Just a little bit more. The demonic god's palm on my left arm will absorb all the energy fragments. At that time, I'll come out of seclusion and return to the Pure Cloud sect, the Pure Cloud mountain range. The Pure Cloud sect. At this time, Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were leading a large group of Medicine King Valley disciples to do odd jobs behind Yan Lang. They packed up bags of herbs and placed freshly made pills into medicine bottles. Sect leader Wu, the cure for this plains plague is in these pills. Yan Lang twisted his beard and smiled. His face was slightly tired, but his eyes were extremely excited. Master Yan Lang's divine skill in refining medicine, I admire you, sect leader Wu said sincerely. I thank Master Yan Lang on behalf of all the people in the world. These days, Master Yan Lang has not slept or rested. He has done his best. It is truly admirable. This merit alone is enough to make up for the mistake of judging the demon hero pagoda. Ha 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 ha, sect leader Wu is too polite. In fact, the reason why the calamity of the world could be successfully resolved was because of my master Xiao Han. He killed the demon emperor that spread the plague, causing the plague to weaken by a lot, giving me time to refine the antidote. At this time, Jing Yanxue said in a low voice. Sect Master Wu, did my man really single-handedly kill countless great demons from other planes? Yes, sect leader Wu said seriously. If not for Xiao Han, this plane would have been destroyed long ago, and all the human race would have perished. Xiao Han saved this plane with his own strength. Hearing sect leader Wu personally confirm it, the three girls were overjoyed. They were overjoyed and their eyes were filled with happiness. When will he come back? After surviving the disaster, the three girls missed Xiao Han very much. They could not wait to see Xiao Han immediately, throw themselves into his arms, and act like a spoiled child. Xiao Han is in seclusion, comprehending demonic techniques. I do not know when he will come out. Sect leader Wu suddenly smiled. However, all of you don't have to worry. After your man emerges from his closed-door cultivation, he'll become a peerless hero that's completely invincible in the mortal world. Unless he is an immortal, no one can defeat him. Ah. 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 It's a pity that I can't witness junior brother Xiao Han's peerless style of killing hundreds of powerful demon emperors with one punch. What a pity. Xiao Mingqiu stood at the edge of the cliff, sighing and beating his chest. Fang Ling and Dongfang Qin laughed at the side. Eldest senior brother, look, the great rivers and mountains of our plain have once again recovered their vitality. Everywhere is vast and beautiful, and the common people live in peace and contentment. They sing and dance to celebrate peace, and it's a flourishing age. Fang Ling looked into the distance and spoke emotionally. All of this is thanks to junior brother Xiao Han. Dongfang Qin also sighed. Suddenly, Fang Ling changed the topic. However, although it looks like a painting, there are hidden dangers. Junior brother Fang Ling, you mean after a few years, immortals will come to our plane? Xiao Mingqiu immediately frowned. Yes, during the adventure in the Genius Zone, junior brother Xiao Han has become the target of public criticism. Everyone knows that he has a purple immortal key, including the immortals. After a few years, there will be many powerful immortals who will come to our plane to look for Xiao Han. We can't understand the thoughts of these immortals. We don't know how they will treat us mortals. Once the immortals have a dispute with us, it will be 10 times or even 100 times more dangerous than those monster clan emperors. I hope that Xiao Han can make great progress in his seclusion this time. Devil Hero Region. Devil Hero Pagoda. Xiao Han's spiritual secret room. Boom. 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 Finally, the left arm of the demon monarch refined all the energy essence of the entire demon clan army. Not a single drop was left. Perfect. Xiao Han stood up directly. His body was tall, invincible, majestic, and imposing. I've awakened 80 million demonic veins, and the capacity of each demonic vein has expanded to 5,600 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. This means that when I strike out with my left arm, I'll be able to unleash 40 trillion cauldrons of pure strength. Not bad, my combat strength has skyrocketed, and I've improved tremendously. At least the time I spent in seclusion to crazily refine the demonic race's energy was not wasted. After Xiao Han broke through 70 true acupoints and cleansed the true talismans 10 times, the true chi on a natal talisman was only about 20 trillion cauldrons. However, a wave of the demon monarch's palm now had 40 trillion cauldrons of mighty power. The power of the demon monarch's palm was twice as powerful as the natal talisman. Moreover, the demon monarch's palm was also modified by the will of the demon god, causing it to evolve and mutate. Dense reverse scales, bone spikes, and tentacles grew out. Every reverse scale, every bone spur, and every tentacle had a quality that was not inferior to an ordinary offensive immortal artifact. Xiao Han also mastered more than tens of thousands of demon techniques. Among them were some forbidden techniques that were powerful enough to destroy the world. At this moment, Xiao Han casually stood there, and his body was surrounded by demon wind, and his demon light shone brightly, illuminating the world. Every single one of his pores and cells exuded an aura and pressure similar to that of an ancient, terrifying giant. Unknowingly, Xiao Han's temperament became lawless, as if he was above the ages, suppressing the heavens. He had a domineering aura, as if he was the sole ruler of the heavens. Poof poof poof, the densely packed tentacles seemed to be extremely happy, swimming and growing on his left arm. The bone spikes were blood red, and the reverse scale was sharp. Xiao Han's entire left arm was ferocious and terrifying. You can emerge now. Xiao Han smiled in satisfaction. His left arm returned to normal. All of his true chi was boosted by the wondrous cultivation method of the spirit turtle's true chi, covering his left arm. It did not leak out at all. Xiao Han directly came out of seclusion with his hands behind his back. Xiao Han walked out of the mind's secret room. He teleported out of the Demon Hero Pagoda. In the square outside the Demon Hero Pagoda. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. Countless demon heroes knelt down on one knee to Xiao Han. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve, you've come out of seclusion. A few elders also flew out of the Demon Hero Pagoda and knelt in front of Xiao Han respectfully. There's no need for that, Xiao Han said with a faint smile. I have no intention of being the master of this plane. I just don't want to be tied down by the mortal world. With my temperament, I'm not suited to make this collar and sleeve. You can choose one of the 12 elders to be the leader of the chalk sleeves. Xiao Han collar chalk sleeve. You don't want to be chalk sleeve. You. The elders and the demon heroes all panicked. Don't worry. If the plane encounters any danger, Xiao Han, will do my best to save it no matter where I am. I'll leave now. You guys can rebuild the plane properly. Xiao Han's figure had already drifted far away after he finished speaking. He was nowhere to be found. Xiao Han's words came in the wind. In a few years, the immortals will come to our plane. I will also return to the sect in advance to make preparations. To be continued. Chapter 553. After Xiao Han finished the mutation of the Demon Emperor's left arm, he returned to the pure mountain range without stopping. He didn't stay in the Yaoxia region for long. After experiencing such a huge change, Xiao Han's heart was a little touched. Now, he was eager to return home. He wanted to reunite with his wives and tell them about their parting, so that they could have a good time together. Whoosh, a gorgeous demonic light flashed across the sky, leaving a beautiful arc in the air. In less than a breath, Xiao Han accurately used illusory movement and flashed from the Yaoxia region to the pure mountain range, his true inheritance mountain peak. With Xiao Han's demon power, the effect of using illusory movement was almost the same as teleportation. If Xiao Han used his full strength, he could flash from the extreme west to the extreme east in less than a breath. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, the medicine field was crisscrossed with a strange fragrance, colorful butterflies fluttered, and bees danced. Many beautiful maidservants were working in the medicine field with tools such as medicine hoes in their hands. Sometimes, they would stop and chat with laughter. Sometimes, they would talk about some intimate things. Among them, several of Princess Mo Hen's personal maids were gathered together, whispering and chatting with a smile. Mo Zhu, do you think the son-in-law will visit us in the future? After all, we have been with the princess since we were young. Our royal family also has a rule. When the princess gets married, we, as maidservants, will also marry. We hope that the son-in-law will visit us one day. I will also marry him. I hope that young master will one day come to visit us. Even if it's just once, my life will not be in vain. TSK. What status do we have? How can we expect the son-in-law to visit us? The son-in-law is now the leader of this plane, and he will become an immortal in the future. Alas! How can we be worthy of the son-in-law? Ha ha ha, you girls, do you want to seduce the son-in-law? Outside the huts on the other side of the medicine field, Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen were holding medical books and reading. At this moment, the space in front of them fluctuated, and Xiao Han was already standing in front of them with a smile. Ah! The three women were so shocked that they dropped the medical books in their hands onto the ground. Then, their beautiful eyes widened as they stared straight at Xiao Han. There were thousands of words in their hearts, but they couldn't say a single word. 3 wives, I'm back. He, Xiao Han smiled and then opened his arms. Come, give me one each. For a moment, the 3 women forgot themselves. Their passionate tears silently rolled down their cheeks. However, they didn't care about it and directly threw themselves into Xiao Han's embrace. It was as if they couldn't wait for Xiao Han to melt them. They didn't hesitate at all. The Great Hall of Ascension. There's a faint demonic aura descending upon our sect. Xiao Han has returned. Wu Yu exclaimed. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. At this moment, Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, Yan Lang, as well as Ah Cho and the rest who had just returned from their training outside, a dense group of true disciples surrounded Xiao Han like stars surrounding the moon. Cheers and laughter. Everyone talked to their heart's content. Brother. This is a lady that I got to know during my training. She has already become my wife. He. Ah Cho was extremely bashful as he introduced a beautiful and delicate female of the true Qi realm to Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Senior Ah Cho, you have a good eye. Xiao Han patted Ah Cho's shoulder with great force. A strong friendship spread in all directions. However, you have to work harder. Look at me, I have 3 wives, and you only have 1. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Dongfang Qin scuttled over from the side and pulled Xiao Han's sleeve. He smiled wretchedly and said in a low voice. Junior brother, it's not just 3, it's 4, huh? Xiao Han was startled. Look. Dongfang Qin pointed. Under a hawthorn tree at the edge of the cliff, there was a lady with smooth skin and her entire body was bathed in a graceful and luxurious true qi. Her beauty was unparalleled. She smiled charmingly at Xiao Han and gently stroked her hair. Who else could it be other than Mo Qingtong? In an instant, various scenes of him and Mo Qingtong in the Hex trial flashed in Xiao Han's mind. Xiao Han looked at Mo Qingtong and could not help but be a little dazed. Pfft! Mo Qingtong laughed involuntarily and then gracefully walked towards Xiao Han. We, the people of the Jianghu, don't bother about trifles. Mo Qingtong directly held Xiao Han's arm as if she was afraid that Xiao Han would run away. 3 sisters, in the future, I will be the eldest and you will be the youngest. If anyone bullies you, just say my name. Xiao Han, do you have any objections? Huh? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. What? Xiao Han, at that time, you and I. Now you want to go back on your words? Didn't we agree to be each other's angels? We swore to the stars and moon. Mo Qingtong looked at Xiao Han with grievance. The happiness that I, Mo Qingtong, want must be firmly grasped. Xiao Han, don't even think of escaping in this life. In the distance, Heaven's devil old man's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Wu, my most beloved disciple has been given to your Xiao Han. Sigh. In the future, your Pure Rain sect must treat Qingtong well. This child has been lonely and pitiful since childhood. She is a poor person. Heavenly devil old man, why do I feel that it is Qingtong who wants to forcibly occupy my Xiao Han? Wu Yu was speechless. Night. The sky was full of stars. On the true inheritance mountain peak of Xiao Han, piles of bonfires were lit. Many beautiful female disciples danced cheerfully and enthusiastically in front of the bonfires. Delicacies and good wine were endless. The Pure Rain sect was celebrating. Many disciples drank themselves to the point of being dead drunk. Xiao Han, you must have gained a lot from your seclusion this time, right? Wu Yu said with a smile. Xiao Han also smiled. I guess I can't find an opponent in the ordinary world. However, I don't know if I can protect myself when the immortals descend in a few years. Yes, Wu Yu nodded. Xiao Han, there are at least a few years before the immortals descend. What have you done in these few years? Now, almost all the demon clan in our plane has been annihilated, and it has become a paradise for the human clan. This disciple's cultivation would never be able to progress in this plane, or even in the countless ordinary planes of the mortal world. In these few years, I want to have a good tour. Relax my mind. Spend some time with Yanxue and the others. Xiao Han looked at his wives. Yes, now, in these few days, we, the demon heroes, have been going everywhere to kill the remnants of the demon clan, and almost all the demon clan in this plane have been killed. The plane is peaceful. Xiao Han, you should rest well. Wu Yu drank a mouthful of wine, his eyes deep in thought. When I was a child, I saw my uncle's family have their brains sucked dry by the demon clan, and they died tragically in the manner. At that time, I made a vow that in this life, I must do my best to exterminate the demon clan. After so many years, although this vow was not fulfilled by me, but, in any case, it was the disciples of my Pure Rain sect who accomplished this great cause. With that, Wu Yu poured a cup of wine and silently prayed. All the demon hero brothers who sacrificed themselves, Wu Yu offers you a cup. I hope that you will know in the afterlife that the plane is peaceful today. Late at night. Xiao Han, Mo Qingtong, Princess Mo Hen, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong were in the same room. Xiao Han had been holding it in for a long time. At this time, he was very impatient. Unable to control himself, he directly tore Jing Yanxue, Lan Shirong, and Princess Mo Hen's light robes. Mo Qingtong watched from the side, her face red and her breathing rapid. Although she did not bother with trifles, she was still a virgin and had not been inhumane. Xiao Han might as well go all the way. He also pulled Mo Qingtong over and stripped her in 2 or 3 moves. This night, they were entangled to death. The 4 women did their best to please him. In the following period of time, Xiao Han lived a peaceful and secluded life in the untainted mountain range. Fishing, admiring flowers, playing in the water, taking beauties on an outing, carefree and leisurely, Xiao Han lived a contented life that only admired mandarin ducks and not immortals. Although the creatures of the plain all knew that Xiao Han had already returned to the untainted mountain range. But no one dared to disturb him. However, in the mundane plains, many temples were built to worship Xiao Han. The incense was endless, and it was extremely prosperous. Occasionally, Xiao Han would also sit on a boulder at the highest peak of the untainted mountain range. His gaze would look into the distance, and his spiritual fluctuations would also spread out wantonly. Now, Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations were unreasonably strong, and it was not a problem for him to cover the entire plain. It's been so many years, Yunrong, where exactly are you? Xiao Han's eyes revealed a strong longing. Yunrong, in order to save me, you did not hesitate to harm yourself and took a highly toxic medicine. According to the calculation of time, the period of time since the poison took effect has long passed. Could it be that Yunrong, you, in the depths of Xiao Han's eye sockets, there was a trace of worry, but more than that, there was doubt. Xiao Han muttered to himself, no. With my current spiritual strength, in the secular world, I am invincible. Even some low-level immortals, in terms of pure spiritual strength, I am afraid that they are no match for me. When spiritual strength is strong to a certain level, there will be a kind of faint sixth sense. Now, I have a premonition. Yunrong, it seems that she did not die from the poison. And, in such a large plain, there is not a trace of Yunrong's aura left. Could it be that Yunrong is no longer in this plane? Xiao Han used his spiritual fluctuations to cover the entire plane and searched carefully, but actually did not find a trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. After all, Xiao Han and Xiao Yunrong had spent a lot of time together. Before the two of them parted, Xiao Yunrong had even secretly kissed Xiao Han. It could be said to be unforgettable. Therefore, Xiao Han was absolutely not unfamiliar with Xiao Yunrong's aura. Even if Xiao Yunrong had passed away, her aura should have lingered for a long time before dissipating completely. But in this plane, Xiao Han did not find any trace of Xiao Yunrong's aura. Moreover, the mysterious sixth sense seemed to be telling Xiao Han that Xiao Yunrong had long since left this plane. Forget it, I am already powerless to find Yunrong in this plane. I hope Yunrong is still alive. In the future, when my cultivation base is strong again, I will definitely go to other planes to find Yunrong. In this life, I must find Yunrong. Chapter 554. 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed since Xiao Han returned to the Purity Mountain Range from the Devil Hero region and lived a happy and contented life. In these 3 years, Xiao Han had enjoyed all the blessings in the world. In addition to bringing his wives on a leisurely tour of the ethereal mountain range, Xiao Han and his wives also disguised themselves and went to various places in the 4 regions and the great wilderness to experience the local customs. Their footprints were all over the plain. In these 3 years, there were no disasters in the plain. The country was prosperous and the people lived in peace. It seemed that the luck of the plain was prosperous. The development of the plain was flourishing, becoming more and more exuberant. It was like a drop of water falling into a pot of oil, sizzling and boiling. Moreover, with the help of other high-level planes, Xiao Han's plain was now filled with dazzling buildings. Many important cities had roads paved with gold bricks and horses made of white jade. Flowers were everywhere. In just a short span of 3 years, the plain's development had improved many times compared to before. Moreover, Yan Lang finally broke down and refined the immortal elixir that Xiao Han brought back from the genius zone into countless divine medicines. This was even more amazing. Yan Lang was indeed a genius, a god-level alchemist. He broke down and refined the immortal elixir that was not suitable for mortals into divine medicines that were most suitable for mortals. Although this kind of divine medicine had different attributes, it could be effectively absorbed by mortals, breaking the shackles of life and improving the level of life. So that when mortals cultivated true qi, they would be irresistible and no longer have any bottlenecks. Countless divine medicines were distributed like flowing water. First of all, the disciples of the Pure Cloud sect, according to their seniority, received different amounts of divine medicine. Then, in the hero region, the talented and righteous heroes also received divine medicine. Finally, in the secular sects and empires, some of the selected martial artists also received divine medicine. The 4th year. Wu Fu finally broke through and advanced to the 10th level of true qi. He opened 101 acupoints in his body, opened the heavenly eye, and cultivated into a half-immortal body. In addition, the faint immortal aura in the divine medicine nourished his body, making his half-immortal body extremely strong, flowing with a sage-like aura. Xiao Mingchu opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Dongfang Qin opened the heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Fang Ling opened his heavenly eye, half-immortal body. Yan Lang and Mo Qingtong opened their heavenly eyes and became half-immortals. Ah Cho, True Qi Level 9 True Treasure Realm. Princess Mo Hen, Jing Yanxue, and Lan Shirong had all reached Level 9 True Treasure. Apart from these people, all of the true disciples of the Pure Rain sect had reached Level 10 True Qi. Shao Chen had opened all 100 true acupoints. However, he had yet to open the 101st true acupoint to open the heavenly eye and condense the half-immortal body. The inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples, and inner sect disciples of the Pure Rain sect had all entered the true Qi realm. Even those disciples who had poor aptitude and could only remain at the fleshly body realm for the rest of their lives, after obtaining 1 or 2 godly medicines, would break through the limits of their genes and step into the ranks of Level 1 or Level 2 Jinqi realm, soaring to the heavens in one go. Right now, the massive Pure Rain sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples and all of them were at the true Qi realm. Not a single one of them was at the physical body realm. The lineup was so strong that it left one dumbfounded. Even the founder of the Pure Cloud sect, Wu Hongyi, had never dreamed that the Pure Cloud sect would be as prosperous as it was today. Back to the Yaoxia region. The changes in the Devil Hero region were even more shocking. Apart from Yan Qi who had already disappeared, the 12 elders and the surviving ancient giants had all opened 101 true acupoints, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. Apart from them, all the ancient giants and some devil heroes whose strength was close to the ancient giants had also cultivated to the peak of level 10 true Qi, opened the heavenly eye, and condensed the half-immortal body. In just a few years, this plane had given birth to thousands of half-immortals. In other words, this plane had thousands of pagoda masters. A plane with thousands of pagoda masters was already the symbol of a high-level plane. Shao Han's plane had originally been extremely weak. After countless years, only one pagoda master had been born. When he went outside, he was bullied and oppressed everywhere. But now, there were thousands of pagoda masters, and a large portion of them could completely defeat the previous pagoda masters. As a result, the plane had gone from weak to strong, completing a complete transformation. Moreover, the current Shao Han's plane was filled with auspicious clouds and auspicious qi, immortal qi, and true qi. The entire plane showed a jade-like luster, with traces of heaven on earth. In this plane, the quality of the fruits and rice grown were extremely high, close to the immortal fruit. Immortal rice nourished mortals, making them stronger and prolonging their lives. Now, this plane would definitely be ranked among the top of the ordinary planes in the entire universe. In addition, this plane had Shao Han, so it was almost impossible for any other ordinary plane to surpass this plane. Invincible in the plane. *** Mountain Range. *** Sect. Shao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak. At this time, in Shao Han's True Inheritance Mountain Peak, a large group of people gathered outside Shao Han's living room. Shao Han paced back and forth outside the house, anxious and battered. Wu Yu, Heavenly Devil Old Man, Shao Mingchu, Luo Tianyu, Shengguan Wudi, and the others were also accompanying Shao Han. Shao Han, don't worry, Qingtong will definitely give birth smoothly. Wu Yu kept saying. Calm down, calm down. At this moment, Mo Qingtong's loud cry sounded in the house. Shao Han. I don't want to give birth. It hurts. Ah. Shao Han stomped his feet heavily. Qingtong, you must hold on. It turned out that today was the day of Mo Qingtong's labor. In the past few years, Shao Han and his wives had always been more careful, taking various measures to prevent his wives from becoming pregnant with his own flesh and blood. After all, there were only a few years before the opening of the second stage of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. At that time, Shao Han would enter and compete with many immortals. Besides, there had always been a hidden danger in Shao Han's heart. As long as the demon god's soul was not eliminated, Shao Han would not be able to live in peace. How could he dare to be a burden? However, even so, Mo Qingtong was still pregnant. Master, please be at ease, this old servant personally refined the abortion medicine for mistress, nothing can go wrong. Yen Lang also said nervously. Moreover, this old servant has taken mistress' pulse, it's a young master, ah. In the house, Mo Qingtong suddenly let out a long cry. Then, wah wah wah, a child's loud cry rang out. Suddenly, outside the house, it was quiet. Xiao Han, Wu Li, the heavenly devil old man, Xiao Mingchu, and all the other true disciples of the Cloud sect were all silent. Xiao. 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 Then, rays of holy light shot up from the house, filling the sky with auspicious clouds, immortal cranes, immortal apes, and all kinds of strange phenomena. It was a spectacular sight. A strange phenomenon from the heavens. This child's talent is extraordinary. Wu Li said excitedly, trembling. Boy or girl? Xiao Han roared. Congratulations, young hero Xiao Han, Lady Qingtong has given birth to a young master for you, an old woman's excited voice rang out in the house. Jing Yanxue, Princess Mo Hen, and Lan Shirong rushed out of the house, their faces full of excitement and tears. Ha 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 ha. I'm also a father. Xiao Han couldn't help but cry. That night, Xiao Han was holding a cute baby boy with crystal clear skin, a faint holy light lingering in his pores, and big black eyes that kept rolling. Junior brother Xiao Han, your son is 80% like you, and 20% like Qingtong. Xiao Mingchu said anxiously. Come, junior brother, give me a hug. Eldest senior brother, it's not your turn yet, right? Dongfang Qin took the baby boy from Xiao Han's arms and teased him with a smile on his face. Xiao Han, this child has inherited your invincible talent and genes, he will definitely become a great person in the future. Give him a name. Wu Li looked at the baby boy in Dongfang Qin's arms with a loving expression. Xiao Han thought for a moment, then said. Although the plane seems to be peaceful, there are undercurrents surging. Based on the time, the immortals will descend to our plane soon. I only hope that my son can live a peaceful and happy life. Let's call him Xiaoan, Xiaoan. Wu Li nodded, good name. As a father for the first time, Xiao Han also began a busy and happy life, raising Xiaoan with his 4 wives. Moreover, Xiaoan became the darling of the Pure Cloud sect when he was born. Hundreds of thousands of disciples in the Pure Cloud sect all regarded Xiaoan as their treasure. Yen Lang even specially refined some top-grade sacred medicine and medicinal baths for Xiaoan to take and bathe in every day. Xiaoan grew up in such an environment and inherited Xiao Han's excellent genes. He would definitely become a great person in the future. In the future, he would definitely be a legend. One night, Xiao Han lay on the spacious soft couch, holding Xiaoan in his arms, playing with him. Princess Mo Hen was massaging Xiao Han's feet, Jing Yanxue was gently massaging Xiao Han's shoulders, and Lan Shirong was snuggling up to Xiao Han's body. At this time, Xiao Han handed Xiaoan to Mo Qingtong to breastfeed. Mo Qingtong carried Xiaoan over and suddenly said softly, Xiao Han, why are you always depressed recently? Did we make you unhappy? Xiao Han looked at Mo Qingtong. At this time, Mo Qingtong had a faint red mark between her eyebrows. Although she had given birth, her charm was even better than before. She had the charm of a young woman, and her tower master level cultivation made her a goddess in the eyes of any man. Xiao Han's heart surged with a tender affection, and he shook his head slightly. It's not because of you, but the day of the immortals' arrival is getting closer and closer. Since I have Xiaoan, I naturally have more and more concerns. Xiao Han, are you worried that the immortals will make things difficult for our son? Humph. If anyone dares to touch my Xiaoan, even if it's an immortal, I won't be afraid. Mo Qingtong said coldly with a sense of protectiveness. Of course, if the immortals dare to touch our family, I will kill them. Xiao Han said sternly. Night. The night sky was clear. It was like the most beautiful gem in the world, spotless and breathtakingly beautiful. The East region's most prosperous empire. Sunyao Empire. Sun Yao Empire's Imperial City. Imperial Palace. Imperial Garden. The Emperor of Sun Yao Empire was in the Imperial Garden of the Imperial Palace, inviting his trusted officials to a banquet. They were enjoying the moon and discussing state affairs. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty, ever since Xiao Han and Cha Xiu led us to wipe out the demon clan in this plane, the air in our plane has become extremely pure and sweet. There's no longer the smell of the demon clan. It's a scene of prosperity. Yes, that battle back then was truly an unprecedented battle. Xiao Han killed the entire demon clan army by himself. The immortals descended to earth. Even the immortals in heaven are no better than this. The Emperor of Sun Yao Empire also nodded repeatedly. At this moment. Boom. 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 The originally clear night sky was suddenly filled with thunder and lightning without any warning. Then, a violent gale and heavy rain descended. Boom, a colorful vortex bloomed directly over the imperial city of the Sun Glory Empire. And then, whoosh, a meteor flashed by. However, the thunder, the storm, the five-colored vortex, and the meteor all flashed by within a few breaths. After a few breaths, the thunder stopped abruptly, the wind dispersed, and the rain disappeared. The night sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Ah! My dear officials, what's going on? The Emperor stood up in horror and scanned the surroundings with his true chi, but found nothing unusual. It's strange. The thunder and the storm came quickly and left even faster. Your Majesty, it seems that a meteor fell into our imperial city. A graceful young woman smiled gently. Ha ha ha. Your Majesty, I'm afraid you saw wrong. How could there be a meteor in the storm? The officials all laughed in a relaxed manner. Sun Yao Empire's Imperial City. A young man in white walked on a street of the Imperial City with his hands clasped behind his back. He seemed to be very curious about the Imperial City and looked around. His eyes were like gems, starry sky, and moonlit night. This is the plane of mortals? Although the air doesn't have the charm of immortals, this plane is quite prosperous. Hee, it should be right. This is the coordinates of this space. It can't be wrong. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yangzi, have finally reached the mortal world and walked around. Hee, right, I'm looking for a mortal called Xiao Han. He has many places to enter the second floor of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Chapter 555. The young man in white seemed to be interested in everything that happened in the imperial city of the Sun Glorious Empire. He ran to the bustling night market and looked around. Then, he saw a stall selling candied haws. His eyes lit up, and he rushed over. The young man in white grabbed a candied haw and sniffed it. Then, he put it in his mouth. After chewing for a while, he praised the stall and turned to leave. Sir, you haven't paid the bill yet, the young woman said anxiously. The young man in white paused, scratched his ears, and said in a low voice. That's right, the elders in the sect told me some things about the mundane world. It seems like we have to use currency to buy things like clothing, food, housing, and transportation. It's not like the immortal world where we trade for things. However, I don't have the currency of the mundane world. With that said, the young man in white took off a jade pendant from his waist and handed it to the young woman who was selling candied fruits. He chuckled. I won't take advantage of you. Here, this is a jade pendant carved from top-grade warm jade from the celestial realm. It's enough to buy a lot of candied haws. Huh? Celestial realm warm jade? The young woman took the jade pendant with a puzzled expression. Well, this Celestial realm is the name of my hometown. It's just a small town, not as prosperous as here. Ha 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 ha. The young man quickly changed his words and turned to leave. This jade is so exquisite. The young woman was stunned as she held the jade pendant in her hand. The white-clothed young man wandered in the luxurious night of the glorious Sun Empire, enjoying the moving and graceful scenery to his heart's content. This time, our sect master and the elders worked hard to open the space-time channel between the celestial realm and the mortal world, allowing me to teleport down. However, because the spatial barrier of the mortal realm is too weak and unstable, senior brothers and sisters with stronger celestial physiques and celestial force are unable to teleport down. Otherwise, the aura on their bodies would be enough to shatter this mortal realm. As for me, with my celestial physique and celestial force, I can just barely descend to the mortal realm. I'm one of the most talented disciples among the younger generation in the Flying Yang sect. Many elders encouraged me and thought that I might be able to condense a high-grade immortal physique in the future, or even become an immortal emperor. But I'm still far from that. But I won't disappoint the elders and the sect master. This time, exploring the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is a great opportunity for me. I, Yu Yangzi, will definitely not lose to the young talents of the other sects in the immortal world. So, this white-robed youth was actually someone who had descended from the immortal world. It was a young immortal. Finally. An immortal had finally descended from Shao Han's plane. Yes. Our Flying Yang sect managed to obtain a spot with great difficulty. I, Yu Yangzi, was fortunate enough to be chosen by the sect leader and the various elders. Sect leader and Elder Chalk had expended so much celestial force to open this space-time wormhole and allow me to descend. I carry the hope of the entire Fei Yang sect. This time, the outstanding young immortals of the various sects in the immortal world have all descended. The competition is very fierce. Who doesn't want to obtain Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure? My Fei Yang sect isn't much of a force in the celestial realm. We've only obtained one spot, and it was obtained with great difficulty by Elder Chalk's connections. However, it's said that this spot is slightly better than the other spots. I heard that there's a mortal in this realm called Shao Han, and the celestial key he obtained is the most valuable celestial key, the purple celestial key. I wonder if this purple celestial key will give me an advantage when I search for treasures. Forget it, I must bring back the celestial treasure for the sect. I want to revitalize the sect. I, Yu Yangzi, must also take this opportunity to embark on the path of an immortal emperor. Yes, I've just arrived. Wait until I'm familiar with the rules of this plane, then I'll find that mortal Shao Han and ask for a spot to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The white-robed young immortal disappeared into the night sky. Late at night. Deep in the wasteland. Deep in the wasteland that was as silent as a graveyard. This was a continuous mountain range. There were no human countries, and there were many ancient beasts in the mountains. Occasionally, there would be a sound of trampling on the ground, or a violent roar. It was a ghastly sight to behold. At this moment. Boom, rumble. 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 Heaven and earth suddenly began to shake violently. A terrifying energy descended from the sky. This was a light beam that was like a raging wave. It fell straight down from the sky, like an aurora. The vibration of the space shattered the trees and mountains within 1,000 miles. All the beasts in the mountains were annihilated. The air even turned into a rapid sound wave attack. Sonic booms came from all directions, cutting the space into pieces. In the middle of the sky, a funnel-shaped vortex appeared. A stalwart figure slowly walked out from within. Ha 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 ah ha 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 ha, I've finally reached the mortal world. Ha 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 ha. This is really interesting. Sigh. It's really troublesome in the immortal world. No matter what I do, I'm bound by rules and regulations. Those old antiques always talk about immortal rules. I'll be punished at every turn. Damn it, so boring. Now that I've finally obtained a quota to descend to the mortal world, I must have some fun. Ahahaha. Anyway, there are still a few years before the date of entering the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. I can have some fun in this mortal world for a few years. How can I have fun? Ha 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 ha. The beauties of the mortal world. Wealth. Yes, and power. Ha 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 ha. As for that, Shao Han, I'll find some time to meet him. This time, I'll obtain the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove from him. However, don't expect me to be polite to him. Mortals are like dogs. If he doesn't serve me obediently, I'll definitely crush his balls. Ahahaha. As he spoke, a giant man with golden skin and immortal light all over his body walked out. His body moved and swept across all directions. On this night, countless people in Shao Han's plain, whether it was in the east, south, west, or north regions, or in the great wilderness, witnessed the strange phenomenon of meteors falling from the sky. Some people wanted to capture this phenomenon, but there was no trace of it. Of course, many people regarded this meteor phenomenon as a purely natural phenomenon and didn't care about it. However, Devil Hero region. 12 elders floated around the Devil Hero pagoda. In between their eyebrows, the heavenly eye opened, and a beam of light shone in all directions. Coincidentally, meteors fell from the sky not far away. Wang wang wang, the heavenly eye of the 12 elders released misty light at the same time and shone on the meteors. In the next moment. Pooh! 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 The 12 elders vomited blood at the same time. The light in the heavenly eye dimmed down, and even the heavenly eye closed slightly. It's immortal chi. Extremely violent and strong immortal chi. In that meteor, there was pure immortal chi. Just now, when we used the heavenly eye to probe, we suffered a backlash. One of the elders said in horror. The other elder, Elder Chalk, gasped. Did people from the immortal world descend upon our plane? Calculating the time, there is still about 56 years before the opening of the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. It seems that it is indeed the time for the immortals to descend. Hiss. Countless meteors fell tonight. If each meteor represented the arrival of an immortal, then the number of immortals that descended to our plane should be extremely large. Oh no. Oh no. With the descent of an immortal, it is hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Immediately inform Shao Han Ling Cha Xiu. Inform Shao Han Ling Cha Xiu immediately. This is no small matter. Starry Night Transmission. Purity Mountain Range. Purity Sect. Shao Han had just finished making love with his wives and was lying on the bed. At this moment, Shao Han's mind swept slightly. There is actually the smell of immortal chi near my purity sect. It is extremely strong and pure. Could it be? Shao Han suddenly jumped up from the bed. Purity Mountain Range, the main peak. Led by Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, Dongfang Qin, Fang Ling, and other core disciples gathered at the main peak. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, meteors fell from the sky. Auspicious clouds rolled. Sect Master, I'm afraid these meteors aren't that simple. Xiao Mingchu's heavenly eye opened, and he frowned. If it is a blessing, it is not a curse. If it is a curse, it cannot be avoided. It seems that the thing that I have been worried about all these years has finally come. Wu Yu's pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, the yen chivalrous token in his arms trembled slightly. He took it out and scanned it with his mind. Then, he said. The elders sent a message. They have already speculated that the immortals have descended. It coincides with our sect. It should be the immortals. Shao Han's voice rang in the main peak. Under the moonlight, Shao Han, dressed in plain clothes, approached from afar. Junior brother Shao Han. Xiao Mingchu and the others looked over. I have already used my mind to scan the entire plane. Now, there is real, immortal chi in the east, south, west, north, and great wilderness. It is extremely pure immortal chi. It is completely different from the immortal chi that drifts in our plane. I think that from tonight onwards, the immortals above will gradually descend to our plane. Shao Han raised his eyes and looked at the sky. Not only our plane. Now, all the geniuses who participated in the Genius Zone adventure and obtained the quota to enter the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure will definitely be visited by the immortals. The world is in chaos. The world is prosperous? Wu Yu was in a trance. It is really difficult for us mortals to understand the heart of the immortals. But there is no doubt that a new chapter has begun. Xiao Han, you have refined a purple immortal key and a blue immortal key. I believe that there will be immortals coming soon, it doesn't matter. I will deal with whatever comes my way. Even if the immortals come, I will deal with them one by one, Xiao Han said resolutely. To be continued. Chapter 556. That night. Xiao Han and the rest were not in the mood to sleep, so they simply stayed at the main peak of the mountain range. Stargazing. And Xiao Han, subconsciously, was also waiting for the immortals to come and find him. After all, Xiao Han had refined 2 immortal keys with him, and had a total of 270 places to enter the second round of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. When an immortal descended to this plane, he would not look for anyone but Xiao Han. I wonder what the immortals are like. Xiao Han could not help but guess. Since I'm already here, let me, Xiao Han, see your true colors. So, Xiao Han waited for the immortals to visit in the mountain range. However, after waiting for 7 days and 7 nights, it was strange that no immortals came to find Xiao Han. This made Xiao Han extremely speechless. Western Region. In the 4 regions of the East, South, West, and North, the population was the most prosperous. There were as many sects in the empires and kingdoms. However, in comparison, the Eastern region was the most prosperous, followed by the Southern region, and the Northern and Western regions were more barren. Especially in the era when the demon race was rampant, the Northern and Western regions were sometimes tortured, and the people had no way to make a living. Although the plane had achieved the great unification of the human race, the Northern and Western regions had also been greatly improved. But some regions were still bitter cold. At this moment, in a border city of the Western region, people dressed in coarse hemp clothes were busy making a living. At the end of the streets, there were peddlers and servants. Let's go and find a living immortal to treat us. Since 7 days ago, the living immortal came to our Purple Vine city and opened a clinic that can treat all kinds of diseases. These few days. He has already cured many patients. You know Zhang Denyo, right? Tuberculosis that has accumulated for many years. He has already been cured by the living immortal. I don't have spare money to find a living immortal to treat me. You don't know this, right? The living immortal treats patients for free. Otherwise, how can he be called a living immortal? Let's go. In an ordinary house on a street in the city. At this moment, there was already a sea of people outside the house. There was a long queue, waiting for the living immortal to treat them. Inside the house. It was a green-robed youth. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun with a wooden hairpin. She had an oval face and a jade-like face. Stars and clouds flickered in her eyes. He was checking the pulse of a pregnant woman with a big belly. She's the daughter of a noble family. The young man in green smiled gently. Living immortal, please prescribe some medicine for me to take. The pregnant woman smiled sincerely. The green-clothed young man faintly smiled and extended his right index finger. He touched the space between the pregnant woman's eyebrows. Then he said, "That's enough. Next." Behind the azure-clothed youth was a young woman dressed in colorful clothes. She had a noble and otherworldly aura, and she called out impatiently. She waited for the pregnant woman to thank her and leave before she muttered her complaints. "Elder brother, why did you come here to treat these mortals?" The elders and the sect spent a lot of effort to open up a space-time wormhole so that we could descend into the mortal world. We should be looking for Xiao Han. What's so fun about this place? Junior sister. Mortals are really suffering. Suffering from all kinds of illnesses. So pitiful. The green-clothed young man reprimanded. Although mortals are not as good as us immortals, they are still living beings born from the world. This time, I descended into the mortal world to accumulate merit. It couldn't be better to treat these mortals. After accumulating a lot of merit, a few years later, when I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, I will be able to gain something. Merit and karma circulate in the world. I'm doing good deeds now, but in the future. Stop. Senior brother, you still haven't changed your bad habit of nagging after coming to the mortal world. What kind of logic is this? Entering the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure and treating mortals here are two completely different things. The young woman in colorful clothes said with dissatisfaction. Aya, junior sister, don't make a fuss. There are still a few years before the second round of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure opens. Isn't it better to play in the mortal world for a few years? The green-clothed young man smiled. Suddenly, the young woman in colorful clothes frowned and said with a serious expression. Senior brother, you can play here, but I have to remind you that we, the White Dragon sect, are sworn enemies. The Dragon Sun sect also has outstanding young immortals who were teleported to this realm. I heard that its giant spirit and Xiong Mozi. Senior brother, we have to be careful. Don't let those two see us. Otherwise. Although we're in the mortal world, I'm afraid. Eastern Region. Dragon Scale Empire. Back mountain of the Imperial City. The volcano of the Imperial City was crowded with people. A magnificent temple had been built on the mountain. The incense was very abundant. Shao Han's statue was enshrined in the temple, accepting the worship of the people in the world. At this moment, a green-clothed young man with a sword on his back stood in the middle of the temple. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he looked at Shao Han's statue. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his eyes emitted an extremely displeased expression. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Bang! In the next moment, his aura changed greatly. A sharp sword chi rose from his body and soared into the sky. His aura became unparalleled. Extraordinary and refined. At this moment, he was like a towering heavenly sword, making all the swords in the world submit to him. The worshippers who had been lighting incense in the temple were all sent flying by his aura. They were thrown into disarray one by one. How can mortals accept incense offerings? This is ridiculous. The mortals in the world are so ignorant and stupid. They don't worship immortals, but mortals. Shao Han. What's that? How can he accept the offerings of mortals? Damn it. He's the #1 genius in the genius zone, but he's still an ant in front of us immortals. I, the Divine Sword Prince, must teach this Shao Han a lesson. Bang! The formless sword chi sliced through the statue of Shao Han in the temple, turning it into powder. Eastern Region. Maple Empire. Imperial City. A bare-chested man who looked like an ancient giant arrived at the Maple Empire's palace. There was a dragon-shaped aura surging from his body, and his aura was domineering. The aura of this bare-chested man. It suppressed the entire palace. Tens of thousands of people were silent. Ha 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 ha, this is the palace of the secular world? The bare-chested giant walked towards the throne in the golden palace. You are? You. The emperor and the ministers were so scared that their bodies were numb, and they were trembling like chickens. Oh, it's like this. I also want to be the emperor for a few years. You are the emperor of this country? Get out of here. I will replace your position and be the emperor for a few years. I want to experience the joy of power in the secular world. The bare-chested giant finally sat on the throne. Ha 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 ha. This seat is very fun. It's comfortable. It's really comfortable to sit on. No wonder countless mortals would fight with their lives for this seat. Even if they were as close as father and son, they would still kill each other. Ha ha ha. Listen, Oh, no. I'm giving the order now. Immediately spread the word across the country. Choose the most beautiful women. 5,000. No. Choose 10,000 beauties. Go now. Ha 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 ha. Countless immortals arrived at Shao Han's plain. However, these immortals did not go to find Xiao Han as soon as they arrived. Instead, many immortals were playing in the secular world for fun. After all, life in the immortal world was too boring for them. Now that they finally arrived, they could play freely. Moreover, they had a sense of superiority. When they played, they were unscrupulous and did whatever they wanted. Some immortals occupied the throne of the secular world. Some immortals snatched women at will in the secular world for fun. Of course, there were also some immortals who were kind and did good deeds in the secular world. In short, the order of this plane had undergone a drastic change because of the arrival of a large number of immortals. *** mountain range. *** sect. Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. Xiaoan. Ha. Xiao Han was holding his son and laughing. His wives were also laughing hysterically at the side. After playing for a while, Xiao Han handed Xiaoan to Mo Qingtong. Then, Xiao Han and Yan Lang walked to the other side of the mountain peak. Master, we've been waiting for many days, but the immortals still haven't come. The temperament of immortals is really hard to understand. Yan Lang said with some worry. It can't be that they think too highly of themselves and want Master to visit them personally, right? Xiao Han smiled slightly. In fact, although I'm immortal and my life level is far inferior to immortals, but the problem is, the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is firmly in my hands. Huh? Yan Lang was slightly stunned. A purple immortal key and a blue immortal key have been refined into my body and become a part of it. Immortals can't snatch them away. Once I die, these two immortal keys will also be annihilated. So, immortals can't kill me. Even if I let them kill me, they won't dare to. Xiao Han seemed to have figured out some key points. Yan Lang, you must know that it's not that easy for immortals to descend. They can't come down just because they want to. I think they need to spend an endless amount of immortal strength to forcefully open a space-time tunnel from the immortal world to our human world. The consumption is huge. With such a huge consumption, they can only teleport down. How can they easily waste this opportunity? If I die, they will be teleported down for nothing. It will be like drawing water with a wicker basket. Ah. That's right. Master. Speaking of which, you do have the upper hand. The quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is in your hands. You can give it to whoever you want. The initiative is completely in your hands. Yan Lang's eyes also brightened. At this moment. He's here. Suddenly, Xiao Han's eyes lit up. After waiting for so many days, an immortal finally came to visit. At the foot of the mountain range. A man dressed in ordinary clothes and barefoot stood in front of the mountain gate of the mountain range. He wore an ordinary long robe. His appearance and temperament were like a scholar in the secular world. His body didn't show any auspicious aura or strange phenomenon. There was a kind of feeling of returning to simplicity. This mountain range is undulating and full of spiritual energy. It's really a place with great talents. No wonder it could nurture an outstanding talent like Xiao Han. The ordinary-looking man faintly smiled and said in a natural and unrestrained manner. To be continued. Chapter 557. This man stood at the foot of the Purity Mountain range, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountain and sighing with emotion from time to time. It was obvious that he held the Purity Mountain range in high esteem. At this time, a few disciples guarding the mountain noticed him and immediately flew in front of him. These disciples guarding the mountain were all at the first level of true qi. Ever since Yan Lang refined the divine medicine, all the disciples of the Purity sect had benefited and reached the true qi realm. Using a true qi realm disciple to guard the mountain gate was an extremely extravagant thing. In such a large plain, only the Purity sect could afford such a thing. When these disciples guarding the mountain saw this ordinary man, they immediately felt ashamed of their inferiority. Although this ordinary-looking man's body didn't seem to have any energy fluctuations, it was very strange that when these true Qi realm disciples faced him, it was as if they were commoners in the secular world, facing the emperor who sat high on the dragon throne in the throne room. Cramped. Bewildered. Flustered. May I ask who you are? The disciples guarding the mountain also changed their way of addressing the ordinary-looking man. Furthermore, all of them descended and stood in front of the ordinary-looking man in a well-behaved manner. It was as if they were giving him orders. Even the disciples guarding the mountain are at the true Qi realm? This sect is indeed very prosperous. The ordinary man muttered to himself. Then he smiled warmly. Everyone, no need to be so polite. I am Jia Lanzi, and I have come to pay a visit to the genius of your sect. Xiao Han. Ah. So you want to see our senior brother Xiao Han? The moment these few disciples who were guarding the mountain heard Jia Lanzi mention Xiao Han, they naturally felt confident. Their faces also radiated a proud glow. At this time, friend. A guest from afar. Please come to my purity sect's main peak for a chat. Xiao Han's voice came from afar, gentle and pleasant. Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao is indeed mysterious, to actually know of my arrival. Good, very good. Jia Lanzi's brows relaxed as he laughed heartily. Purity sect. Main peak. Back garden of the purity sect. Xiao Han, Wu Feng. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, Dongfang Qin, and other leaders of the purity sect met Jia Lanzi in the back garden filled with flowers. They sat down. Xiao Han's gaze was unwavering as he looked at Jia Lanzi. He displayed an indifferent expression, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though Jia Lanzi was an immortal, he was still an immortal. Xiao Han's heart, on the other hand, was filled with the aura of ancient immortals. Moreover, this was not the first time Xiao Han had seen a real immortal. When Xiao Han left the demon capital, he was enlightened by a celestial. That celestial's strength was probably far superior to Jia Lanzi's. As for Wu Hao, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, they were unable to maintain their composure. Immortal. Immortal. Your Excellency. Your Excellency is an immortal from the immortal world. Xiao Mingchu asked in shock. Ha ha ha, Jia Lanzi laughed unconcernedly. It's just a descendant from the immortal realm. In the mortal world, they were known as immortals, but in the immortal world, they were nobody. All living things are equal, so there's no need to be too restrained. Immortals are really powerful. Wu Li sighed. Rumors are not as good as seeing with one's own eyes. Mr. Jia Lanzi, you've already reached a state where you've returned to your natural state. But when I look into your eyes, I have an illusion. It's as if your eyes can absorb our entire plane. It's too mystical. Sect Master Wu doesn't have to be so polite. Jia Lanzi's temperament was also extremely easygoing. This time, there are many true immortals descending from the immortal world. This is no longer a secret. Then, I will have an open and honest talk with everyone. It can also be considered as making friends. Making friends with immortals? This. Dongfang Qin couldn't believe his ears. Xiao Han, my friend, I already know a lot about your deeds. Hell, with your age, it's really not a trivial matter to reach your current cultivation level. In the mortal world, it's unique, and no one can match you. Even in the immortal world, it will cause immortals to look at you. You obtained the first layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, and the title of the strongest in the genius area is well deserved. Today, I also found that there are traces of immortal qi in your body. It seems that you are already condensing immortal qi. Becoming an immortal is just around the corner, it's worth celebrating. Furthermore, when I heard about your battle with the demon race army, I couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Smashing several demon monarchs with one punch, this kind of method is almost an immortal's method. Powerful, powerful, admirable, admirable. Head Jia Lanzi, my friend, you are really kind. Xiao Han also smiled in a friendly manner. Xiao Han also knew that it was because of his combat strength and valor that he won some respect from this immortal in front of him. In addition, Xiao Han's heart and Zhou Bing Emperor's palm were also perfectly shielded. At least, this Jiao Lanzi in front of him did not have any abnormalities. Fang Ling said, "We have always been worried that the people descending from the immortal world will be unruly and will not treat us mortals as humans. However, Sir Jiao Lanzi, you are modest and polite. You are a sincere gentleman. There are good and evil people descending from the immortal world this time. I will tell you about these things." Jiao Lanzi's face became slightly serious. "I am willing to listen to Brother Jiao Lanzi's teachings." Xiao Han said humbly. "I dare not say that I will teach you. Friend Xiao Han is also a dragon among men. It is already a foregone conclusion that you will ascend and become an immortal one day. Friend Xiao Han and I can be considered to have hit it off at first sight. Then, let's just treat this as a casual chat between friends." Jiao Lanzi's voice was extremely gentle and pleasant, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi said slowly, "What is an immortal? Now, allow me to speak on your behalf." There were many versions of records about immortals and the immortal world in the ordinary mortal plane. Most of them were unverified and could not stand up to scrutiny. Now, a true immortal was speaking about these things, causing Xiao Han and the others to hold their breaths and listen attentively. Mortals want to become immortals. There are two ways. The most important one is through the cultivation of true qi. Reaching the 10th level of true qi, breaking through the 101 true acupoints of the body and opening the heaven's eye. After opening the heaven's eye, one can find some immortal qi floating in the lower realm and use it to wash the body, causing one's body to be slightly contaminated with immortal qi. After that, through enlightenment, one can welcome the heavenly tribulation. Once the heavenly tribulation comes, one needs to use one's mind, soul, body, true qi, and other means to resist it. Once one survives, one will be swept up by the heavenly tribulation and directly enter the immortal world. This is the so-called ascension. Of course, if one cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, that is the end result of being reduced to ashes. After entering the immortal world, one can use true immortal qi and immortal pills to train their body and convert their true qi into immortal qi. That is when one becomes an official immortal. Convert true qi into immortal qi? Wu Li nodded, not fully understanding. Brother Jiao Lanzi, the power of immortal qi is many times greater than true qi, right? Of course. Jiao Lanzi nodded with certainty. Not only is the power of immortal qi many times greater than true qi, but the body of an immortal is also many times stronger than that of a mortal. After all, it is a true immortal body. Even if a mortal explodes with the strongest true qi attack, it will not be able to shake the immortal body and break its defense. Therefore, in theory, a mortal can never kill an immortal. Mortals use cauldron as a unit of measurement. Jiao Lanzi said seriously. And in our immortal world, we use dragon to describe immortal qi. Dragon is a noble creature that lives in the immortal world. Its power is enough to topple mountains and overturn the seas. In our immortal world, we use dragon to describe how much immortal qi an immortal has. Jiao Lanzi's gaze swept across Xiao Han and the others. Let me give you an example. In the mortal world, the power of 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world. Do you understand what I'm saying? 10 trillion cauldrons is equivalent to the power of one dragon in the immortal world? Xiao Mingchu and Dongfang Qin exclaimed. My destiny talisman has about 20 trillion cauldrons of power, which is equivalent to 2 dragons of immortal strength. And my left biscuit emperor's palm has about 40 trillion cauldrons of power, which is 4 dragons of immortal strength. Xiao Han calculated silently. Jiao Lanzi continued. In the immortal world, ordinary immortals are called true immortals. Above true immortals are the noble, immortal emperors. True immortals are divided into 10 levels. Level 1 true immortals have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. Generally speaking, level 1 true immortals have no status in the immortal world. They are similar to the common people in the mortal world. Level 2 true immortals have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength. This is similar to a local tyrant. It is equivalent to a local tyrant in the mortal world. In many immortal world sects, the younger generation of immortals are almost all level 2 true immortals. Level 3 true immortals have 21 to 30 dragons of immortal strength. In the immortal world sects, they are considered senior disciples. Level 4 true immortals have 31 to 40 dragons of immortal strength. They are the backbone of the immortal world sections. Level 5 true immortals have 41 to 50 dragons of immortal strength. They can be used to refine some simple immortal weapons. Level 6 true immortals. 51 to 60 dragons of immortal strength. They are basically the top disciples of the immortal world sections. Level 7 true immortals. 61 to 70 dragons of immortal strength. They are the elders and sect masters of the immortal world sections. They also have some important positions in the immortal world. Level 8 true immortals have 71 to 80 dragons of immortal strength. Level 9 true immortals have 81 to 90 dragons of immortal strength. Level 10 true immortals have 91 to 100 dragons of immortal strength. Above level 10 true immortals are immortal emperors. As for the power of immortal emperors, it is not convenient for me to describe it. Of course, the immortal strength I am referring to is pure immortal strength. If you use some immortal arts, the immortal strength will also be enhanced. It is the same principle as the true chi cultivators in the mortal world who enhance their true chi divine arts to increase the power of their attacks. This is only the immortal strength of an immortal. Of course, an immortal does not only have immortal strength. The immortal body is also a very important part of it. The immortal body is more mystical than a mortal body. One cell is a world, one drop of blood is an ocean. For ordinary immortals, the level of immortal strength is directly proportional to the immortal body. A level 1 true immortal with a level 1 immortal body must have 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. A level 2 true immortal with a level 2 immortal body must have 11 to 20 dragons of immortal strength to shake a level 1 immortal body. And so on. Of course, there are some immortals who purely cultivate their bodies. The power of an immortal body is extraordinary. At this point, Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. Friend Xiao Han, if I am not wrong, you should be tempering your immortal body. Your body contains lightning and earth, two immortal body characteristics. It is difficult for a mortal's true chi attack to break your defense. However, you only have a tiny embryonic form of these two immortal bodies. You have not been able to formally temper and forge them into real immortal bodies. However, in the mortal world, it is absolutely rare to be able to temper an embryonic form of an immortal body. The second way for mortals to become immortals is to condense an immortal body in the mortal world, and then forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms to enter the immortal world from the mortal world. However, this way of becoming an immortal is too heaven-defying. As far as I know, in the entire immortal world, all those who ascend from ordinary realms to become immortals rely on cultivating true chi, opening the heavenly eye, and capturing immortal chi. This causes their bodies, hair, and skin to have a little bit of immortal characteristics. Then, they rely on enlightenment to welcome the heavenly tribulation. Creating an immortal body purely with the physical body, going against the heavens to become an immortal. None. Absolutely none. This way of becoming an immortal only exists in legends. Because mortals cannot withstand such terrifying power. Even if one condenses a level 1 immortal body, it is equivalent to 1 to 10 dragons of immortal strength. This kind of power, directly added to the body of a mortal, would cause the body to explode. Moreover, a level 1 immortal body is not enough to forcibly penetrate the barrier between the mortal and immortal realms. I estimate that one would need at least a level 2 or 3 immortal body. In other words, to rely on tempering an immortal body and ascend to the immortal world, one's body needs at least 11 to 30 dragons of immortal strength, which is 110 trillion ding to 300 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han's scalp was also numb. The power of my body is only 5 trillion ding, which is less than 1 dragon of immortal strength. To be continued. Chapter 558. After listening to Jiao Lanzi's explanation, Xiao Han finally had a better understanding of the difference between mortals and immortals. As for Wu Yu, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest, they were so shocked that their jaws dropped, unable to close. Indeed, the difference between mortals and immortals was like the difference between heaven and earth. The two could not be compared. Xiao Han, for example, cultivated his true energy in defiance of the heavens. He expanded his meridians 2,553 times and cleansed his natal talismans 117,000 times. Such a record was already the best in the Devata realms. In countless ordinary realms, there was no one who could surpass him. Because of this, Xiao Han's true energy power could almost instantly kill any pagoda lord of any plane in the universe. A natal talisman had a shocking power of 20 trillion cauldrons. 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was the limit that mortals could achieve. It was the highest in history. However, 20 trillion cauldrons of true energy was only equivalent to 2 dragons of celestial strength. What did 2 dragons of celestial strength mean in the celestial world? It was a level 1 true immortal. Moreover, it was a cannon fodder among level 1 true immortals. In other words, mortals who stood at the top of the pyramid were the most ordinary peddlers in the celestial world. Any young disciple of a sect in the celestial world with the strength of a level 2 true immortal with 11 to 20 dragons of celestial strength could easily destroy anything in the mortal world. My previous thoughts were indeed naive. At this time, Xiao Han's mouth was filled with bitterness as he secretly complained in his heart. I thought that with the power of my true qi, I would be able to defeat him. I thought that with my true energy and demonic strength. Until now. I could at least protect myself against ordinary immortals. But now, it seems that I was too naive. I'm not even a match for an ordinary level 1 true immortal. Xiao Han, my friend, there's no need to be upset. Jiao Lanzi noticed that Xiao Han's mood had changed. He immediately comforted him. Xiao Han, my friend, you're already invincible among mortals. In the future, when you ascend to the celestial world and become an immortal, there will definitely be many sects in the celestial world that will recruit you and nurture you carefully. Your development in the celestial world will be smooth sailing. In a short period of time, you might even become a level 2 true immortal or even a level 3 true immortal. Xiao Han. There's no way to compare them. Wu Li also spoke up. Xiao Han cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. He thought to himself. That's right, I'm just a mortal, there's no need to compare myself to immortals. Furthermore, my mental power is likely even stronger than that of a level 1 or 2 true immortal. Furthermore, as long as I cultivate to the point where I can open the gate of the saber realm and receive the ancient saber soul into my body, I will still be able to slay immortals. Let's get back to business, Jiao Lanzi continued. Tell me about the immortals who descended upon this plane. Brother Jiaolan, speak. Xiao Han's mental power concentrated once again. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is enough to cause an uproar even in our immortal world. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao was ranked 3rd in the immortal world. He was like a heavenly venerate. Moreover, his wealth was number 1 in the immortal world. In the immortal world, there was a saying that Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's wealth was equal to the sum of all the wealth in the immortal world. Although this statement is a little exaggerated, it's not far from it, Jiao Lanzi said with a straight face. Ever since Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao disappeared from the immortal world, all of his treasures disappeared along with him. In our immortal world, countless young immortals like me have dreams of finding Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. That's because that treasure is enough for countless young immortals to fulfill their hot-blooded dreams, to become an immortal emperor. Countless sects in the immortal world also yearned for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure to make their sects rise. To dominate the immortal world. When Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure appeared, the entire immortal world was in an uproar. It's completely boiling over. Countless sects and immortal emperors from all over the immortal world were all excited. However, when we found out that the first level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, the Genius Zone, was only open for mortals, and immortals were not allowed to enter. At that time, countless immortals were so angry that they vomited blood. The entire immortal world was filled with wails and cries, and the cries of the cuckoos and blood apes could be heard. Countless immortals fainted. Fortunately, the second level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure can be opened to us immortals. As long as we find a mortal hero in the Genius Zone and obtain an immortal key, we will be able to obtain a place to enter the treasure. This is a matter of life and death, causing the immortal world to rejoice. Countless immortals spread the news to celebrate. The importance that the immortal world places on the exploration in a few years is unimaginable. This time, a few supreme immortal emperors from the immortal world came up with a plan to control the overall situation and distribute the places to explore the second level of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Jiao Lanzi said solemnly. Distribute? How does the immortal world distribute? Xiao Han was also very curious. First of all, immortals have to directly descend from the immortal world to an ordinary plane in the lower realm. Immortals with strong immortal power and immortal body cannot descend. Even the space crystal wall of an ordinary plane will collapse and explode once a powerful immortal descends. Therefore, according to the strength of an ordinary plane space crystal wall, the immortal world believes that only level 1 or 2 perfected immortals can descend. Level 1 or 2 perfected immortals' immortal power and immortal body will not cause the space crystal wall to collapse. Moreover, the immortal power of a level 2 perfected immortal cannot exceed 15 dragons. I understand. Xiao Han nodded solemnly. In other words, those who descend this time all have immortal power of 15 dragons or less. It is impossible to exceed 15 dragons. 15 dragons was the limit of immortals who descend. 15 dragons, in the mortal world, was equivalent to 150 trillion ding of power. Xiao Han also had an idea in his heart. Jiao Lanzi continued to narrate. The immortal world's plan is to distribute all the places to the various immortal world sections. Then, the various immortal world sects will compete for the extremely precious places. There are countless immortal world sects participating in the competition. Every immortal world sect can obtain a place to descend. They are all the young disciples of the sect. After all, the backbone of the sect. The senior disciples have too much immortal power and can't descend. Only the young disciples can obtain this opportunity. Oh. Brother Jiao Lanzi, does that mean you are also an outstanding talent of one of the immortal world sects? Xiao Han asked. Hey, you can say that. In my sect, among the younger generation, my talent are the best in the world. Jiao Lanzi nodded slightly. Brother Xiao Han, generally speaking, there are almost no level 1 perfected immortals among the sect's geniuses who descend. They are all eliminated during the selection process. Almost all of them are level 2 perfected immortals with immortal power of 11 to 15 dragons. Among them, according to the information I received, most of them have 11 to 13 dragon immortal force. Those with immortal power of 14 dragons descend. The number is relatively small. Those with immortal power of 15 dragons are even rarer. Oh, I see. Xiao Han said in his heart. I wonder how much dragon immortal power this brother Jialan has. Suddenly, a strange thought flashed through Xiao Han's mind. I don't know what level of true immortal the immortal I met outside the demon metropolis was. According to brother Jialan, if the immortal power exceeds 15 dragons, he won't be able to descend. Could it be that the immortal who enlightened me was only a level 2 perfected immortal? Xiao Han suddenly asked. Right, brother Jiao Lanzi, could it be that those with more than 15 dragons, such as level 3 perfected immortals, level 4 perfected immortals, or even immortal emperors, cannot descend? Jiao Lanzi was stunned by Xiao Han's unexpected question, but he still answered. Theoretically, yes. After all, the space crystal wall of the mortal world is too thin and fragile. Although level 1 perfected immortals and level 2 perfected immortals with less than 15 dragons can descend, if they go all out, they can still destroy the space crystal wall of the mortal world. But, if they have a very high realm, reaching the realm of immortal and human unity, they can truly return to their natural state. With the help of some heaven-defying immortal artifacts, they can travel between the mortal world and the immortal world. But there are not more than a few such immortals in the entire immortal world. And these immortal emperors will not be bored and waste their energy to travel to the mortal world to play. For example, a few years later, they will explore the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The immortal emperors who have the ability to descend have made a pact with each other that they will not descend personally. They are also interested in immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but they will not do it themselves. They will only send the young talents from the sects under their jurisdiction to compete fairly. Oh, I see. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Brother Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi's voice suddenly rose a little. Brother Jiao Lanzi, feel free to speak your mind. Xiao Han knew that Jiao Lanzi seemed to want to say something important, so he said politely. Then. Brother Xiao Han, I'll be straightforward. Jiao Lanzi was a straightforward person. If the information I received is not wrong, then Brother Xiao Han has obtained 2 immortal keys in the Genius Zone. One is a blue immortal key, which can allow 70 people to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. The other is a purple immortal key, which can allow 200 people to enter the expedition. The 2 keys add up to 270 spots. Excluding Brother Zhao's spot, there are 269 spots left. Oh, that is indeed the case. Xiao Han nodded. But this time, there are 300 level 2 perfected immortals teleporting to Brother Zhao's realm. Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. The current situation is that there are too many monks and not enough gruel. Huh, what's going on? Hearing this, Xiao Han was stunned and immediately frowned. There are more than 200 spots, but there are more than 300 immortals. How are we going to distribute them? Moreover, among these spots, I want to bring some ordinary people in this realm. Moreover, I have also promised some of my friends in other realms to give them spots. How are we going to distribute them now? Ha ha ha. Brother Xiao Han, this is the reason why I came this time. Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with burning eyes. My sect conveyed to me that the distribution of the spots should be decided by Brother Xiao Han. To be continued. Chapter 559. What? Xiao Han will be in charge of allocating the quotas. Jiao Lanzi's words were earth-shattering, shocking Wu Hongyi, Xiao Mingqiu, and the rest. Exguan. The quota for immortals to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove was actually decided by a mortal? Could he handle it? Brother Jiaolan must be joking. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh at himself. Little brother's words carry little weight. How could immortals be willing to listen to me? Brother Xiao Han, listen to me, Jiao Lanzi said solemnly. The disciples of the immortal world sects that descended from the immortal world to this plane this time are a mix of good and bad. A mix of good and bad? Xiao Han was stunned. Brother Xiao Han, the sects in the immortal world are similar to the sects in the secular world. Some sects had a rather great reputation in the immortal dimension, and they upheld justice and received the love and respect of the people of the immortal dimension. On the other hand, some sects in the immortal dimension were. They had a terrible reputation. Some of their disciples committed crimes in the immortal world. Brother Xiao Han, perhaps you mortals will have some misunderstandings. They thought that the disciples of the various sects in the world of immortals should be upright, sage-like, and carefree and unfettered on cranes. In fact, that wasn't the case. Some of the sects in the world of immortals were actually quite despicable. They even exploited ordinary immortal citizens. In the celestial realm, sects, immortals, and even celestial emperors, there are good and evil. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Where there are people, there will naturally be Jianghu, and there will also be good and evil. In that case, some of the immortals descending to this plane are from sects with bad reputations in the world of immortals. Due to various reasons, they've been granted a spot to descend as well. These immortals usually reside in the world of immortals. Although he was behaving badly. But there were always rules and regulations governing immortals. Thus, they won't be too out of line. But when they reach the secular world, without any restrictions, I'm afraid they will create a storm in the secular world. I've always been worried that such an impetuous immortal would descend and not treat us mortals as humans. Wu Yu interrupted. It seems there really is such a black sheep of the immortal world. Yes, Jiao Lanzi said solemnly. The immortal realm isn't as pure as I imagine it to be. There would also be intrigue and deceit. Indeed, a portion of the immortals would be taken away. It was not an exaggeration to call him a black sheep. These immortals would definitely run amok in the secular world. Their characters are extremely vile. If we don't control them, they will do evil things. Jiao Lanzi continued. The majority of the immortal emperors above are still strictly against allowing these black sheep to descend in order to prevent them from wreaking havoc in the world. However, there were a few immortal emperors who turned a blind eye. It seemed like he had received some benefits, or perhaps it was out of consideration for his feelings. They actually allowed them to descend. Brother Xiao Han, there are more than 200 slots, but more than 300 immortals have descended to this plane. I have to say, some of the immortal emperors have failed in their duties. Then, before I left, a few benevolent immortal emperors specially instructed me through our sect master that I must control the situation. I cannot allow those black sheep to destroy the stability and prosperity of Brother Zhao's plane. I cannot watch as those fellows torment the mortals. Then, Jiao Lanzi looked deeply at Xiao Han. The few big shots have specially instructed that the matter of the slots will be decided by Brother Xiao. Brother Xiao can refuse to give those black sheep who run amok a slot and make them scram out of this plane. As for me, I will assist Brother Xiao to maintain the situation. Oh. Brother Jiao Lanzi, what do you mean? Xiao Han also came to a slight realization. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi's eyes slightly opened. His eyes flashed with the strange phenomenon of the changing nebula. His eyes seemed to be able to swallow the plane and absorb the 8 desolates. Brother Xiao, don't hold back. The slots will be distributed by you. If there are immortals who are not satisfied, Brother Xiao, please rest assured that I will make them obedient. At this point, Jiao Lanzi's aura became even sharper. The few big shots above and my sect master have instructed me to directly execute those immortals who misbehave when necessary. Life and death. Hearing this, Xiao Han, Wu Li, and the others looked at each other. Then, Brother Jiao Lanzi, the sect you belong to in the immortal world should be extremely powerful? Fang Ling could not help but ask when he heard Jiao Lanzi's words and actions, which were domineering and dictating everything. In the immortal world, the sect I belong to is indeed flourishing. It is known as the strongest sect in the immortal world. It controls countless sects in the immortal world and is highly regarded by the immortal emperors above. Jiao Lanzi nodded. So it is a big sect with the support of immortal emperors above. No wonder they would come down to enforce the law and eliminate the immortals sent down by other sections. Various thoughts came one after another in Xiao Han's mind. It sounds nice to say that he wants me to decide the slots to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but in fact, he is also using me. It is even possible that this Jiao Lanzi wants to use this opportunity to eradicate dissidents. This person is definitely a powerful figure. The sect he belongs to must be extremely powerful in the immortal world. Jiao Lanzi seemed to have already understood Xiao Han's thoughts. He smiled slightly. Brother Xiao, I am not trying to use you. In fact, the allocation of the slots is still up to Brother Xiao. I am only assisting from the side. If Brother Xiao decides not to give me a slot, I will not make things difficult for Brother Xiao. I will just return to the immortal world. Ha ha ha. At this time, Wu Yu spoke. Xiao Han, you cooperate with Brother Jiao Lanzi. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned and looked at Wu Yu. Wu Yu pondered. As Brother Jia Lanzi said, among the immortals who descended to our plane this time, there will definitely be those who commit crimes, and there will definitely be those who are unruly. When they descend, they are no longer under control, and all the desires that have been suppressed in their hearts will be released without restraint. Perhaps in the eyes of these immortals, we mortals are no better than pigs and dogs. Xiao Han, as the master of this plane, you must step forward and stop them. You cannot let the common people be implicated and tormented. Immortals are indeed superior to us mortals, but, well, water does not interfere with river water. If they want to stir up trouble in our mortal world, we will not sit idly by and do nothing. However, Xiao Han, with your current battle strength, it is indeed difficult to contend with those immortals. Therefore, you need to cooperate with Brother Jia Lanzi. Wu Yu's meaning was extremely obvious. To put it bluntly, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi were just using each other. Because Xiao Han firmly controlled the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, Jia Lanzi could use the excuse of assisting Xiao Han to righteously eradicate dissidents. Those immortals in the immortal world who had conflicts of interest with Jia Lanzi would all be expelled, or even killed. As for Xiao Han, he would not be able to expel those lawless immortals who descended, so he had to rely on Jia Lanzi's strength. In this way, if they chose to cooperate, it would be of great benefit to both sides. Don't worry, Brother Xiao Han. I will hide by your side, and you will act. If you think that the immortals should be expelled, expel them directly. If they know what's good for them, then it's fine. If they are cunning and treacherous, or even resist Brother Xiao Han, then I will make a move and make them scram. Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han meaningfully. Moreover, Brother Xiao Han, this way, you will benefit a lot. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned again. Before we left, the big shots above have given instructions. They also think highly of Brother Xiao Han's talent. The number one genius in the mortal world is indeed not to be underestimated. In the future, when you become an immortal, I'm afraid that the big shots will fight to recruit you. Ha ha ha. Therefore, any immortals who are expelled by you but refuse to accept it and want to attack you, I will eliminate them. All the immortal pills and immortal treasures they carry will all belong to Brother Xiao Han. Brother Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? Is that so? Xiao Han's heart moved. Every immortal who descends will be bestowed with a few treasures by their sections. These treasures can even be called life-saving treasures. After all, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is a direct competition between the younger generation of immortals. At that time, it will be extremely tragic. In order to increase their competitiveness, the immortal world sects will not hesitate to give their extremely precious treasures to the disciples who represent their sects to compete for Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. In other words, every young immortal who descends to the mortal world will become extremely rich. Jia Lanzi looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. If they break the law, then their treasures will belong to Brother Xiao Han. So, Brother Xiao Han, are you interested? Brother Xiao Han, don't worry, I will definitely not touch the treasures of these immortals. Moreover, the quality of the treasures of these young immortals will probably surpass the treasures piled up in the Genius Zone. Of course, they definitely cannot be compared to the many divine treasures in the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, but there is no doubt that they will surpass the Genius Zone. Is that so? Hearing this, Xiao Han's heart palpitated. Even the eyes of Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others lit up. Finally, Xiao Han made a decision. Then it's decided. I will cooperate with Brother Jia Lanzi to decide the 269 places to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Those tyrannical immortals will definitely not give them places, they will be expelled directly. If they resist stubbornly, then Brother Jia Lan will take action and exterminate them. Exactly. Jia Lanzi also smiled. This is also to protect the reputation of the immortal world. We cannot let the mortals misunderstand the character and virtue of us immortals because of some black sheep. After a pause, Jia Lanzi continued. Then, Brother Xiao will choose a day to accompany me to travel the 4 regions and the great wilderness of this plain, and take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Brother Xiao will give those with good conduct a place, while those with despicable conduct will be expelled directly. All right. Let's start with the southern region. Xiao Han also smiled and nodded. Take the initiative to search for immortals who descend. Chapter 560. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi slapped their palms together and made an oath, setting up various treaties of cooperation and alliance. He was preparing to set off and travel around the north, south, east, west, and north regions, as well as the great wilderness. He wanted to find the immortals who had descended from the immortal world to this plane and decide who would be given the quota. As for the immortals who committed atrocities, Jia Lanzi would kill them. All the treasures from the immortal world would belong to Xiao Han. This can be considered as using each other. Cooperating with immortal Jia Lanzi is like asking a tiger for its skin. However, if I think about it carefully, the benefits to me are also great. Xiao Han silently pondered and weighed the pros and cons. Brother Jia Lan, if that's the case, I'll have to trouble you to temporarily stay in my 6 Peaks mountain range for a few days. Once I'm ready, I'll leave the mountain with Brother Jia Lan. Xiao Han said with a smile. It is a blessing to be able to stay in such a beautiful place for a few days, Jia Lanzi said happily. He seemed to like the geomancy of the 6 Peaks mountain range. In that case, let me bring Brother Jia Lanzi to the mountain peak where we receive our guests. That place has a few acres of fish ponds, a few evergreen trees, and a few strands of flowers and grasses. The beauty of nature is extremely close to that of the mortal world. I believe that Brother Jia Lan will definitely like it. Wu Li also said politely. Excellent. Excellent. Jia Lanzi was overjoyed. Night, Xiao Han's true inheritance mountain peak. In the living room. After Mo Qingtong coaxed Xiaoan to sleep, she gently placed him in the cradle. Afterwards, she sat down together with Xiao Han, Princess Mo Hen, Lan Shirong, and Jing Yanxue. Xiao Han had already told his wives about Jia Lanzi's visit and the current situation of the plane. Uncle, I can't believe immortals really came to our Unity mountain range. I wonder what immortals look like and if they're any different from us mortals. Hee hee, uncle, I'll go see immortals with my own eyes tomorrow. Although Jing Yanxue had already become a charming young woman, the mischievousness of a young girl had not changed in the slightest. At this moment, her big eyes flashed as she curiously looked at Xiao Han. Yanxue, don't mess around. Why are you going to see immortals? Don't be fooled by the fact that your true chi cultivation is outstanding, but in front of an immortal, you're still too weak. If anything goes wrong, Sect Master and Xiao Han won't be able to protect you, Mo Qingtong reprimanded him slightly. It's all right. Xiao Han gently embraced Jing Yanxue. Immortal Jia Lanzi, who came to our Pure Rain sect, is rather friendly. In truth, although immortals are superior to us mortals, the world of immortals is the same as that of us mortals. There will be many battles. Immortals have emotions, desires, and ambitions. Of course, there are also kind-hearted immortals. The most troublesome thing is that more than 300 immortals will descend from the 200 slots. When the time comes, it'll be hard to avoid trouble and conflicts. Moreover, some immortals don't have a good reputation in the world of immortals to begin with. Xiao Han, do you really plan on going down the mountain with Jia Lanzi to distribute the spots? Immortals are arrogant and unruly. When the time comes, will they make things difficult for you? Mo Qingtong said worriedly. Yes, this person will definitely not listen to my orders and will definitely make things difficult for me. Pestering me endlessly, even threatening and enticing me. Xiao Han laughed. Therefore, I must cooperate with Jia Lanzi. The key question now is whether or not Jia Lanzi can protect him. If he can't defeat those infamous immortals, I'll suffer as well. After a pause, Xiao Han became spirited and said seriously. Going down the mountain this time and interacting with immortals is also a kind of training for me. In a few years, the exploration of the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove will inevitably lead to confrontation with immortals. It's not a bad thing to get used to it in advance. My ambition is not just to be the king of this plane. Sooner or later, I will fight with immortals. Being a yes man and fearful of immortals for my entire life is not my character. Moreover, I will take advantage of this opportunity to obtain immortal treasures. To plunder the treasures of some immortals. Perhaps I can also find an opportunity to increase my battle strength. Right now, my battle strength is far from any of the immortals that descend. If I enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove like this, it's no different from asking for humiliation. Go down the mountain. I've already decided to go down the mountain. I support you. Princess Mo Hen suddenly said firmly. In the next moment, all the girls nodded. In these few days, Jiao Lanzi indeed stayed in the pure mountain range. He was also very easygoing. Every day, he played chess with Wu Du and occasionally expressed his views on mortal martial arts. He got along very well with the upper echelons of the Pure Cloud sect. After Jiao Lanzi saw Xiao Han's son, Shaoan, he liked him very much and gave a small flying sword to Shaoan. This flying sword was given to Jiao Lanzi by an elder of the sect when he was young. After refining it with a drop of blood, it could be kept in the body. When fighting, the flying sword could change according to one's will and cut off the head of a person 1,000 miles away. It was very powerful. Of course, Shaoan was still young and could not refine this flying sword for the time being. The flying sword was kept by his mother, Mo Qingtong. 5 days later. Finally, Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi were ready and were about to go down the mountain. Many of the Pure Rain sect's true disciples, led by Wu Yu, Xiao Mingchu, and the others, came to send them off. Their faces were filled with worry and concern. Xiao Han's wives and Yan Lang looked at Xiao Han nervously. Shaoan also began to cry. Xiao Han, be careful, Wu Du said seriously. Don't advance rashly. The entire plane is centered around you. If anything happens to you, the plane will be in danger. Xiao Mingchu, Fang Ling, and the others were also full of concern. Xiao Han's wives could not help but start sobbing. Ugh, there's no need to make it look like we're parting forever, right? Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he also deeply felt the concern of his family, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Han said very seriously. Don't worry, I will definitely come back alive. Moreover, the spot to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure is in my body. The immortals will not dare to harm my life. Everyone, please don't worry about Brother Xiao, Jiao Lanzi also said solemnly. With me, Jiao Lanzi, protecting Brother Xiao, I will definitely protect Brother Xiao. I will not let any other immortals touch a single hair of Brother Xiao. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi looked at Xiao Han again. Brother Xiao, let's go. Don't worry, I will release a strand of divine will to protect the Pure Mountain Range. If there is any danger in the Pure Mountain Range, I will be able to teleport over immediately to protect you. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Xiao Han also released a strand of divine will to protect the Pure Mountain Range. If there was any emergency, Xiao Han could move like an illusion and directly return. Just like that, the two reluctantly bid farewell to the Pure Mountain Range and descended the mountain. Xiao Han was dressed in a white robe. His hands were empty, and he did not carry any weapons. However, he wore a few storage rings on his hands. He was calm and composed as he walked in front. As soon as Jiao Lanzi descended the mountain, he changed into a thick cloak and a mask. His entire body was covered tightly, leaving only a pair of eyes outside. He walked barefoot, like a monk who had achieved Tao. At this moment, Xiao Han suddenly discovered that Jiao Lanzi had already completely concealed all the immortal qi in his body. Not a single trace of it was leaked. His every movement and temperament were completely no different from that of a mortal. Xiao Han clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but release his divine will to scan Jiao Lanzi's body. After careful observation, he discovered that Jiao Lanzi's disguise could be said to be perfect. Under Xiao Han's careful observation, he could not find any flaws at all. Even Jiao Lanzi's heartbeat, breathing rate, and skin temperature were exactly the same as a mortal's. Brother Xiao, I will hide by your side. When I don't need to make a move, I will be well behaved, hee hee. Jiao Lanzi laughed. That's fine. Xiao Han also nodded. Then, let's start the search from the Pure Mountain Sect's territory in the Beacon Fire Empire. We will search for the immortals scattered in the Beacon Fire Empire. Everything will be decided by Brother Xiao. From this moment on, I will be a pawn by Brother Xiao's side. Jiao Lanzi said with a faint smile. At this time, Xiao Han's heart trembled slightly. We are going to search for immortals. Brother Jiao Lanzi has no intention of making a move. Does he want me to try and find the immortals scattered everywhere? Heh, is he deliberately testing me? Hee hee, if it was any other mortal, finding 300 immortals in such a large plain would be countless times more difficult than finding a needle in a haystack. But I, Xiao Han, can easily sense immortal qi. Alright, Brother Jiao Lanzi, I will let you see the wonders of I, Xiao Han. You don't need to make a move. I, Xiao Han, will naturally be able to find the immortals. Thinking of this, Xiao Han's heart settled. Then, he silently released his immortal qi, covering the entire Beacon Fire Empire from all directions. Carefully sensing the immortal qi. And Jiao Lanzi was indeed testing Xiao Han on purpose. He wanted to see if Xiao Han could accurately find the immortals among the countless mortals in the vast sea of people. One had to know that the immortals that descended this time would mostly conceal their immortal qi and blend in with the mortal world. To find them would not be an easy task. At this time, Xiao Han's body slightly moved. Then, his immortal qi stopped at the border of the Beacon Fire Empire. In a small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, Xiao Han discovered a faint immortal qi rising. This strand of immortal qi is extremely faint, but it is extremely lively and elegant. If it wasn't because of the talismans left behind by the immortals in my heart and the 10,000 immortal grand formation that is overflowing with immortal qi, causing me to soak in immortal qi for a long time, I definitely wouldn't have discovered it. Yes, there's no mistake. In the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, there must be an immortal. Brother Jiao Lanzi, this little brother has discovered something. Xiao Han turned around and smiled at Jiao Lanzi. Oh. Jiao Lanzi was surprised. If this little brother didn't guess wrongly, there is an immortal hibernating in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. There's no time to lose, let's hurry there immediately. Boom! All of a sudden, the true acupoints on Xiao Han's body overflowed with colorful lights. True Qi soared into the sky and casually transformed into an ice-horn dragon. Xiao Han leaped onto the dragon's head and beckoned to Jiao Lanzi. Brother Jiao Lanzi, come on up. No way. Brother Xiao really discovered an immortal hibernating in the mortal world? It is indeed in the small city bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. That's right. TSK, Brother Xiao is truly mystical. Among the mortals, no one can compare to you. Jiao Lanzi secretly admired. One man and one immortal, riding on the ice-horn dragon formed from Xiao Han's true qi, flew with the speed of a flowing light towards the small success realm enshrouded with immortal qi. To be continued. Chapter 561. Whoosh! The ice chi dragon turned into a cold flame and crossed the vast territory of the Beacon Fire Empire with extreme speed, heading straight for the Blazing Sun Empire. At this moment, high up in the sky, the heavenly wind roared. The momentum was extremely shocking. Xiao Han stood still on his dragon head, allowing the heavenly wind to blow on his body. The heavenly wind, which could uproot trees and destroy mountains, hit Xiao Han's body like a hammer, but instead, Xiao Han's body directly exploded. The embryonic form of the Thunder God Tyrant body and the Starry Sky Dominator body was no trifling matter. Jiao Lanzi, on the other hand, was calm and at ease. His body did not release any energy fluctuations. However, before the winds reached his body, they quickly separated from his left and right sides. It was a spectacular sight. Brother Xiao, your physique already has a trace of the embryonic form of an immortal body. I'm sure there's a rare special physique in your genes. Amazing, truly amazing. It seemed that Jia Lanzi did not know that Xiao Han had relied on large amounts of immortal pills to condense the embryonic form of an immortal body. Mortals did not have the fortune to enjoy immortal pills. This was common sense, and Jia Lanzi naturally would not think in this direction. I'm far from even a level 1 immortal body. What's there to talk about? Xiao Han laughed self-deprecatingly. Brother Xiao, no need to feel inferior. With your talent, becoming an immortal is only a matter of time. Moreover, Brother Xiao has an immortal affinity. There was no doubt about this. To be able to find an immortal hidden in the vast sea of mortals, this was definitely an anomaly. Brother Xiao is a genius with a special sense for immortal qi. This is the foundation of immortal ascension. When Brother Xiao's true qi cultivation reaches the level of opening the heavenly eye. Because you have an immortal affinity. It is easy to comprehend. Welcome the great tribulation of immortal ascension, everything will come naturally. Jia Lanzi said seriously. Xiao Han only smiled. Brother Jia Lanzi is too polite. I can sense the aura of immortals in the small cities bordering the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. However, Brother Jialan and I are so close. Yet I am unable to sense the dormant immortal qi on Brother Jialan's body. Brother Jialan is the one with true ability. In the immortal world, you must be a super genius who enjoys a great reputation. Ha 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 ha, Jia Lanzi laughed heartily. Brother Xiao thinks too highly of me. Alright, we're almost at the city. I'd like to see which sex immortal is hiding here, Hidden Dragon City. One of the major cities bordering the southern region's Beacon Fire Empire and Blazing Sun Empire. The people of this city were swift and fierce. Many of them were peddlers and commoners. They cultivated the martial way and had strong bodies. In the past, the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire. Their relationship was not that harmonious. The two countries were at the border. Conflicts were common. Therefore, as the border between the two countries, it was hard for the natives of the Hidden Dragon City not to be tough. Currently, this plain was becoming more and more prosperous. The enmity between the Beacon Fire Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire that had existed for many years had already been completely resolved. The two empires were in harmony, but there were still martial practitioners flying between the two empires from time to time. This caused the flow of people in the dragon-subduing city to be extremely huge. The place was bustling with activity. At the same time, at a certain street corner in dragon-subduing city, a blue-robed scholar had set up a stall. He hung a white cloth casually and shook his head as he called out. This blue-robed scholar was a fortune-teller. However, he did not have the slightest air of an immortal. Instead, he was listless. His voice was soft and weak. He exuded a languid demeanor. He shook his head, looking like a pedantic poor scholar. Many passers-by, whether they were commoners or martial practitioners, did not stop in front of his stall. This caused him to be completely ignored. Some passers-by even mocked him. Fortune-telling? What a joke. Just a poor scholar who failed the imperial examinations and had nowhere else to go. He wants to swindle people here and fish in troubled waters. Ha 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 ha. Fate is nothingness. It is the most ever-changing. It is as unreal as the moon in the water. Even in the mortal world, a peerless expert like leader Xiao Han could not predict the fate of others. A lowly fellow dares to spout nonsense and calculate the fate of others. A short-sleeved scholar gently waved his folding fan and said with a chuckle. Sigh. Others laugh at me for being too crazy. I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. The blue-robed scholar had a helpless expression and shook his head again. In this mortal world, there is no one with intelligence. What a pity, ha 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 ha. The short-sleeved scholar waved his fan and laughed loudly at the side. The blue-robed fortune-teller suddenly stopped and glanced at the short-sleeved scholar. Then, he said seriously, "Brother, you should hurry back home." Go home? Why would I be in a hurry to go home? The short-sleeved scholar said mockingly. I am here to expose your deceitful tricks. Don't tell me you are cursing my house for being burglarized. That's not true, the blue-robed fortune-teller said seriously. Brother, your official wife is having an affair with another man. Why don't you go home and take a look? Ha. As soon as he said this, the passers-by in the surroundings all laughed wildly. Each and every one of them laughed so hard that they were swaying back and forth and gasping for breath. Idiot! You're talking nonsense. The short-sleeved scholar was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He was about to rush over and give the blue-robed fortune-teller a beating. Fortunately, the passers-by in the surroundings stopped him and dragged him away. The short-sleeved scholar walked away while cursing. You're such a pedantic elementary scholar. The moment you open your mouth, you start spouting nonsense. You'd better leave quickly. If he comes back later, he'll definitely beat you to death. A young woman wearing an embroidered gown spat. Wait a moment. This brother is indeed coming to find me. However, he is not going to beat me, but to kneel and thank me. The blue-robed fortune-teller said confidently. Then, he sighed softly. Furthermore, I cannot leave yet. I am still waiting for someone. Ha! He should be here soon. Spectators from all directions. They were angry again. They were amused again and dispersed. Whoosh whoosh, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi had already arrived at Tiger Subdue City. Jia Lanzi was still dressed like a monk. His head and face were completely covered and he walked barefoot in the city. Xiao Han also sealed all the true qi in his body and walked away with his head slightly lowered. In this small border town, there was almost no one who had seen Xiao Han with their own eyes. Moreover, there was no large temple built to worship Xiao Han. This allowed Xiao Han to walk in the city without worry of being surrounded. It's here. Xiao Han nodded his head with absolute certainty. This is the first time I have come out and taken the initiative to find the first immortal. I just don't know if this immortal is good or evil. However, judging from this wisp of immortal qi, it is pure, flawless, and peaceful. He should not be one of those evil black sheep of the immortal world, right? Jia Lanzi only smiled. He did not say much. Xiao Han closed his eyes slightly and gathered his mental energy again. He locked onto the direction of the wisp of immortal qi and walked over. Xiao Han walked 3 steps at a time, heading straight for the wisp of immortal qi, closer. Closer and closer. The immortal hiding in this city is about to surface once I turn a corner. I wonder what the first immortal to take the initiative to find me looks like. I just hope he doesn't get into a fight with me. Xiao Han was a little nervous. At this time, the blue-robed fortune-teller suddenly smiled and said softly. He's coming. Finally. Xiao Han saw the blue-robed fortune-teller sitting lazily behind the stall. It's him. Xiao Han was extremely certain. An immortal disguised as a fortune-teller. There's no mistaking it. Jia Lanzi stood at the back, not saying a word, not moving an inch. The blue-robed fortune-teller raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Han. Their eyes met, and they actually smiled at each other. Sigh fortune-teller, 5,000 years can be calculated, the blue-clothed fortune-teller cried out again, then he shook his head and said. In such a big world, no one understands me. How sad, how lamentable, mister, please read my fortune for me. Xiao Han smiled and walked over to sit down. Just like that, passers-by stopped in their tracks. Someone actually fell for it. Quick, look. Someone took the bait. Someone asked this swindler to read their fortune. Oh. What do you want to read? The blue-robed fortune-teller looked at Xiao Han with a faint smile. Xiao Han was also very interested. He already knew that the other party was an immortal. Now, this immortal was so good at acting that he wanted to read his fortune. This made Xiao Han want to play around. Moreover, after seeing this immortal with his own eyes, Xiao Han realized that this immortal did not seem to be an immortal who would do whatever he wanted. He was relieved and asked casually. Then, let me read the future. In a few years, I will face the greatest challenge in my life. I will be competing with many tyrannical people. I want to read the fortune and misfortune. At this time, Wah. Stop hitting me. I won't dare to do it again. I won't steal a man anymore. Suddenly, the sound of a woman's heart-wrenching cries could be heard from afar. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw the short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan, who had just gotten into an argument with the blue-robed fortune-teller. At this moment, his face was tense, and his right hand was dragging the hair of a disheveled woman. As he beat her, he walked toward the blue-robed fortune-teller's stall. Who told you to steal a man? Peng, the short-sleeved scholar with the folding fan kicked the woman's waist again. Seeing this scene, the onlookers had already guessed what was going on. Just now, the blue-robed fortune-teller had indeed said that the short-sleeved scholar's wife was having an affair at home and that he wanted the short-sleeved scholar to go home quickly. At that time, everyone laughed and thought that the blue-robed fortune-teller was taking revenge and purposely cursed the short-sleeved scholar. But now, it was true. It was actually true. Damn, this is godly. A group of onlookers were extremely shocked. Oh. From the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han glanced at the short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan and was slightly taken aback. Then, he looked at the blue-robed fortune-teller again and his expression became serious. Mister, please read my fortune. To be continued. Chapter 562. Xiao Han had originally thought that this blue-robed fortune-teller was just an identity that the immortal had created to fool around in the mortal world. The so-called fortune-telling was just a pretense. But now, it seemed that was not the case. The short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan had already collapsed in front of the blue-robed fortune-teller's stall. His voice was filled with tears, and he was kowtowing as if he was pounding garlic with his head. Living immortal. You really are a living immortal. Just now, this lowly one's words offended the living immortal. I hope that the living immortal will forgive this lowly one's mistake and not take it to heart. Indeed, that bitch of mine was having sex with my neighbor, Zhang Damatzi. When this lowly one went back just now, he happened to see them. The two of them were passionately in love and had a good time. I gave them a good beating and they both confessed. Sigh, it's all in vain that I've been running around all year round. Sigh. I've been on guard day and night. The short-sleeved scholar with a folding fan had fainted from crying and was carried away by the people around him. At this moment, the scene was completely silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blue-robed fortune-teller. Xiao Han said in a serious tone. Mister, please read my fortune for me. No problem, no problem. The blue-robed fortune-teller's eyes were also focused. Circles of dazzling halos shot out from his eyes like dazzling gems. You want to read your fortune and misfortune in the future? Fine. I'll do it for you. You've already gone through a major calamity. Sigh. In your life, one calamity has just passed, and another calamity has arisen. In the next few years, your calamities will be crueler than the one before. Each calamity will be more difficult than the one before. Your fate is full of misfortune. Let me see if you can survive each calamity. The blue-robed fortune-teller's expression became more and more serious. He pinched his fingers together and calculated. Shockingly. The blue-robed fortune-teller. His hands moved faster and faster. He stared at Xiao Han, and his forehead was instantly covered with dense beads of sweat. What? What's going on? I've divined everything in the universe, the past and the future. Why can't I divine your future? I can only vaguely divine that your future will be filled with calamities and misfortunes, but I can't divine whether or not you'll be able to survive those calamities. In fact, to me, your future. What's going on? This. I can't divine it, I can't divine it. The blue-robed fortune-teller's face was filled with panic. His facial features were distorted, and he looked as if he had entered a state of cultivation deviation. Suddenly, pooh, a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Mister, you. Xiao Han was also flustered by the situation. At this moment, Jiao Lanzi, who had been standing at the back, spoke gently. Master Divine Diviner. Why do you have to do this? Xiao Han could vaguely feel that something was amiss. A gentle immortal qi emanated from Jiao Lanzi's body and enveloped the blue-robed fortune-teller. Immediately after, the blue-robed fortune-teller's expression relaxed, and he once again glowed with a gentle luster. He raised his eyes to look at Jiao Lanzi, and his eyes were filled with shock. Then, he said in a low voice, Forgive my poor eyesight, Brother Jiao Lanzi, you've come as well, noon. Xiao Han, Jiao Lanzi, and the blue-robed fortune-teller sat in a private room of an elegant restaurant in dragon-subduing city. The table was filled with delicacies. The blue-robed fortune-teller, the divine diviner, devoured the delicacies on the table like a gust of wind. His table manners were extremely unsightly. This. Divine diviner, you're an immortal after all. Can you not eat in such an unsightly manner? Jiao Lanzi took off his cloak and revealed his true appearance with a wry smile. The delicacies of the mundane world are truly unbearable. In fact, they're not inferior to the delicacies of the celestial realm. Xiao Han, I didn't expect you to be with Jiao Lanzi. The divine diviner wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth and looked at Xiao Han again. How strange. I, the divine diviner, am a disciple of the divine diviner sect in the celestial realm. In terms of fortune-telling, no one can surpass me among the younger generation of immortals, but I can't divine Brother Zhao's fate. It seems like Brother Zhao's future is beyond our control. I can even divine the fate of immortals, but why can't I divine the fate of a mortal? Jiao Lanzi smiled and said, Let nature take its course. Don't force it. Let's get straight to the point. Master Godly Diviner, we came to Xiao Han's realm to get a spot to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Therefore, we have to respect Xiao Han and not force him. This is the will of my sect, as well as the will of the big shots above. Divine Diviner, there are a total of 300 immortals who have come to Xiao Han's realm, but there are only 200 spots. It's up to Xiao Han to decide how to distribute the spots. Do you have any objections? The divine diviner licked his lips and said, Of course I have no objections. Since it's the will of your sect and the higher-ups, I, the divine diviner, naturally won't dare to stand out. I'll comply. Good. Jiao Lanzi smiled warmly and looked at Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, it's up to you whether or not to give the divine diviner a spot. Oh. Xiao Han was taken aback. All of a sudden, Master God Diviner rose to his feet and bowed deeply to Xiao Han. Brother Xiao, I'm Master God Diviner, a disciple of the Divine Diviner sect in the immortal world. It took a great deal of effort, including the sect master and the elders, to open a space-time tunnel that allowed me to teleport here. I'm truly burdened with the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. I hope Brother Xiao will be lenient and grant me a spot. I'll be eternally grateful. Divine Diviner, you don't have to do this. Xiao Han could never have guessed that Master God Diviner, an immortal whose battle prowess and position in the immortal world couldn't match up to Jiao Lanzi, would actually lower himself to a mortal. What a strange person. Divine Diviner, please take a seat, Xiao Han said graciously. The Divine Diviner was very nervous, but he still sat down. It's like this. Xiao Han said, calculating in his mind. There are 269 spots on my side. Among them. In my plane of existence. There are 39 spots for mortals, and some of the most outstanding people in this plane would like to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to try their luck with immortality. I've also promised 30 spots to mortal heroes from other planes. In other words, there are 200 spots for you immortals. Gasp. Master Divine Diviner gasped. More than 300 immortals fighting for 200 spots, that's not good. Too many monks, not enough gruel, then. Master Divine Diviner looked at Xiao Han with tears in his eyes. Brother Xiao, about the spots, could you make an exception? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han burst into laughter. Master God Diviner, you're a kind immortal, and you've never done anything evil in the mortal world. There's no reason for me not to give you a spot. Besides, you're the first immortal I've ever taken the initiative to find. You're very lucky. That's fine. What? You're really giving me a spot? Master Divine Diviner cried out in joy. Brother Xiao, you're a true friend. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, have you decided to give Master Divine Diviner a spot? Jia Lanzi asked. It's decided then. Xiao Han didn't hesitate. Very well. Jia Lanzi took out a jade tablet and a jade pen, then began to carefully inscribe. Master Divine Diviner, I'll record down your spot now. In these few years, if you don't commit any crimes in this realm, then before you enter the second level of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, Xiao Han and I will inform you to come to the Unity Mountain Range and meet us. Yes, I'll follow the rules, Master Divine Diviner hurriedly said. After lunch, Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi continued on their way to find the next immortal to decide whether or not to give him a spot. Master Divine Diviner didn't follow them. He stayed in Hidden Dragon City to read the fortunes of mortals. With his godly skills, he had already gained the recognition of the locals and passers-by in the Hidden Dragon City. Presumably, in the next few years, the godly diviner would become a glorious legend in the Hidden Dragon City, a legend that would be talked about enthusiastically in the future. Brother Xiao, you should be able to handle the distribution of spots now, right? Jia Lanzi smiled. It's simple indeed. Xiao Han smiled lightly. But the first one I met was Master Divine Diviner. He's gentle and easygoing, so giving him a spot is only natural. But not every immortal that descends is like Master Divine Diviner. Let's continue. Jia Lanzi nodded slightly, then put on his cloak again, covering his face and aura perfectly. Whoosh! Xiao Han activated his true qi again, conjuring a glacial dragon. The two stood on its head and flew out of Hidden Dragon City. Soon, the glacial dragon crossed the border of the Fire Beacon Empire and entered the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han sat cross-legged on the glacial dragon's head, his psychic waves spreading out as he carefully sensed the immortal qi closest to him. He'd already found the first immortal, Master Divine Diviner. To Xiao Han, finding him again was a piece of cake. No immortals have descended in the Blazing Sun Empire. Xiao Han's psychic waves extended out of the Blazing Sun Empire. He began to search in the Ravager Empire bordering the Blazing Sun Empire. Brother Zhao's divine ability has saved me a lot of effort, Jia Lanzi praised from the side. Xiao Han smiled wordlessly and continued his search. Finally, hard work paid off. In the southern domain, in the Ami Empire, Xiao Han found his second target. Let's go, Ami Empire. Xiao Han willed, and the glacial Qi dragon flew towards the Ami Empire, carrying one person and one immortal. The southern domain. The Ami Empire. The Imperial City. Compared to the Fire Beacon Empire and the Blazing Sun Empire, the Ami Empire was considered a weak empire. Even the Imperial City, in its core region, did not seem all that rich. At this time, in the Imperial City, the passers-by on the streets and alleys were all deeply worried, frustration and depression blossoming in the depths of their eyes. Men and women, old and young, all had ashen faces. Sigh, ever since that person came to our Ami Empire, we've really suffered. Sigh. An old woman stood outside a tavern, looking around. The tavern was empty. A young girl next to her quickly pulled the old woman in and whispered, "Mother, don't talk nonsense. Mother, don't talk nonsense. Be careful of being heard by that person, then we'll be in trouble." To be continued. Chapter 563. The Southern Region. The Ami Empire. The Imperial City. Dong dong dong, the noon bell rang in the Ami Empire's Imperial City. It lasted for a long time. This bell sound, if it was in the past, was extremely warm and heartwarming. It represented that the people who had been busy for the whole morning could go home and eat a hot lunch in peace. The men who worked hard to make a living could take advantage of lunchtime to go home and have a short reunion with their wives or take a nap. As for the wives at home, they would prepare a table of sumptuous delicacies for their husbands who worked hard outside to entertain them. It also showed the virtuousness of housekeeping. At this moment, the noon bell was like a plague that swept through the entire Ami Empire's imperial city. The streets and alleys were in chaos. The sounds of lamentation, curses, and the crackling of pots and pans in the houses were endless. The entire imperial city was in a foul atmosphere. Next, a scene that was rarely seen in 100 years appeared in the Ami Empire's imperial city. Only to see, boom boom boom, from the attics and bungalows in the streets and alleys, commoners dashed out one after another. Each commoner carried a plate that was filled with all kinds of food and wine: chicken, duck, fish, dried fruits, seasonal vegetables, self-brewed wine. Some old, fat, rich landlords from wealthy families urged their manservants to carry roasted whole lamb and roasted suckling pig to the direction of the imperial palace. They even urged them to hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. It's lunchtime. If we make that person unhappy, if we don't eat as scheduled, we're going to suffer. As for some slightly poorer families, they couldn't bring out 2 sumptuous delicacies. However, they still filled a large pot with vegetables and white rice and rushed towards the imperial city. Soon, there was a long queue outside the gate of the imperial city. Countless commoners brought a large amount of food. They lined up in an orderly manner and then entered the imperial city one by one. The soldiers guarding the gate also had a look of bad luck on their faces. As they let the commoners through, they cursed in their hearts. Tell me, who did our Ami Empire offend? Why did we bump into such a god of plague? Damn it. It's easy to invite the devil in, but hard to send him away. Sigh. Don't complain. If it wasn't for that person taking action in time, who knows how many people would have been killed by the remaining demons in the imperial city. Yes. That person helped us exterminate the remnants of the demon race, so we ought to repay him. But if we continue to eat like this, it won't be long before our country perishes. I'll be eaten alive by him. Your Majesty, you are already trying to persuade that person to go to other places to eat. The southern region is so big. There are countless countries that are more prosperous than our Ami Empire. I hope that person is willing to listen to us and go to other empires to cause trouble. The imperial city of the Ami Empire. Imperial Palace. At this moment, a man with a fat head and big ears was sitting on a dragon throne. In front of him was a long table with a mountain of delicacies piled on it. It's time for lunch. Ha 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 ha. I'm starving. The fat man stared at the delicacies on the table and swallowed his saliva. Then, he stood up and rubbed his hands together as he spoke to a middle-aged man in a dragon robe. Your Majesty, then. I'm going to start. I won't be polite then. Ha 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 ha. This. Mr. Tao Tai, please enjoy your meal. The middle-aged man in a dragon robe smiled bitterly. Ha 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 ha. The fat man let out a satisfied laugh. Then, he opened his mouth. Boom, the table full of roasted lamb, fruits, rice, vegetables, and tofu were all swallowed by him in one gulp. No one saw how he ate it. In the blink of an eye, the table full of food was empty, leaving only the leftovers. Then, a group of servant girls quickly rushed forward and cleaned up the chopping board. Then, the people who were carrying the food lined up and quickly placed the food back on the chopping board. The fat man was extremely ferocious. He ate an entire table of food in one bite. Moreover, he did not stop at all. It was as if his stomach was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. This manner of eating caused the emperor and the civil and military officials in the palace to be dumbfounded. They were as shocked as clay statues and wood carvings. "Your Majesty, this. Some of the ministers hurriedly signaled the emperor with their eyes. The emperor gritted his teeth and hesitated for a moment, but he still stepped forward bravely and walked towards the fat man who was crazily eating. The emperor said hesitantly, "Mr. Taotai, these coarse foods are they to your liking?" Wu ba ji ba ji. Mr. Taotai was still crazily devouring, and while chewing, he grunted. "It's too delicious. The delicacies of the human world suit my taste, they really suit my taste. Ha 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 ha." In the past, he was bound by many rules and couldn't eat to his heart's content like this. But now, he finally had such an opportunity. Ha 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 ha. I can eat in peace for a few years. Ah ha 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 ha. A few years? The emperor almost fainted from fright. He quickly said, "Cough cough, Mr. Taotai, our Ami kingdom is a poor kingdom in the southern region. The food that we have been offering to Mr. Taotai these days is too coarse, it is really not worthy of Mr. Taotai's status. I apologize for making things difficult for Mr. Taotai, those real delicacies are actually in the other empires. I heard that the Blazing Sun Empire is rich in seafood. There are prawns that are 10 feet long, there are also black-boned chickens. In the Longhua Empire, there is a type of antelope. The Chuxiong Empire has delicious dog meat, oh?" Taotai paused for a moment, then grabbed a large jar of self-brewed fruit wine and gulped it down in 2 or 3 mouthfuls. Then, he wiped his mouth and continued to crazily eat. "Troublesome. It's very troublesome to move to another place. Now that I can barely eat my fill, I might as well not go to other empires. I'll just stay here in Ami Kingdom and eat peacefully for a few months." Peng, the emperor fell headfirst onto the ground. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" A group of civil and military officials, as well as the concubines of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. A servant girl. He immediately rushed forward, the emperor fainted. Imperial physician. Imperial physician. This is the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. Why is it in such a mess? It's a complete mess. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi had already arrived at the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. At this time, Xiao Han found a cloak and a bamboo hat and covered his face with a mask, so as not to reveal his identity. "Oh. It's actually that guy hiding in the Ami Kingdom's imperial city. Ha 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 ha." At this time, Jiao Lanzi also shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Han looked at the chaotic scene. His gaze focused in the direction of the imperial city, and Xiao Han could clearly feel strands of immortal qi rising from within the imperial city. And from all directions, some of the common people were staggering towards the imperial city, while others were crying and turning back from the direction of the imperial city. Xiao Han said with a slight frown, "The immortal hibernating in this Ami kingdom seems to have an extremely bad character. That godly diviner, at least in the dragon-subduing city, does not interfere with the common people of this plane, and is harmless. Moreover, his fortune-telling and physiognomy are also merits. And this immortal actually caused such a huge commotion. Heh. I'm afraid that immortal can't escape responsibility for the chaos here." After a pause, Xiao Han looked at Jiao Lanzi. "Brother Jiao Lanzi, you seem to know the immortal hiding in this city. Is this person someone with a bad reputation in the immortal world?" "Not really a bad reputation. In short, he's a weirdo." Jiao Lanzi laughed involuntarily. "As for what that guy has done in this imperial city, Brother Xiao can find someone to ask. If Brother Xiao thinks that guy has gone too far, then you cannot give him a place to enter the 2nd level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure." Xiao Han nodded slightly, and then directly pulled an old man who was frowning. "Old master, what exactly has happened in the imperial city? Damn it. We've suffered a great crime." The old man directly cursed and complained. "In an ordinary house in the Ami Kingdom's imperial city, damn it. You too, this old man will tell you. The old man's spittle flew as he narrated to Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi. Originally, there were many demon clans in our plane, and the world was not peaceful. However, a few years ago, a monstrous genius appeared in our plane. His name was Xiao Han. In short, Xiao Han led the way and eliminated most of the demon clans in our plane. This caused our plane to be peaceful everywhere. However, there are still a few demon clans in our Ami Kingdom's imperial city that were not completely eliminated. In recent years, these demon clans have been hiding, occasionally coming out to commit crimes. Their whereabouts are extremely secretive. Some demons came from above, but they were not able to find these hidden demon clans. However, a few days ago, a character came. That guy, a fat head and big ears, with a pig-like face. When he came here, he clearly said that there were demon clans in our imperial city. He found His Majesty and made a deal with His Majesty. If he could help us eliminate these demon clans, then our Ami Kingdom must let him live in the imperial city and offer him food every day. His Majesty thought to himself, what's the point of offering food? As long as he can eliminate the demon clans that are wreaking havoc in the imperial city, even if he wants a mountain of gold and silver, we have to give it to him. In the end, this guy was really capable. He directly found those demon clans and killed them one by one. He gave us a clean and bright world. We celebrated with the whole country. We warmly welcomed that guy. However, a disaster came along with it. That guy can eat too much. You too, guess how much he can eat every meal? The old man stared at Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi with wide eyes. This. Xiao Han choked. He should be able to eat a lot, right? Let this old man tell you, that guy only used 3 days. Just like that, he ate up all the food in the palace warehouse. On the 4th day, he ate all the pigs, cows, and sheep in the imperial farm. From the 5th day onwards, the citizens of our imperial city must carry food from their homes to the imperial city every noon to worship him. The old man gritted his teeth in hatred. If this continues, our Ami Kingdom will perish in less than a month. It can't be. Directly eating across an empire? Xiao Han was also shocked. To be continued. Chapter 564. Xiao Han was baffled by the old man's description. He had never heard of such a gluttonous fellow. In just a few days, he had eaten all the food in the royal warehouse and all the livestock in the royal farm. What kind of concept was this? He was going to devour the entire world. However, Xiao Han thought about it again. That fellow was an immortal who had descended. Naturally, he could not be measured with common sense. He could not be measured with the eyes of mortals. Xiao Han was extremely speechless as he sent a mental message to Jia Lanzi. Brother Jia Lanzi, I didn't think that you immortals could eat so much. Brother Xiao, I have already said that this person is a weirdo. He is a famous existence in the immortal world. You must not generalize him. For example, I will definitely not be able to eat 1/10,000th of his food. Oh, no, 100,000th. Jia Lanzi also smiled as he sent a voice transmission. After a pause, Jia Lanzi sent a voice transmission. Brother Xiao, whether you give this weirdo a spot to enter the 2nd level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure depends on you. Let's not talk about the spot for now. At the very least, we have to stop him from eating like this. Otherwise, the Ami Empire will really perish. Xiao Han directly stood up and bid farewell to the chattering old man. Damn it, it's really easy to invite a god but hard to send him away. The bad thing is that our emperor made an oath with that fellow in advance to provide him with food and shelter for free. Now that he has helped us eradicate the demon race, if we drive him away, we will be in the wrong. Sigh, this matter cannot be blamed on His Majesty. Who would have thought that he would be such a glutton? The old man was still frantically venting his dissatisfaction. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi walked out. In the afternoon, the Ami Empire's imperial city finally restored some order after lunch. However, the passers-by on the streets were all dejected and there were some complaints. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi walked side by side in the direction of the imperial city. Brother Jiaolan, although this weirdo didn't commit any crimes or harm civilians, eating and drinking like this is still a kind of harm to the people of me country. Just now, I saw some poor families even take out some of the food they had stored in their house during the holidays to offer it to that weirdo. Looking at those poor families, their own families have to endure hunger, but they have to offer the best food to that weirdo. I feel sad. Xiao Han was a little indignant, but he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But then again, this weirdo has indeed contributed to the Ami kingdom. I've killed a remnant of the demon race that has brought disaster to a region. I really need to carefully consider this quota. Brother Xiao, there is no need to feel conflicted. Let's head to the Imperial Palace first and see that weirdo in person before making a decision, Jiao Lanzi added with a faint smile. However, it would be a pity to strip that weirdo of his spot. Oh? Xiao Han was stunned. Jiao Lanzi said seriously. This person's name is Tao Meizi. He's the most outstanding genius among the younger generation of a mid-tier sect in the immortal world. Why do you think he can eat so much? It's because he has a special gene in his bloodline. The bloodline of the ancient Tao Tai. Jiao Lanzi became more and more serious. In the immortal world, as long as an immortal has a special bloodline, their battle prowess far surpasses those of the same level. The ancient Tao Tai devours all things, and its body is like an abyss, unfathomable. Tao Meizi seems to have awakened the Tao Tai gene in his bloodline, so he can destroy a city and a country with one bite. This guy has entered the second level of the immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, and he will most likely gain something. Forget it, I can't break the rules just because of Tao Meizi's extraordinary talent. Whether to give Tao Meizi the quota or not, it's up to Brother Xiao. If Brother Xiao decides not to give him the quota, and he resists, I will teach him a lesson. Let's enter the Imperial Palace and see that Tao Meizi face to face. Xiao Han's eyes also showed some pondering. He seemed to be thinking of a good plan to deal with Tao Meizi. Ami Kingdom. Imperial Palace. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. An important official rushed in anxiously and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, Xiao Han has arrived at the Imperial Palace with Cha Xiu. He said that he wants to see Mr. Tao Meizi. What? Xiao Han has come? The Emperor was surprised and happy. At this time, the surrounding officials all cheered and danced. Your Majesty, could it be that Xiao Han has heard that Mr. Tao Meizi is a little inappropriate in our country, so he personally intervened? Great. It's easy to invite a god in, but it's hard to send him away. We can't do anything to Mr. Tao Meizi, but Xiao Han has come. Great. Misfortune will finally leave. Let Mr. Tao Meizi go and harm other empires. But, Your Majesty, isn't this inappropriate? After all, Mr. Tao Meizi is our Ami Kingdom's benefactor. If we expel him now, isn't it like burning the bridge after crossing the river? We can't let Mr. Tao Meizi continue to eat like this. At most, in 10 days or half a month, our country will perish. Dear ministers, there's no need to say more. Now, I will personally welcome Xiao Han and Cha Xiu and take him to see Mr. Tao Meizi. I hope that the two of them will not have any disputes. Peace is precious, peace is precious. The Emperor went out to greet them. However, Xiao Han and Cha Xiu are like the sun in the sky in our plain. I don't know which sect Mr. Tao Meizi is from, or perhaps he is a demon from the Hero Tower. In short, he should give Xiao Han and Cha Xiu face, right? Ami Empire. Imperial Garden. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Tao Meizi sat on a soft chair with a golden saber, sprawled out like a pile of meat. He burped contentedly, drinking iced sour plum juice and eating fruits. Of course, the fruits he ate were piled up like a mountain. Burp burp, Tao Meizi burped and patted his bulging belly. He was so happy that he kept roaring. Ah! Comfortable. Really comfortable. This world is much happier than the immortal world. No one is controlling me. There are still a few years before the second layer of the treasure of Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor is opened. I, Tao Meizi, can still be happy for a few years. Hey, when the time comes, I'll go find Xiao Han and ask for a place directly. Well, I don't know what delicacies Xiao Han will use to entertain me. How can this Ami Empire become poor because of me? Well, I have here. As he spoke, Tao Meizi rummaged through his storage ring and found some top-grade immortal jades, which were shining brightly. These are the top-grade immortal jades I found in the immortal world. When the time comes, I'll give some to the king of the Ami Empire. It should be enough to compensate for the food I've eaten, right? He. I'm too lazy to go anywhere else. I'll just stay here for a while and enjoy the happiness of the world. Just as Tao Meizi was enjoying the beautiful time after the meal, Mr. Tao Meizi. Mr. Tao Meizi. There's a distinguished guest who wants to see you. A eunuch hurriedly ran over. Oh. Distinguished guest. Tao Meizi raised his body slightly. At this time, the emperor of the Ami Empire had already bowed and led Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi into the imperial garden. Well, your majesty, all of you can leave now. I have some important matters to discuss with Mr. Tao Meizi. Xiao Han said indifferently. Yes. The emperor hurriedly nodded and said yes. However, before leaving, he still mumbled. Xiao Han, although Mr. Tao Meizi's appetite is a little big, but Mr. Tao Meizi is also a good person. He has helped our Ami Empire, and he is very kind. He has never argued with us. I know what I'm doing. Xiao Han nodded slightly. In the imperial garden, the emperor withdrew with the miscellaneous people. In the large garden, only Xiao Han, Jia Lanzi, whose face was covered and whose breath was like wood and stone, and Tao Meizi, who had a blank face, were left. Oh. Tao Meizi looked at Xiao Han very innocently, then smacked his lips and said. You are very strong. Among the mortals, you are one of the strongest. Perhaps invincible. But, do you know me, Tao Meizi? Why are you looking for me? Could it be that you want to give me good food and wine? Mr. Tao Meizi, let's get straight to the point. I am Xiao Han. Xiao Han smiled slightly. You are an immortal from the immortal world. After a few years, you will enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, right? Xiao Han. You are Xiao Han. All of a sudden, Tao Meizi directly jumped up from the soft chair. His huge body shook and burst out with a thunderous roar. Xiao Han used his spiritual wave to slightly penetrate into Tao Meizi's body. Suddenly, Xiao Han felt that he was not facing a living creature, but a bottomless abyss. Tao Meizi's body was like an abyss, like the sea, like a black hole in the universe, like a world, incomparably huge and endless. After Xiao Han's spiritual wave penetrated into it, it lingered for a long time, unable to find the edge of the cliff. Really magical. Xiao Han praised in his heart. Brother Jialan is right. This person must be much more powerful than the immortals of the same realm. However, Xiao Han's face was very cold. Mr. Tao Meizi, you should know that after a few years, the quota to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure is in my hands. This, of course I know, of course. Hearing this, Tao Meizi suddenly became very anxious. He even showed some nervousness. He subconsciously rubbed his hands and said, Xiao Han. Xiao Han, my friend, your face seems to be a little serious. Oh, are you blaming me for not taking the initiative to visit you? Oh. Xiao Han was directly stunned by Tao Meizi's attitude. Xiao Han never thought that Tao Meizi would be so amiable. In front of him, there was even a kind of uneasiness, like a child's restraint. He did not seem to be arrogant at all. This guy is really a fool. Unconsciously, Xiao Han had a trace of a good impression of this Tao Meizi. However, Xiao Han's face was still very cold and stern. The quota is in my hands. I, Xiao Han, want whoever gets the quota. I, Xiao Han, will not allow any immortal to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. He will not be able to enter. Mr. Tao Meizi, you have to know that you are not the only immortal that descended this time. More than 300 immortals, competing for 200 quotas. No, now there are only 199 quotas left. Each quota is very precious. Ah. Is that so? On Tao Meizi's smooth and broad forehead, fine beads of sweat seeped out. He became more and more nervous. There are only 199 quotas left. This. Brother Xiao Han, you must give me, Tao Meizi, a quota. If you don't give me a quota, when I return to the sect, those old guys will starve me for a year and a half. That would be worse than death. Hee hee. Give you a quota? Xiao Han pretended to be very cold and stern and raised his voice. If the immortals that descended this time want to get a quota, they must abide by the rules of this plane. They must not commit crimes or commit crimes. Once they commit a crime, there will be no quota for them. Mr. Tao Meizi, in this Ami Empire, you destroy the livelihood of mortals and eat and drink for free. Do you think that you should get a quota from me? Ah. Hearing Xiao Han's words, Tao Meizi's whole body trembled in fear. He hurriedly defended himself. Brother Xiao Han, I did not commit crimes. You. Listen to my explanation. You must listen to my explanation. It's a misunderstanding. Brother, everything is a misunderstanding. I did not eat and drink for free, right? I killed a few remnants of the demon clan on behalf of the mortals of this country. They personally promised to provide me with food and drink. Besides, I also prepared to give them some compensation. As he spoke, Tao Meizi took out a lot of supreme-grade immortal jades from his storage ring. Xiao Han pondered for a moment. Mr. Tao Meizi, no matter how you quibble, in short, many poor families have indeed been badly battered by you. Some families have become more and more destitute. All of this was caused by you. No, it was all caused by your mouth. I was really wrong. Tao Meizi swallowed his saliva, his eyes extremely confused. Brother, about the quota, can we discuss it again? Don't worry, as long as you promise to give me a quota, I will immediately leave the Ami Empire. Moreover, I will give enough compensation to the monarch of this country. Oh. I didn't expect that Mr. Tao Meizi also has a heart of repentance. At this time, Xiao Han changed the topic. Mr. Tao Meizi, as you said, you are not completely without merit. At least, you have vanquished the demons for the Ami Empire, which can be regarded as getting rid of evil for the people. Moreover, your character is very, very simple. I also hit it off with you. How about this, if you can atone for your sins now, then it is not too late. I can also give you a quota, and there is no harm in making friends with you. Atone. Tao Meizi's eyes shone with golden light. Of course, I am willing to atone for my sins. Brother Xiao Han, thank you for giving me, Tao Meizi, this opportunity. So, how can I atone for my sins? Well. Xiao Han's eyes kept moving, his expression like a fox showing its tail. If you have any immortal pills or immortal medicines, take some out, it will be considered atonement. Good. Brother Xiao. So, you want to take this opportunity to extort Tao Meizi, the immortal world's idiot. Ha 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 ha. A mortal extorting an immortal, this is really unprecedented. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao, you have it. Hearing this, Jiao Lanzi had already guessed Xiao Han's idea, so he directly sent a soul message to Xiao Han, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. With Tao Meizi's character, he will definitely fall into Brother Zhao's trap. Chapter 565. At this moment, Xiao Han indeed wanted to take advantage of the situation and extort money from Tao Tai. Yes, what Tao Tai did in the Ami Empire was indeed absurd. But seriously speaking, it wasn't a heinous crime that would incur the wrath of the heavens. Moreover, he also subdued the demon. Originally, Xiao Han did not intend to give this quota to Tao Tai. After all, there were too many monks but not enough gruel. To be able to pick a group of pure immortals who did not cause any damage to the plane and had no bad records to enter the second round of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure was naturally perfect. But after seeing Tao Tai with his own eyes, Xiao Han was very impressed by his simplicity and kindness. Logically speaking, an immortal who was not weak should not condescend to a mortal like Xiao Han. Therefore, Xiao Han made up his mind to be lenient and give Tao Ming a spot as well. However, it was not right to give Tao Tai a quota just like that. Xiao Han's current cultivation realm had reached various bottlenecks. He must take immortal pills and immortal medicines to break through the shackles and ascend. After a few years, he would be able to compete with many immortals in the second layer of Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. This was not a trivial matter. However, it was impossible for a mortal like Xiao Han to get immortal pills and immortal medicines out of thin air. He could only do it from these immortals who had descended. Since this Tao Tai's weakness was in Xiao Han's hands, Xiao Han would not be polite. I'm just extorting this Tao Tai. It's not a big deal. These immortal pills and immortal medicines are nothing to an immortal who has descended with a great treasure. Xiao Han smiled slightly. Immortal pills and immortal medicines can atone for my sins? Brother Xiao Han, immortal pills and immortal herbs can atone for my sins. I, Tao Tai, have no objections. I agree with you with both hands. But I don't have any immortal pills or immortal herbs. This is very difficult. Tao Tai suddenly slapped his forehead, and his face was completely drawn. Brother Xiao Han, immortal pills and immortal herbs can atone for my sins. No way. Xiao Han shook his head repeatedly. Mr. Tao Tai, you're lying. You've descended from the immortal world to compete with the other sects in the immortal world. How could you not bring along immortal pills and immortal medicines for emergencies? Brother Xiao Han, it's mainly because I eat too much. That's why the sect doesn't give me immortal pills and immortal medicines. I can't help but eat them all. When I was young, I would always bring a lot of immortal pills and immortal medicines with me. However, the moment I went out, I would eat all of them. I remember one time, I almost died because I took too many immortal pills. From then on, I would never bring any immortal pills with me. That works too. Do you have any magic treasures or immortal weapons on you? Xiao Han did not know whether to laugh or cry. Also not. Tao Tai said with a sullen face. You don't have any immortal elixirs, immortal medicines, magic treasures or immortal weapons. How are you going to fight with the beauties of the other immortal realm sects? Truly absurd. Xiao Han said indignantly. Brother Xiao Han, don't be angry. Listen to my explanation. Tao Tai said nervously. Because my strength is a little bit stronger than an immortal of the same level. Moreover, I am a magical treasure. Taoist Zi patted his bulging belly as he spoke. This place is a magic treasure. It can swallow anything. Xiao Han said with great difficulty. Mr. Tao Tai, what can you use to atone for your crime? It seems that I can't get this quota. Wait. Brother Xiao Han. Hold on. Tao Tai immediately screamed. How about this? Brother Xiao Han, give me a few days. Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. If that's the case, I'll immediately go and look for the immortals who have descended from the other sects in the immortal world and ask them for some immortal pills and immortal medicines. My strength is stronger than them. I think they will give me some face. Tao Tai said in panic. That works too. Xiao Han was surprised. Why not? Tao Tai said while licking his lips. However, Brother Xiao Han, there are many types of immortal pills and immortal medicines. What kind of immortal pills do you need? Xiao Han nodded slightly and thought for a few breaths. Then, he said, Earth attribute and Thunder attribute immortal pills. If there are immortal pills that can increase mental strength, that would be the best. Earth attribute, Thunder attribute, mental strength attribute. Tao Tai repeated and then nodded heavily. All right. I will remember it. Brother Xiao Han, please wait for a few days. I, Tao Tai, will go and find these immortal pills and come back to atone for my crime. As soon as he finished speaking, boom. Tao Tie's fat and huge body directly turned into a ray of immortal light and disappeared into the sky. He came and went without a trace. Ha 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 ha. Brother Xiao, congratulations on your successful extortion. Jiao Lanzi finally laughed. Heh. Xiao Han laughed dryly. I don't know if Tao Tai can bring back the immortal pills to atone for his crime. Brother Xiao, don't worry. Tao Tai will not return empty-handed. In fact, among the immortals who descended to this plane, his combat strength is among the best. Even if other immortals don't give it to him, he will snatch the immortal pills for you. Jiao Lanzi said with absolute certainty. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi asked doubtfully. Brother Xiao, you want Earth attribute and Thunder attribute immortal pills. Don't tell me you want to refine your immortal body? TSK, you have a mortal body. If you can swallow the immortal pills and refine your immortal body, it will be a miracle that is rarely seen. Heh. Xiao Han only smiled at Jiao Lanzi's question and did not deny it. Just like that, after Tao Tai left the Ami Empire to search for immortal pills for Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi stayed in the Ami Empire for the time being. The emperor was naturally attentive. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest when dealing with Xiao Han, the leader of this plane. The departure of Tao Tai, the king of appetite, caused the people of the entire Ami Empire to heave a long sigh of relief. The whole country celebrated, singing and dancing. In a flash, Tao Tai had already left the Ami Empire for 7 days. On this afternoon, Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi sat in the imperial garden of the imperial palace, chatting with each other. This Tao Tai has been gone for several days, but there is still no reply. Xiao Han shook his head and laughed. It seems that when he went to ask for the immortal pills, everything went wrong and he was rejected. Brother Xiao, don't be anxious. Jiao Lanzi smiled. Wait patiently for a few more days. After a pause, Jiao Lanzi continued. However, Brother Xiao, if this weirdo Tao Tai really does ask for the immortal pills and immortal medicines for you, then, you should give him a place, right? Of course. Xiao Han said decisively. Brother Jiao Lanzi, how can this Xiao not keep his word? Since I have made a promise to Tao Tai, I will not go back on my word. In this way, in the few years before the opening of the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, how is Brother Xiao going to settle down Tao Tai? It is impossible to keep him in the Ami Empire, right? Moreover, I am afraid that no empire in the secular world can support this Tao Tai, the king of appetite. Well, when the time comes, send Tao Tai to the Devil Hero region. Let him live comfortably in the Devil Hero Tower, and provide him with food every day. Xiao Han seemed to have a plan. Brother Jiao Lanzi, with my financial resources and the financial resources of the entire Devil Hero region, it is not a big problem to support Tao Tai for a few years. That's good. Jiao Lanzi also nodded and smiled. At this moment, he's back. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi said almost at the same time. Their eyes also looked at the sky almost at the same time. They saw 7 colored rays flickering in the sky, and immortal qi was faintly discernible. Tao Tie's fat body was already faintly discernible in the clouds. However, beside Tao Tai, there was a green-clothed youth standing. Pure immortal qi also flowed in the cells of his pores. As Tao Tai descended, he laughed heartily. Brother Xiao Han, I, Tao Tai, am back. At this moment, standing in front of Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi, besides Tao Tai, was the green-clothed youth. This green-clothed youth had eyes like an eagle, and he had a peerless and ambitious spirit. Moreover, the aura of his body was round and bright. At a glance, one could tell that he was an extremely tyrannical immortal. Brother Shao, I am a disciple of the Deep Earth sect in the immortal world, Xiangzi. The green-clothed youth smiled slightly and then looked deeply at Shao Han. His eyes flashed with a strange light, and he could not help but nod repeatedly. Sure enough, sure enough. Brother Shao, you have the embryonic form of a dual-attribute immortal body with lightning and earth attributes. No wonder you asked Brother Tao Tai to search for the 2 immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes. As expected, you want to refine your immortal body. Good ambition. To refine and forge an immortal body for mortals. Brother Shao indeed has great ambition. No wonder you are the leader of this plane. A dragon and phoenix among mortals. Brother Xiangzi, you think too highly of me. Shao Han frowned slightly and then looked at Tao Tai. Brother Tao Tai, Brother Shao Han, listen to me. Tao Tai licked his lips and said, a few days ago, I left the Ami Empire to look for other immortals who descended from the immortal world to ask for immortal pills. I found a few immortals, and they happened to not have immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes. After searching for a long time, I finally found Xiangzi, immortal pills? Shao Han looked at Tao Tai. Brother Shao Han, immortal pills. I don't have any. Tao Tai spread his hands. However, Xiangzi found out that Brother Shao Han needs immortal pills with these 2 attributes. Therefore, he wants to go with me to see you. Xiangzi said that he will definitely satisfy Brother Shao Han. Am I right, Xiangzi? Tao Tai winked at Xiangzi. Xiangzi said with a smile. Brother Shao. Brother Tao Tai has already told me about the matter of you inspecting us immortals and distributing the quotas according to your discretion. I, Xiangzi, absolutely support this matter. The current situation seems to be that there are too many monks and not enough gruel. Therefore, I, Xiangzi, am afraid that some immortals who descended will come empty-handed and have made a wasted trip. If I want to get a quota from Brother Shao, I will naturally have to pay a price. This is understandable. Therefore, Brother Shao, I, Xiangzi, am willing to pay the price and ask for 2 quotas. I will ask for one for Brother Tao Tai and one for me, Xiangzi. What do you think? Xiangzi's words were full of confidence as if he had a resource that would definitely move Shao Han. He was not worried that Shao Han would not give him a quota. Oh. If you can really offer a price that I, Shao Han, am satisfied with, then it won't be a problem to give Brother Tao Tai and Brother Xiangzi a quota each. Now, Shao Han finally tasted the pleasure of raising the price and hoarding a rare commodity. Brother Xiangzi, could it be that you have a large number of immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes? Ha 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 ha. Immortal pills with lightning and earth attributes? I don't. Xiangzi laughed. However, I have this. Suddenly, Xiangzi took out an earthen yellow ball. It was about the size of a fist. However, the yellow ball was overflowing with light, and the silhouette of a chain of mountains flashed across it. Countless mountains and mountain ranges rolled past it. It was as if there were tens of thousands of majestic mountain ranges sealed within the yellow ball. It was extremely shocking. The surface of the yellow ball was engraved with dense immortal characters, and it was shrouded in immortal aura. A thick and solid earth element aura gushed out and spread out violently, causing the earth attribute gene in Shao Han's bloodline to stir. Shockingly, rings of yellow light were emitted from the surface of Shao Han's body. It turned out to be a yellow ball in Xiangzi's hand. The aura it emitted had directly triggered Shao Han's earth elemental physique. It's an earth attribute treasure. Shao Han was well aware of this. At this moment, Jia Lanzi, who was standing behind Shao Han, could not help but exclaim in surprise. Brother Shao, this is an immortal treasure, the earth god's demon subduing pearl. Shi Yangzi looked at Xiao Han confidently. I'll use this immortal treasure to exchange for 2 quotas to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. That should be enough, right? To be continued. Chapter 566. The Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl? Xiao Han was stunned. Watermark advertisement test. He had wanted a medicinal pill, but he did not expect Shi Yangzi to give him a Dharma treasure. Furthermore, this magic treasure, be it in terms of appearance or aura, was definitely extraordinary. In addition, even Jia Lanzi, who had been calm all this while, could not help but let out a cry of surprise. Oh. Shi Yangzi looked at Jia Lanzi in surprise, but he did not notice anything amiss. He quickly turned to look at Xiao Han and said, "Brother Xiao, listen to me. Brother Xiao, listen to me." Shi Yangzi sorted out his thoughts before he began to speak. This Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl is an extremely powerful magic treasure of my sect, the Deep Earth sect. Our Huda sect mainly cultivates Earth attribute celestial arts. Originally, our sect had a lot of Earth attribute celestial pills. However, I didn't bring any celestial pills with me this time. It's fine. This Earth God Demon Subduing and Demon Subduing Pearl was created by the wise sages of our sect. They collected 188,888 immortal mountains filled with spirit chi and refined 188,888 meteorites from outer space for countless years before they were able to create this magical treasure. There are 188,888 souls of immortal mountains sealed in this bead? Xiao Han couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Indeed. Therefore, the earth elemental essence contained in this Earth God's devil subduing and demon suppressing pearl is richer than countless immortal pills. The earth elemental essence in it already shows signs of becoming a spirit and a monster. Shi Yangzi fiddled with the pearl in his hand. The mountains in it kept tumbling and pressing down on the universe. This is the Dharma treasure. This is the Dharma treasure. Once it's used, it can directly crush the enemy into powder. To be honest, this is one of the few life-saving celestial artifacts bestowed upon me by the sect after I descended to this world. Normally, I wouldn't give it to anyone easily, but I owed Brother Taotai a favor back in the immortal world. Now, I'm going to give it to him. Now, I'll use it to repay him. Moreover, I must go on an expedition in a few years. I can't return empty-handed. I'll definitely get a spot from Brother Xiao. I'll also take on the responsibility of revitalizing the sect. However, I can't ask Brother Xiao to give me a spot for free. It's better to rely on myself than others. Since the spots are limited, I'll use this Dharma treasure. Since the spots are limited, I'll use this Dharma treasure. Brother Xiao, you're searching for earth-attributed and lightning-attributed immortal pills because you want to temper your immortal body. Although this Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl is not an immortal pill, if you can refine it, your Earth immortal physique will be extremely condensed, thick, and flawless. Success. Shi Yangzi looked at Xiao Han with burning eyes. However, it's not that I, Shi Yangzi, look down on Brother Xiao, but I'm afraid that Brother Zhao's mortal body won't be able to endure the refinement of the Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl, and your body will explode. Even in the celestial world, one must be a level 3 or level 4 true immortal who cultivates an Earth immortal technique in order to refine it. Of course, you don't have to refine it. I'll give this Dharma treasure to Brother Xiao. With Brother Zhao's embryonic Earth immortal body, you'll be able to refine it with your blood. Brother Xiao will probably be able to unleash 1% of this Dharma treasure's power. Whether you refine it to refine your immortal body or refine it with your blood and make it your own Dharma treasure, it's all up to you. Of course, if Brother Xiao insists on refining this Earth subduing the demon subduing pearl, I'll stand guard at the side. If Brother Xiao fails to refine it and suffers a backlash, I'll immediately make a move to save Brother Xiao. Shi Yangzi said seriously. So that's how it is. Xiao Han muttered to himself. So, not only can I consume immortal pills to refine my immortal body, but I can also refine Dharma treasures. This Dharma treasure, the earth subduing the demon subduing pearl, contains an enormous amount of starry sky earth energy essence. I'm afraid it's even more powerful than tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of Earth Emperor body refining pills. If I refine and absorb this Dharma treasure completely, I'll definitely refine the starry sky dominator body and become the first mortal to refine a true immortal body in the mortal world. However, will I be able to refine it successfully? Xiao Han was also full of doubts. However, Xiao Han would definitely not miss out on this heaven-defying Dharma treasure. Alright. Deal. I'll use this earth attribute Dharma treasure, the earth subduing the demon subduing the pearl to exchange for 2 slots to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove. It's fair and just. That's great. Both sides took what they needed. Shi Yangzi also nodded. At this moment, Xiao Han nodded at Jialanzi and said, "Brother Jialan, please record the names of Shi Yangzi and Tao Tai Zi." "All right." Jialanzi smiled and removed his cloak, revealing his true appearance. "Ah. So it's you." Jialanzi. Tao Tai Zi and Shi Yangzi screamed at the same time when they saw Jialanzi. "Jialanzi, I didn't expect you to be together with Brother Xiao Han. Even I, Tao Tai Zi, didn't notice you. Amazing, your concealment skill is truly extraordinary. You're worthy of being the leader of the younger generation in the immortal world. I, Tao Tai Zi, admire you." Tao Tai Zi shook his head and said. Shi Yangzi was also shocked. No wonder Brother Xiao dared to make the decision to allocate the names to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. "So you have Jialanzi's support, let's cut to the chase. Brother Tao Tai, Brother Shi Yang, you'll each get a name." Jialanzi took out a jade book and a jade brush and began recording seriously. "Alright, it's been recorded. Brother Tao Tai, Brother Shi Yang, before the opening of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you can go to the Unity Mountain Range and find Xiao Han." "Very good." Shi Yangzi nodded his head in satisfaction and handed the magic treasure Earth God's demon subduing pearl to Xiao Han. This divine pearl was extremely heavy in his hand, and Xiao Han almost couldn't hold it. Moreover, when he held it in his hand, Xiao Han's state of mind became extremely calm. His entire being actually gave birth to a subtle sense of confidence. Moreover, his essence, qi, and spirit were extremely compatible with heaven and earth. There was a feeling of touching the great Tao of nature. It's really magical. Xiao Han was secretly impressed. Brother Tao Tai, Brother Shi Yang, after this matter, I still have to search for other immortals with Brother Jia Lan to decide who the remaining names belong to. Let's part ways here." Xiao Han carefully put the pearl into his storage ring. "Brother Shi Yang, this magic treasure, should I refine it or use it with a drop of my blood? I'll discuss it with Brother Jialan before making a decision. As for Brother Tao Tai..." Xiao Han smiled and looked at Tao Tai Zi. "Brother Tao Tai, this Ami Empire has been eaten to the bottom by you. You can't stay here any longer, oh." Tao Tai Zi patted his shriveled belly with extreme disappointment and murmured. "Looks like I'll have to endure hunger for a few more years. Bitter, miserable, ha 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 ha." Xiao Han laughed heartily. "Brother Tao Tai, since you've descended to this plane, I'll naturally do my duty as a host. You can go to our plane's Devil Hero region now. There will naturally be people who will treat you with great hospitality. You'll be able to enjoy endless delicacies." "What?" Tao Tai Zi cried out in surprise. "Brother Xiao Han, can I eat to my heart's content?" "Yes. Of course you can. Although I'm poor, I don't have to worry about Brother Tao Tai eating me to my poverty." Xiao Han teased. "Ha ha 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 ha." Jialanzi and Shi Yangzi couldn't help but laugh heartily. A ray of cold light flew across the sky and flashed before disappearing. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi sat cross-legged on the cold ice subterranean dragon's head that was formed by their true qi. Brother Xiao, congratulations on successfully obtaining a magical treasure from the immortal world. This is quite a big blow. Jia Lanzi said with a smile. Hee hee. This is really an unexpected harvest. Xiao Han's brows also relaxed. He never thought that the plan to extort an immortal would go so smoothly. To be honest, Brother Xiao, the immortal world sect that Shiyangzi belongs to, the Deep Earth sect, might not have a great overall strength and can barely be ranked in the middle. However, the Earth God's demon subduing pearl is indeed one of the few magical treasures unique to the Deep Earth sect. It's also quite famous in the immortal world. Shiyangzi is a level 2 true immortal, but with the Earth God's demon subduing pearl and his immortal force, it's not impossible for him to fight against a level 3 true immortal. Of course, if a senior disciple or an elder of the Deep Earth sect personally uses this magical treasure, its power will be even greater. TSK, in order to obtain the treasure of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao, the Deep Earth sect has already put in a lot of effort. However, Brother Xiao, you've benefited from it. Such an extraordinary magical treasure has still fallen into your hands in the end. Jia Lanzi also had a lot of thoughts. This Shiyangzi is also quite a character. He gave away a magical treasure just like that. This boldness is indeed the character of an ambitious and ruthless person. In the immortal world, this person is a person who kills without hesitation. However, he doesn't have a bad record. Shiyangzi is not bad. He would rather use a magical treasure to exchange for a quota than to threaten a mortal like me. In the beginning, he and Tao Tai didn't know that Brother Jia Lanzi was hiding beside me. They didn't have any misgivings and could have easily captured me and asked for a quota. Although I don't really understand Shiyangzi, this person is at least open and aboveboard, Xiao Han said emotionally. This is called, without sacrificing the child, one cannot trap the wolf, Jia Lanzi said half jokingly and half seriously. Of course, from this point of view, Shiyangzi definitely has more than one life-saving magical treasure on him. With such boldness, he must be very confident in obtaining something in the second layer of immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Even if he gets 1 or 2 magical treasures, the loss of the Earth God's demon subduing pearl can be completely ignored. Instead, he might even make a huge profit. However, Brother Xiao, do you really intend to refine the Earth God's demon subduing pearl? Jia Lanzi's eyes stared at Xiao Han. Refining a magical treasure from the immortal world is no small matter. It is even more difficult than consuming and refining immortal pills. As long as I can refine this Earth God's demon subduing pearl and absorb it into my body, I can at least condense a level 1 immortal body, right? Xiao Han licked his lips and his eyes emitted a light that was eager to make a move. Chapter 567. Level 1 Immortal Physique. Equivalent to a Level 1 True Immortal. Every Level 1 True Immortal's immortal physique can be called a Level 1 Immortal Physique. A Level 1 Immortal Physique's pure physical strength is about 1 to 10 Immortal Dragon Power. In other words, it is 10 trillion ding to 100 trillion ding in the mortal world. As long as one reaches a Level 1 Immortal Physique, no mortal in the mortal world can break their defense. However, Xiao Han's current physical strength is only 5 trillion ding, far from enough to forge a Level 1 Immortal Physique. This. Brother Xiao, this Earth God Demon Suppressing Pearl, is a magic treasure with some fame in the immortal world. Even a Level 1 or Level 2 True Immortal cannot refine it. One must reach Level 3 or even Level 4 True Immortal, and have the Earth and Starry Sky attribute in their bloodline to try to refine it. Moreover, even a Level 4 True Immortal would need to spend several years of hard work to completely refine the Earth God's demon-suppressing orb. Jia Lanzi said. If Brother Xiao can refine this Earth God demon-suppressing pearl, you can easily create a Level 2 Immortal Physique without any suspense. Moreover, the Immortal Physique created by refining the Earth God demon-suppressing pearl is a special Immortal Physique. Its quality is superior to ordinary Immortal Physiques. For example, the Earth attribute Starry Sky's sovereign physique is at least twice as good as ordinary level 1 immortal physiques. It's just that. Jia Lanzi laughed. Brother Shao, if you say that you can consume immortal pills, this is already shocking news. If it spreads to the immortal world, even countless immortal emperors would be shocked. But if you can even refine an immortal artifact, that would be a rare thing. A mortal refining an immortal artifact. TSK, I don't even dare to think about it. Shao Han also understood that there were differences between immortal physiques. Ordinary immortal physiques. Special immortal physiques. For example, Shao Han's current 2 embryonic forms of immortal physiques, Thunder God Tyrant Body and Starry Sky Sovereign Physique, once completed. Then, the quality would be superior to ordinary immortal physiques of the same level. Special immortal physiques, the future is boundless. Brother Shao. Cultivate. Step by step, follow the rules. Steady and steady, the most taboo is to advance rashly. Jia Lanzi said earnestly. Brother Shao, why don't you refine a mortal physique demon suppressing pearl for now? Refine it into your magic treasure. With your mortal aptitude, you won't be able to perfectly unleash the full power of this magic treasure, but it's enough for you to protect yourself. Brother Jialan is very knowledgeable. What you said is very reasonable. Then, let us look for the immortals who are scattered all over the world again. Reward the good and punish the evil, bestow a quota or banish them. As for the demon-suppressing pearl of the Earth God, it was the demon-suppressing pearl. I'm not in a hurry to refine it into my magic treasure. Shao Han temporarily restrained himself from mentioning the matter of refining the Earth God's demon-subduing orb in front of Jia Lanzi. However, in the depths of Shao Han's heart, there was an unbearable itch. Swish. The frozen nightmare dragon streaked across the horizon. Shao Han's spirit fluctuated. It spread out like a fishing net. They spread out to every corner of the plane, searching for the aura of immortals. Shao Han said with a smile as he continued to search. Brother Jialan, if every immortal we find is as pure, open-minded, and upright as the clairvoyant, Taotai, and breathing soil, then our next mission will be much easier. However, then again, if every immortal follows the rules and gets the quota as they wish, then the quota in my hands will not be enough for distribution. Jialan said with a smile. Looking for immortals. Just like this, Shao Han and Jia Lanzi trekked across mountains and rivers, covering more than half of the southern region. In a few days, they found a total of 5 immortals. Among them, there were 3 male immortals and 2 female immortals. These 5 immortals had extremely gentle temperaments. After seeing Shao Han, they also treated him with respect. Moreover, after they descended to this plane, they all followed the rules and didn't do anything out of line. This made Shao Han unable to find any flaws in these immortals. The 5 quotas were distributed to these 5 immortals respectively. Now, there were a total of 8 immortals who obtained the quota to enter the second level of the Great Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure from Shao Han. There were still 192 quotas left for the immortals that Shao Han reserved for the immortals. In these few days, when Shao Han was alone, he would take out the demon-suppressing orb from time to time and play with it over and over again. He almost couldn't put it down. There were several times when Shao Han almost couldn't restrain himself and tried to refine it. However, the demon-suppressing orb's aura was too fierce and overbearing. It was far from what the Earth Emperor body-enhancing pill could compare to. Every wisp of the demon-suppressing orb's aura was as heavy as a mountain, pressuring Shao Han to the point of suffocation. Moreover, it gave Shao Han an illusion that even if he had the indestructible golden body, if he tried to refine the demon-suppressing orb rashly, he would be in danger of exploding and dying. Unfortunately, the strength of my physical body is now only 5 trillion cauldrons. It's too shallow. Even with the indestructible golden body, it can't withstand the power of this immortal artifact. If I'm not careful, I'll explode. That's not fun. It seems that I have to think of the best refining method before I can do it. Shao Han stopped at the edge of the cliff several times and reminded himself not to be impulsive. As Brother Jialan said, a immortal artifact is a immortal artifact. It's not that easy to refine it. Moreover, Xiao Han had now rejected the idea of refining the demon-suppressing orb with his blood again and refining it into his own magic treasure. After all, he was immortal. If he forced himself to use the immortal artifact, he wouldn't be able to exert much power. Therefore, in Xiao Han's opinion, the demon-suppressing orb could only be used to refine the immortal body. There was no other way. If I can find a way to refine the demon-suppressing orb, then I can create at least a level 2 immortal body. And a special immortal body, which is comparable to an ordinary level 3 immortal body. The ones who descended this time are all level 2 true immortals. If I, Xiao Han, can have a level 2 special immortal body, I might be able to deal with them. A few years later, when I reach the second level of the Great Blade Immortal Emperor's treasure, Xiao Han won't be at the mercy of the immortals. Xiao Han racked his brains on the way to find the immortals. East Region. Dragon Scale Empire. The night of the full moon. The peak of the Imperial City. At this time, a cold young man in green with a sword on his back had a look of ridicule and ruthlessness in his eyes. The aura around him was as sharp as a heavenly sword, and a sword light chilled 19 continents. Moreover, streaks of ancient sword chi were ejected from his cell pores, producing the rise and fall of the sun, the ebb and flow of the tide, and many strange phenomena. Around his body, jade-like veins were washed out. Moreover, the sword chi emitted from his body. It was both good and evil. It was very terrifying. This green-clothed swordsman's eyes were extremely proud. Looking down at the world, he looked at a middle-aged swordsman standing in front of him. That middle-aged swordsman also had an extraordinary aura, but in front of the green-clothed swordsman. However, it appeared dim and dull. At this time, the middle-aged swordsman's face was painted with an expression as if he was facing a great enemy, and there was a look of resentment in his eyes. Under the Imperial City, a dense crowd of people were watching the confrontation between the green-clothed swordsman and the middle-aged swordsman. Every onlooker looked at the green-clothed swordsman with eyes full of hatred. However, none of them dared to say anything even though they were angry. They didn't dare to say anything. Young man, I admit that you are a rare genius in the way of the sword. Who exactly are you? In our plane, there is no such person as you. The middle-aged swordsman gritted his teeth and said. On our ranking list of demon heroes, there is no such person as you. You came to the Dragon Scale Empire a few days ago and wantonly looked for swordsmen to compete with you. It's normal to compete with swords. However, your attacks are too vicious. Those who compete with you can't escape death. In just a few days, 58 swordsmen have died in your hands. Among them, there are a few demon swordsmen who also died an unnatural death. Ha 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 ha, what an idiot. The green-clothed cold young swordsman scoffed. The guys from your plane are all ignorant. Since you have chosen to cultivate the way of the sword, you must be prepared to die. Die under the sword of others. This is called inferior skill. Moreover, I have already completely suppressed the trash swordsman from your plane when I competed with him. Just by relying on my understanding and skill of the sword, I can easily kill you. You don't deserve to use the sword. After pausing for a moment, the green-clothed swordsman raised his eyes and looked at the cold night sky. I want to challenge all the sword cultivators in your plane. I will punish and execute each and every one of them who don't deserve to use the sword. In your plane, the insignificant mortals actually built a temple to worship that Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what is he? An ant. Worse than a pig or a dog. How dare he accept worship? Tisk, since he is called the leader of this plane, sooner or later, he will know that I have challenged all the sword cultivators in his plane. At that time, he will come and beg me not to torture and kill trash like you. What is my identity? Since I've come to this plane, the only reason why Xiao Han would come to me like a dog begging to see me is because I won't condescend to look for him personally. At that time, he must kneel down and beg me, kowtow, then I will consider whether to kill all the sword cultivators in this plane. Presumptuous. How dare you insult leader Xiao Han? The middle-aged swordsman couldn't hold it in anymore. He flew into a rage and finally scolded, "You cultivate the way of the sword, so you should know that the sword is the way of a gentleman. A sword cultivator should be broad-minded and benevolent. But you bully and kill those who are weaker than you. This is not the way of the sword, this is the way of evil. You are simply out of control. The heavens won't tolerate it. People like you will definitely be punished by the heavens. You are worse than a pig or a dog." The green-clothed swordsman was already furious. "In my eyes, each and every one of you is like a beast. You dare to talk to me about the heavens? What is the heavens? You will never understand. Never understand. And I know the heavens better than you. The heavens will never pity you weaklings, beasts. Now, I will let you see the power of the heavens. Of course, this is only a tiny bit of my power. It is only the tip of the iceberg of my killing intent." As soon as he finished speaking, the green-clothed swordsman used his right index finger as a sword and formed a sword seal. Astonishingly, starlight, moonlight, space, time, all of them gathered at his fingertips. Between heaven and earth, there was darkness. Only the green-clothed swordsman's sword tip emitted a ray of light. This was a demonic light. "Mortals. This is your so-called heavens." Pooh! A stunning ray of light shot out from the green-clothed swordsman's fingertip. Space exploded. The shattered and distorted space instantly turned the middle-aged swordsman into fine powder, leaving not even a speck of dust. Waves of powerful sword aura rippled in all directions, spreading out like ripples. Hua hua hua, below the imperial city, the spectators didn't even have time to react before their bodies were minced into pieces by the aftershock of the sword chi. They exploded one after another, like fireworks exploding in all directions. "Mortals, this is the heavens." The green-clothed swordsman sneered and flew into the air, leaving the imperial city. Chapter 568. Eastern Region. Watermark advertisement test. Xiao Han and Jia Lanzi had already arrived at the eastern region from the southern region. In the southern region, Xiao Han found a total of 8 immortals and distributed 8 spots to enter the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. "Brother Jia Lanzi, it seems that only a small number of immortals are staying in the southern region." Xiao Han looked at Jia Lanzi with a smile. "Brother Jia Lanzi, this is the eastern region. It has the largest territory, the most countries, the most prosperous sects, and the wealthiest people. The eastern region is much larger than the southern region." The eastern region is indeed magnificent. Its territory is several times larger than the southern region. The difference between the southern region and the eastern region is like the difference between a small village and a big city. No wonder so many immortals have gathered in the eastern region. Jia Lanzi said with a smile. "Yes." Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, he slightly spread out his spiritual force and exclaimed, "There are many immortals hiding in the eastern region. I found a lot of immortal energy hibernating in the mortal world. Brother Xiao, don't alert them. Let's look for these immortals one by one." Jia Lanzi said hurriedly. "I know." Xiao Han's spiritual force began to spread out and scan them one by one. Surprisingly, Xiao Han's expression changed dramatically. Originally, Xiao Han had been relaxed and at ease. However, at this moment, Xiao Han's expression turned cold and furious. The muscles at the corner of his eyes kept twitching. His pupils shrank and revealed a murderous intent. "Oh." Jia Lanzi's eyes also focused. "I didn't expect to meet a black sheep in the end." Xiao Han's gaze focused on the Dragon Scale Empire in a corner of the eastern region. At this moment, in the sky above the Dragon Scale Empire, the aura of death lingered. Many vengeful spirits had not yet dissipated. It seemed that in the void, there were faint howls of unwillingness, anger, and roars. Mournful roars, in the other countries of the eastern region. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear for thousands of miles. However, in the Dragon Scale Empire alone, there were many goose feather-like snowflakes flying in the air. The entire Dragon Scale Empire was simply in an atmosphere of depression and indignation. The atmosphere was lifeless. Moreover, a strand of immortal chi rushed out from the layers of death chi in the Dragon Scale Empire. This strand of immortal energy possessed a type of unrestrained sharpness. It rushed into the heavens without any misgivings. If the godly diviner that Xiao Han encountered was described as gentle, Tao Tie's immortal chi was mellow, and Shi Yang's immortal chi was arrogant. In that case, the celestial chi rushing out of the Dragon Scale Empire was very domineering. No one, no me. Unbridled. Moreover, this immortal chi contained a murderous intent that was as deep as the ocean. Woo 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 woo, the resentment of the wronged souls hovered above the Dragon Scale Empire. They wanted to rush towards that strand of immortal energy, tear at it, take revenge. However, with a slight twist of the immortal energy, all of the vengeful spirits and resentment were completely turned into nothingness. Damn it! Suddenly, Xiao Han couldn't help but curse. Finally, I've met an immortal who's gone on a killing spree in the mortal world. Killing mortals in such a dignified manner. Damn it! Xiao Han was so angry that his whole body was trembling. After his spirit wave condensed like a beam of light and shone into the Dragon Scale Empire, after careful observation, he roughly knew the number of mortals that died in the Dragon Scale Empire in a few days. Tens of thousands of people died. Xiao Han was furious. Jiao Lanzi's face was also extremely cold, and a trace of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He's really a disgrace to our immortal world. He's not a big figure in the immortal world. I'm afraid he's been suppressed for a long time and can't vent his anger. Now that he's descended to the mortal world, he's killing mortals without restraint. This is purely a performance of incompetence. Brother Xiao, I think I already know who that guy is. Forget it, we'll directly enter the country that's been harmed by that guy. We'll directly deprive him of the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. Expel him. Expel? He killed tens of thousands of people in a few days. Aren't the lives of mortals important? Just deprive him of the quota and expel him? Xiao Han said ruthlessly. Brother Xiao. What do you mean? Jiao Lanzi's eyes slightly narrowed. Kill. Xiao Han said resolutely. Kill this immortal. Jiao Lanzi hesitated for a moment and then nodded. Since I've already promised Brother Xiao, an immortal who has committed a crime in the mortal world should be punished. Then, I'll do it later, go. Xiao Han angrily rode the true chi-chilling ice chi dragon and directly descended to the Dragon Scale Empire. Dragon Scale Empire. Dragon Scale Ocean. At the bottom of a vast ocean. At this moment, at the bottom of the ocean, a green-robed man was sitting cross-legged. In front of him, a sharp sword was inserted into the reef at the bottom of the ocean. Gu-gu-gu-gu-gu-gu, the green-robed man's aura was forced out, suppressing the seawater so much that it was pushed away in all directions and bubbled. Some giant sea sharks, sea whales, and octopuses did not dare to approach the green-robed man. The aura emitted by the green-robed man was like that of a primordial divine beast or a heaven-defying killing god, causing these giant sea beasts to stay far away. Oh, suddenly, the green-robed man opened his eyes and sword light burst out. Pooh! 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 In all directions, countless giant sea whales, giant sea turtles, and octopuses were cut into pieces, causing their blood to spurt out. Just now, there was a strand of mind energy scanning the Dragon Scale Empire from 10,000 li away. This strand of mind energy is so powerful that it could detect the fluctuation of my immortal chi, and it also scanned this area. However, this mind energy is not released by an immortal. It's immortal. The green-robed man's eyes were burning with excitement, and his face looked extremely demonic. Ha 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 ha. In this plane, only a mortal with such a powerful mind energy is able to do so, Xiao Han. Ha 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 ha. Plane leader? Ruler of a plane? Trash. In front of me, this Xiao Han is worse than a pig or a dog. He does have a place to enter the second layer of Celestial Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure. However, who is he? I'm a mortal, and I'm a perfected immortal. How can a perfected immortal visit a mortal? Now, I'm going on a killing spree in this country to force Xiao Han to show himself. When the time comes, I want to be in this country. Humiliate their leader, Xiao Han, in front of all the mortals. You want me to stop killing? Then. Xiao Han, kneel before me. Ha 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 ha. It was the voice of the green-clothed man. He was a little hysterical. At this moment, memories of the past flashed through the green-clothed man's mind. Divine Sword Son. Your swordsmanship is not good enough, yet you dared to invite me to the life and death arena. Now, you have lost. However, we're both disciples of the sword sect, and I'm your senior brother as well. So, I won't take your life. However, I can spare you from death, but I can't spare you from punishment. I'll punish you to kneel before the entrance to the sect. Everyone in sword sect. Look at how ugly you are. Ha 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 ha. A white-robed sword cultivator stabbed the green-robed divine sword master to the ground. Ho ho ho, the divine sword child let out a bestial howl. Divine Sword Son, I know you're not convinced. However, if you don't kneel this time, I'll tear you into pieces. You lost in the life and death arena, so it's natural for me to kill you. Are you going to kneel or not? I'll kneel. The divine Sword Son's body trembled. He slowly lowered his head, and the anger in his eyes was enough to drown everything. Dragon Scale Empire, Imperial City. Outside the Imperial City, hundreds of thousands of people were crying. The whole Imperial City was covered with broken corpses, and the smell of blood filled the air. Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi walked straight into the Imperial Palace with solemn expressions. Sigh, it actually caused such a tragedy. Jiao Lanzi shook his head repeatedly. That guy, in terms of crime, should be beheaded. Xiao Han walked without saying a word. Occasionally, there would be sword chi ripples in the air, carrying with them the mysteries of swordsmanship and the smell of immortal chi. Xiao Han also used his hands to break them. Inside the Imperial Palace. Leader Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. You must uphold justice for our Dragon Scale Empire. The Emperor of the Dragon Scale Empire was dressed in mourning clothes, crying incessantly. All the civil and military officials, concubines, maids, and eunuchs were also crying. Moreover, all of their faces were filled with extreme fear and despair. The Dragon Scale Empire was full of people, and the Imperial Palace was in mourning. At this moment, Xiao Han was trying his best to comfort the people who were about to faint from crying. As for Jiao Lanzi, his whole body was wrapped in layers of thick linen cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes. His aura was like that of wood and stone. In Jiao Lanzi's eyes, there was also anger brewing. Leader Xiao Han, that guy. As soon as he came to our Dragon Scale Empire, he looked for people to compete with. His methods are extremely cruel. Those who compete with him will definitely die. He killed 58 of the most famous sword cultivators in our country, and yesterday, he also killed a demon hero. Yesterday, his sword chi ripples caused great destruction. He tortured and killed tens of thousands of innocent people. Many tragedies happened last night. Leader Xiao Han, now our country is in a great panic. We have already asked for help from the Demon Hero Tower. Moreover, tonight, that guy will come out again to provoke us. Leader Xiao Han, you must save our country. Your Majesty, please rest assured, I will definitely not let that guy go. Xiao Han said while gnashing his teeth. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a cold and arrogant voice came out of nowhere and resounded in the Imperial Palace of the Dragon Scale Empire. You are Xiao Han, right? Ha 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 ha. You are just a mere mortal. You think that just because you have some talent, you will not let me go? Ha 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 ha. Today, I will make you kneel in front of me in front of all the mortals in the world. Lick my toes. Ha 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 ha. Trash. As soon as this voice came out, the emperor and all the people in the imperial palace trembled like chickens. They were scared out of their wits, as if they had fallen into a nightmare. Leader Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han. It is this guy. The emperor said with his eyes wide open. Damn, don't play tricks on me. Come out. Xiao Han's whole body was full of vigor, like a god descending to the world. Come out. As you wish. The voice said indifferently. The next moment, boom. Above the imperial palace of the Dragon Scale Empire, a huge whirlpool of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. The wind and clouds surged in all directions. A green-robed young man with a sword on his back slowly walked out of the whirlpool of sword chi and looked in the direction of the imperial palace. Xiao Han, today, I want you to kneel. Chapter 569. A powerful aura descended and enveloped the entire Dragon Scale Empire. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the Dragon Scale Empire felt suffocated. The huge Dragon Scale Empire fell into silence. In the void, the huge whirlpool of sword chi swept over everything. Many jade-like immortal patterns emerged from it, which were dazzling and dazzling, making all living beings worship them. But soon, the green-robed swordsman's body devoured the whirlpool of sword chi like a funnel. He walked through the void, dignified like an abyss or a sea, his gaze high up above, looking down on all life, carrying a great deal of disdain, a great deal of wildness. The next moment, all kinds of strange phenomena appeared on the green-robed swordsman. In an instant, snowflakes filled the sky, and the sword chi was overwhelming. The green-robed young man was like a peerless swordsman who could destroy the world. He stood proudly in the sky full of cold snow, lonely, arrogant, indifferent, and disdainful. He pulled out his sword and looked around, unable to find an opponent. His aura alone was not something that mortals could compare with. There were many martial artists in the Dragon Scale Empire, including some evil heroes. However, under the cover of the green-robed swordsman's aura, these martial artists were all scared out of their wits and completely suppressed, not daring to show their faces. The green-robed swordsman glanced around in the void. Hundreds of millions of creatures in the Dragon Scale Empire seemed to feel that the green-robed swordsman was staring at them, and they all knelt down. The green-robed swordsman enjoyed the prestige of coming to the mortal world. Here, he could obtain great dignity, an invincible dignity. Whoever he wanted to make kneel down must kneel. Whoever he wanted to kill must die. Whoever he wanted to kill must die. The feeling of controlling the fate of mortals. It's very subtle. The green-robed swordsman smiled slightly. But it feels good. Xiao Han. Come out. Kneel. Surrender. In the imperial palace of the Dragon Scale Empire, Xiao Han couldn't bear it anymore. At the thought of how this immortal had come down to the lower realm and wreaked havoc, torturing and killing tens of thousands of innocent people, Xiao Han's killing intent soared to the skies. At this moment, he no longer cared whether the other party was an immortal or not. He directly moved and rushed out. Jia Lanzi silently followed behind Xiao Han. Boom! Xiao Han flew up into the sky and confronted the green-clothed swordsman. At this moment, an earthen yellow aura surged around Xiao Han's body. The thick starry sky's earth physique was extremely compatible with the gray space, causing Xiao Han to release the aura of a natural heavenly Tao. Thin and dense electric arcs, like dragons and snakes, slithered out of every pore and cell in Xiao Han's body. It was as if every pore and cell of Xiao Han's body was brewing an invincible world of thunder. Moreover, the 70 acupoints in Xiao Han's body began to rumble as boundless true qi surged within them, forming a raging vortex of true qi, brilliant and resplendent. Xiao Han's powerful flesh shell and true qi caused his body to shine brilliantly. He also released an unparalleled aura. In terms of qi, even though Xiao Han could not completely compete with the green-robed swordsman, he was neither servile nor overbearing. Perhaps, in the entire mortal world, there was no one else who could not be completely overwhelmed by the aura of an immortal, and could instead remain unfazed by it, other than Xiao Han. As for Jiao Lanzi, he still covered his face and concealed his aura. He stood behind Xiao Han like a piece of dry stone. Oh. You are the leader of countless ants in this plain. At this moment, the green-robed swordsman looked at Xiao Han with a sneer. He was the ruler of the world, looking down on all living things. When he looked at Xiao Han, it was like an invincible monarch looking at a pitiful beggar. Indeed, you have some talent. Among the mortals, you should be considered outstanding. You are just a slightly stronger ant. That's all. The green-robed swordsman pointed at Xiao Han. You are just an ant, yet you dare to build a temple in the mortal world and accept worship. Such great prestige. Dog's guts. Who gave you the guts to do this? However, Xiao Han, you are not a complete idiot. You are probably a little clever. You actually know to take the initiative to pay respect to me. That's right, if you think that because you have the quota to enter the second level of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure, you are fearless and want to wait for us immortals to beg you. Then you are too naive. Mortals are mortals, immortals are immortals. Immortals rule everything, and mortals are like pigs and dogs. Xiao Han, if you did not come today, I would have slaughtered all the living beings in this country. Alright, Xiao Han, promise me a few things now, and I can stop the slaughter. The green-robed swordsman smiled at Xiao Han. His expression and tone were as if he had everything under control and was in perfect control of the situation. At this moment, Xiao Han forcibly suppressed the violent killing intent in his heart. His expression became even more calm as water as he looked at the green-robed swordsman indifferently. Indeed, Xiao Han was indeed fearless. First, although the green-robed swordsman was aggressive, he did not dare to kill Xiao Han. Not only did the green-robed swordsman not dare to kill Xiao Han, but any of the immortals that descended did not dare to make a move. Whoever killed Xiao Han would definitely be torn to pieces by the other immortals. Second, Jiao Lanzi was behind Xiao Han. This green-robed swordsman had yet to see through Jiao Lanzi's true identity. This meant that the green-robed swordsman's cultivation was probably not as good as Jiao Lanzi's. Once Jiao Lanzi attacked, it was very likely that the green-robed swordsman would be killed. Third, Xiao Han's heart had long been immersed in the immortal qi talisman. Moreover, Xiao Han had once been suppressed by the demon god's soul. Compared to the terrifying and invincible demon god's soul, this green-robed swordsman was very immature. One man and one immortal, facing each other with equal harshness. What do you want me to promise you before you are willing to stop the slaughter? Xiao Han asked in a slightly mocking tone. First, demolish all the temples that you built in the secular world. Second, kneel and kowtow in front of everyone and beg for my forgiveness. Third, give me the quota that you have to enter the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. I will distribute it. These are roughly the 3 conditions. If you agree to all of them, then I will allow you to be my servant. You must know. You are just a mortal. A nobody like a sesame seed or a mung bean. It is your fortune to be able to be my servant. If you become my servant, when I achieve my grand plan in the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure and obtain many immortal treasures, I will also reward you with a meal. The green-robed swordsman said complacently. Oh. These conditions? Xiao Han was angry but also felt that it was ridiculous. Let's not talk about the other conditions first. How can I give you the quota for the second level of the Zhu Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure? The 2 immortal keys have already been refined into my body and integrated with my blood and cells. How can I take them out and give them to you? Ha 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 ha, idiot. The green-robed swordsman snorted disdainfully. Open your soul and let me plant a sword imprint in your soul. From now on, you will be under my control and become my puppet. If you have the intention to resist, I will be able to punish you. In this way, the immortal keys that you have refined into your body and all the quotas will be in my hands." As he spoke, the green-robed swordsman's voice became low. He raised his eyes and stared at the clouds in the sky. His eyes revealed a burning greed and desire. His voice was so low that it could not be heard. "If I can control Shao Han and make him my slave, then I can take the opportunity to ask other immortals, or even auction the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. In this way, I can make a lot of money, hee, at this moment, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha." Shao Han burst out laughing, as if he had just heard the funniest, most ridiculous joke in the world. "Shao Han, you dog, what are you laughing at?" The green-robed swordsman was enraged. "Immortals. Are they all so stupid?" Shao Han smiled and looked at the green-robed swordsman. "Immortal, is there something wrong with your head? You actually want to turn me into your slave to control me? You want to auction the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure? Ha 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 ha. What an idiot. I also have a few things to tell you here. First, you will be deprived of the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. Second, you have tortured and killed mortals in the mortal world. Your sin is unforgivable. Therefore, you will definitely die. Ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Really ridiculous. Deprive my quota? And you want me to die? Shao Han. Oh, your expression is so calm. Oh right, I know. You must think that I don't dare to kill you because your body has the quota to enter the second level of the Ju Dao Immortal Emperor's treasure. So, you think that I will not dare to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Shao Han, going against me is the same as going against the heavens. Do you know? You are just a mortal. If you go against the heavens, your end will be extremely miserable. Turn into ashes. Who are you? I'm afraid you are just an ordinary level 2 true immortal in the immortal world. How dare you call yourself the heavens? If you are really the heavens, you will also die after committing such a bloody crime. If you are the heavens, I, Shao Han, will go against the heavens. Shao Han's aura also soared. You are courting death. The green-robed swordsman's eyes were cold. You are so arrogant. It seems that you have not seen the power of an immortal, so you don't know what is good for you and don't know when to stop. Now, I will show you the difference between a mortal and an immortal. While speaking, the green-robed swordsman's right hand put on the hilt of the sword on his back. Suddenly, the aura of the green-robed swordsman rose rapidly and began to soar crazily. Rays of sword light burst out from the green-robed swordsman's body. These sword lights were extremely fast. The sword chi was like thunder and could destroy ghosts and gods. The aura of a sword immortal spread out wantonly and locked on to Shao Han. The whole dragon-scale empire was completely covered by the sword chi. Everyone was in danger. Everyone was in despair. It was as if they were facing an apocalypse. A catastrophe. Mortal, take one of my swords. This sword will destroy your confidence. It will plant a seed of despair in the depths of your heart. It will make you develop inner demons. In this life, you will live under this shadow forever. In this way, your cultivation will decline if you don't improve, and you will not be able to become an immortal in the future. Although I won't kill you, this sword will make you wish you were dead. The green-robed swordsman said coldly. To be continued. Chapter 570. This green-robed swordsman was indeed vicious and cruel. He did not dare to kill Shao Han, but he also wanted to slash at Shao Han. This slash was extremely sinister, and it was meant to destroy Shao Han's faith. For a martial artist, there was nothing more important than confidence. In other words, the green-robed swordsman wanted to cripple Xiao Han with a single slash. At this time, Jia Lanzi was still standing behind Xiao Han like a rock, not making a move. In a split second, various thoughts flashed through Jia Lanzi's mind. This divine swordsman humiliated Brother Xiao in front of him, trying to use his power to suppress and control Brother Xiao. Between Brother Xiao and him, there is already enmity. Now, he threatened to cripple Brother Xiao with a single slash, which is tantamount to declaring war on Brother Xiao. If I act rashly and block it for Brother Xiao, with Brother Xiao's temperament, it will indeed be disadvantageous. If Brother Xiao can block this slash, it will be the opposite. It will be of great benefit to Brother Xiao's future cultivation. At this moment, Xiao Han knew that he was facing an attack from an immortal. He had to use all his strength to block this attack. Boom! Xiao Han's entire body was like a raging river, and his true energy was also surging intensely. More importantly, Xiao Han's mental energy was completely concentrated, and the solid mental energy star in his sea of consciousness began to compress. Compress. Compress again. Xiao Han's current state had already reached its peak. Moreover, he had entered a strange state. Everything around him seemed to be far away from him, and he no longer cared about life or death, or success or failure. Even Jia Lanzi behind him. All of them had been ignored by Xiao Han. The highly compressed mental energy star. This caused Xiao Han's thinking and reaction speed to increase exponentially, and he even developed a mysterious sixth sense. It was as if he could vaguely capture the trajectory and arc of the green-robed swordsman's slash. Although Xiao Han was invincible in the secular world, Jia Lanzi wasn't a match for him. After understanding the power of an immortal, Xiao Han knew his limits. It was impossible for him to take a blow from the green-robed swordsman head-on with his current abilities. Although he had a special dual-attribute embryonic immortal physique in the indestructible golden body, it was very likely that his body would be pierced by the sharpness of the sword. Even if he managed to withstand it, the sword chi would invade his body. It would also destroy Xiao Han's life force. He could only hide. However, if he wanted to dodge this attack, the best way was to summon his demonic chi and cast a demonic technique, such as illusory movement. That way, there was an 80% chance that he would be able to dodge. However, Jia Lanzi was by Xiao Han's side to protect him, so Xiao Han didn't dare to recklessly use his demonic powers or demonic techniques. He didn't want Jia Lanzi to see through him. It was better to be safe than sorry. So, Xiao Han's greatest reliance now was his mental strength. What tyrannical spiritual power! After Xiao Chen strengthened his mental energy, not only were his attacks as fast as lightning, but he could also casually execute techniques. Furthermore, with his saber intent, he could even move his saber at will. Moreover, when his mental energy was strong enough, his reaction speed was also as fast as the speed of light. I'll use my mental energy to dodge this immortal sword. Humph. You're dreaming if you want to destroy my faith. On the other hand, if this sword doesn't kill me, then this immortal will be useless. Wasn't it a great humiliation for an immortal to return empty-handed after unleashing a sword strike against a mortal? Extraordinary humiliation. Fine. You want to destroy me, so I'll destroy you instead. Although I, Xiao Han, am immortal, far inferior to an immortal in many aspects. I'm afraid that even a perfected immortal can't compare to me in terms of mental energy. Yes. I'll play to my strengths and avoid my weaknesses. Use my mental energy to dodge this sword. Xiao Han's thoughts became clearer and clearer. It was as if he could see everything clearly. As a result, in a split second, Xiao Han had already sorted out his thoughts and come up with a plan to deal with it. Xiao Han. Accept your punishment. At this moment, the divine sword prince finally finished his preparation and slashed out with an earth-shattering sword. Although the divine sword prince was arrogant, he was no fool. He knew that if he couldn't destroy Xiao Han's confidence, then he would be the one whose confidence would be destroyed. The divine sword prince could also see that Xiao Han was invincible in the mortal world. With his skills, if he ascended to the immortal realm, he would be able to defeat some of the weakest level 1 perfected immortals. Therefore, the divine sword prince used a little bit of immortal chi in this sword in order to establish an invincible position. Xiao Han, you ant. Although my level of life far surpasses yours and I can crush you as easily as crushing an ant, I won't go so far as to use immortal chi to hurt you and bully the weak. In that case, you will be defeated by my understanding and talent in the sword Tao. I'll make you accept it wholeheartedly. This sword will cripple you. Xiao, the sword came for the kill. The sword god descends. This sword slashed out a long river of sword chi. On this long river of sword chi, there were turtles, snakes, dragons, tigers, and countless immortal chi. With a slight shake, thousands of shadows appeared. Each shadow was a peerless swordsman holding a sword and practicing a powerful sword art. This sword actually contained tens of thousands of sets of brilliant sword techniques. Every move and every style was the best in the world, oppressing the mortal world, shocking the heavens and earth, and killing gods and ghosts. In a breath's time, the sword was already close to Xiao Han's body. Thousands of exquisite and profound sword arts almost sealed off all of Xiao Han's escape routes. This sword looked like a single sword, but it was actually the amalgamation of thousands of swords. The essence was extracted and the impurities were removed to obtain a powerful sword art. This sword contained the curve of the Tao. Between the exquisite workmanship, there was an ethereal feeling of the work of the gods. It was impossible for mortals to defend against this sword. They couldn't dodge this sword either. They could only stretch out their necks and accept the punishment. At this moment, Jia Lanzi, who was standing behind Xiao Han, could not help but exclaim in a low voice. All his immortal chi gathered in his right hand, ready to block this sword for Xiao Han at any time. This was because Jia Lanzi could see that this sword from divine swordsman was definitely not to be trifled with. It was not a casual attack, but one that had been prepared for a long time and contained some immortal chi. This sword is almost unsolvable by mortals. The sword sect of the immortal world focuses on sword Tao. There are countless sword immortals under them. Indeed, they live up to their reputation. This is divine swordsman's sword art. 10,000 swords return to origin. Everywhere it goes, it becomes a chaotic universe, a world of swords. Although Brother Zhao's potential is endless, potential is still potential. It seems that he will definitely not be able to block this sword. Jia Lanzi's vision was profound. He also judged that Xiao Han would not be able to survive this sword. And at this moment, Xiao Han, when facing divine swordsman's sword, Xiao Han finally understood the terror of sword immortals. Xiao Han also knew that divine swordsman's sword did not contain much immortal chi, but the profoundness of this sword was beyond Xiao Han's understanding. This sword blossomed with a resplendent luster, and space was torn apart like silk. Within the sword chi, there was a decadent sound that could take one's life. It was like the twilight of the gods. Space and time were frozen. In the frozen space, countless sword chi penetrated, practicing an extremely gentle and lingering sword technique. It was like traces of spring rain, seeping into the night, hiding in one's dreams, causing one to unknowingly die. An extremely terrifying feeling crept up Xiao Han's spine. This caused Xiao Han's back to be covered in a cold sweat. Imminent danger. Xiao Han knew that life and death were hanging by a thread. The most critical moment had arrived. Boom, the solid mental power star in Xiao Han's sea of consciousness compressed again. It shrank to the size of a peanut. This caused Xiao Han's thinking speed and reaction speed to double. His mind became clearer and clearer. His mind became clear. Xiao Han was actually extremely calm. Divine swordsman's peerless invincible sword technique, and endless sword chi, in Xiao Han's eyes, slowed down. Moreover, a subtle sixth sense had also descended upon Xiao Han's soul, allowing him to vaguely make premonitions. Xiao Han. Get hit. Divine swordsman's cold and arrogant voice rang in Xiao Han's ears. At this moment, I've grasped it. This is the only flaw in this sword technique. Xiao Han's mental power was highly concentrated, and he actually saw the only way out of this sword technique. In the blink of an eye, in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Xiao Han's body flashed, and from a completely unimaginable angle, he flashed out of the dense and deadly sword lights. This was the only flaw. He was actually found by Xiao Han. What? Divine Swordsman's sword technique was already finished, and Xiao Han dodged at the most critical moment. This caused Divine Swordsman to have no time to change his technique, and no time to fix the flaw in the sword technique. In the blink of an eye, the sword that was about to injure Xiao Han completely missed. This caused the immortal chi in Divine Swordsman's body to become somewhat chaotic, as if he had punched a cotton ball. He dodged it. He actually dodged this sword technique? Jiao Lanzi was also extremely shocked. He had originally wanted to block this sword technique for Xiao Han. He had already determined that Xiao Han could only bow his head in submission under this sword technique. However, Xiao Han had dodged at the critical moment. Brother Xiao calculated the only flaw in this sword technique, and his prediction of the sword's trajectory was extremely accurate. When dodging this sword technique, in fact, a moment later or a moment earlier would have made a difference. If I was a bit late, I wouldn't have been able to dodge the edge of the sword, and if I was a bit early, I would have sent my body to this sword, allowing myself to be slaughtered. Furthermore, Brother Zhao's grasp of timing is also perfect. Amazing. Too amazing. Mortals, even level 1 true immortals of the celestial world, would not be able to dodge this sword technique, but Brother Zhao's exquisite calculation allowed him to successfully dodge it. Amazing. Too amazing. This is enough to show how tyrannical Brother Zhao's soul and mental strength are. Only when one's thinking and reaction speed has reached a certain realm can one make such exquisite calculations in the blink of an eye. Utterly defeated. This sword technique completely defeated Divine Swordsman. He used the sword technique of the Celestial World Sword Sect and a trace of immortal chi to attack Brother Xiao, but he actually failed. If an immortal wants to attack a mortal, he must succeed. Once he fails, his immortal heart will be affected, leaving a flaw that will greatly hinder his future cultivation. An immortal failing to kill a mortal with one sword technique is a great humiliation in the celestial world. If the sect finds out about this, Divine Swordsman might even be expelled from the sect. At this moment, because of this sword technique's failure, Divine Swordsman's meticulously brewed sword technique was like a stone sinking into the ocean. This caused Divine Swordsman's entire body's blood and immortal chi to flow in reverse. Moreover, he was extremely angry and ashamed. Divine Swordsman actually spat out a mouthful of blood. To be continued. Chapter 571. The Divine Sword Sun had descended from the heavens and wanted to destroy Xiao Han's faith with one sword strike. Then, he would be able to control Xiao Han. However, he did not expect that his sword strike would be useless. This caused the Divine Sword Sun to spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Xiao Han, after dodging this sword strike, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. To be able to dodge this sword strike was not easy. It practically squeezed out all of Xiao Han's potential. It even caused Xiao Han's essence, chi, and spirit to be greatly consumed. The solid mental power star in his sea of consciousness was slightly deflated. He needed a lot of rest to recover the damage to his mental power. Facing this sword strike just now, Xiao Han knew that it was the closest he had ever been to death. Even if it was just a little bit earlier or a little bit later, his body would still be injured. The immortal is too powerful. Really too powerful. It was just a casual sword strike, but I had to exhaust all of my strength to be able to dodge it. Xiao Han was not complacent. However, after successfully dodging this sword strike, Xiao Han seemed to have completed an unbelievable experience. In his body, the position of the 71st true meridian actually transmitted a vague throbbing. It was as if the 71st true meridian had been stimulated by this sword strike. It actually showed signs of breaking out of its cocoon. The immortal's sword strike caused Xiao Han, who had fallen into a bottleneck and could not advance an inch in his true chi realm, to be in a trance. There were signs of a breakthrough. At this moment, bastard, mortal, ant. The divine sword son was here at this moment. His face was covered in blood and his appearance was extremely hideous and terrifying. His eyes shot out a demented and ruthless light. He had lost all of his face and a huge flaw was left in his heart. An immortal not being able to kill a mortal was simply a disgrace to the entire immortal world. This kind of thing had probably never happened since the existence of the immortal world. The current divine sword son could not only be described as flustered and exasperated. He was like an emperor sitting on his throne. He was slapped in the face by a beggar. He was also like an arrogant young lady of a rich family being trampled on by a farmer who worked in the fields, if he did not strike Xiao Han's sword strike and eliminate his inner demons, from today onwards. The divine sword son was crippled. With this demonic barrier, even if the divine sword child could enter the second level of the Ju Dao immortal emperor's treasure after a few years, he would definitely be killed by other immortals. Cut the crap. Your spot to enter the second level of the Ju Dao immortal emperor's treasure is revoked. Furthermore, you must die. Xiao Han would never yield. Ha ha ha. Mortals like pigs and dogs. Now, I want to see whether you or I will die. The divine sword prince had completely thrown caution to the wind. All the immortal chi in his body gathered at the tip of his sword. The space shrank and collapsed. He raised his sword and slashed at Xiao Han. This sword was powerful enough to kill an ordinary level 2 true immortal. Just now, when he slashed out, the entire plane space crystal barrier was shattered. They were all in a terrifying state of being caved in. The sun and moon had lost their light. Although my thoughts can keep up with this sword, my physical body has already been sealed. There's nowhere for me to dodge. What a pity. If my fleshly body was twice as strong, even 3 times stronger. In that case, I can also dodge this sword. Xiao Han sighed inwardly. Yes, Xiao Han's soul-mind power was strong enough. The speed of his thoughts could definitely keep up with the divine sword son's invincible sword technique. However, because his body and true chi were too weak, they did not match his soul-mind power. Therefore, his soul-mind power could not control the true chi in his body immediately. He dodged the divine sword son's furious sword strike. I'll kill you with one strike. The divine sword son was furious. At this time, Jiao Lanzi finally broke his silence. Enough. Divine sword son. You're a disgrace to us immortals. Jiao Lanzi's right hand reached out. This grab did not have the slightest fluctuation of immortal chi. In fact, it did not look fast. It was like a casual grab from an ordinary person who did not know martial arts. However, with such a casual grab, the domineering sword light that filled the sky evaporated and disappeared without a trace. The space crystal barrier that was cut into pieces by the sword light was instantly repaired. What? The divine sword son was shocked. His eyes bulged as he stared at Jiao Lanzi. Jiao Lanzi shook his head slightly and took a step forward. The wind blew, causing the veil covering Jiao Lanzi's face to flutter slightly, revealing a bit of his original appearance. Jiao Lanzi. Jiao Lanzi, so it's you. You've actually been hiding beside Xiao Han. You. Good, Xiao Han. So it turns out that the reason why your expression hasn't changed is because you're relying on Jiao Lanzi's power. At this moment, deep fear and even fear appeared in Shinjianzi's eyes. It was obvious that he was extremely afraid of Jiao Lanzi. Divine Sword Son, do you have any shame? Brother Xiao is immortal. Your sword strike was countered by Brother Xiao. You actually have no grace and used your immortal chi to forcefully kill Brother Xiao. You want to destroy the hundreds of spots to enter the second layer of Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao's treasure trove, right? If you really do such a thing, not only will you die, but your entire sect will be instantly destroyed. Killing Brother Xiao is a heinous crime. Jiao Lanzi scolded coldly. This. Being scolded by Jiao Lanzi, Divine Sword Sun seemed to wake up from a dream. His heart was filled with lingering fear. Yes, if Jiao Lanzi did not stop him in time and allowed him to kill Xiao Han, then the sect he was in the immortal world would definitely be destroyed by the immortal emperors. Jiao Lanzi, I was just scaring Xiao Han. I definitely wouldn't kill him. My sword technique is very flexible. At the crucial moment, even if you didn't stop me, I wouldn't really. Shut up. Jiao Lanzi shouted. Divine Sword Sun, let's not talk about the matter of plotting against Brother Xiao for now. However, as an immortal, you actually disobeyed the rules after descending to the mortal realm, massacring nations and cities. Why is that? Who gave you the guts? Jiao Lanzi. Divine Sword Sun was still arrogant just now, but now, he was trembling in fear of Jiao Lanzi, like a mouse seeing a cat. Xiao Han, who was watching from the side, was amazed. It seemed that Jiao Lanzi had quite a high position in the immortal world. However, it could also be said that Jiao Lanzi's sect was very powerful in the immortal world. Ordinary sect disciples did not dare to provoke Jiao Lanzi. The current Jiao Lanzi had a domineering aura. Divine Sword Sun tried his best to argue. Jiao Lanzi, why are you so serious? They're just mortals. Their lives are like pigs and dogs. It's not a big deal to kill them. Jiao Lanzi, I know that you've always been upright. However, even if I kill a nest of ants, you don't have to argue with me, right? How about this, I'll give you face. From now on, before entering the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, I won't kill these mortals. How about it? I'll stop. You won't have the chance to enter the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault, Jiao Lanzi said coldly. What? Why? Impossible. Why is that? Divine Sword Sun argued in horror. I only killed some mortals. Why did you deprive me of my quota? Mortals are also living beings. Divine Sword Sun, you used your strength to bully the weak. That's a heinous crime. Moreover, the sect master, elders, and even the immortal emperors have already given the order. The quota to enter the second floor of the Immortal Emperor's treasure vault will be given to Brother Xiao. No one is allowed to object. Brother Xiao's words represent the sect master and the various elders of our sect. Even the words of the immortal emperors above. Divine Sword Sun, you don't have the quota anymore. Moreover, Brother Xiao said that he wants to punish you. Then, let me, Jiao Lanzi, clean up the sect. You want to kill me? Divine Sword Sun was extremely frightened. However, Jiao Lanzi was also decisive. As soon as his voice fell, his right hand directly grabbed towards Divine Sword Sun. It's not that easy to kill me, Divine Sword Sun. Divine Sword Sun was not someone who would sit and wait for death. He bared his teeth and summoned his immortal force. His sword swept towards Jiao Lanzi. This sword contained endless transformations. It completely displayed the power of a sword immortal. One sword to break 10,000 laws, one sword to subdue 10,000 demons. One sword to intimidate 10,000 immortals. Insignificant skill. Once he made his move, the usually gentle Jiao Lanzi was incomparably domineering. Absolute power directly suppressed his opponent. Above his right hand, countless holy light and immortal characters burst out, instantly shattering Divine Sword Sun's killing sword technique. Then, his hand grabbed Divine Sword Sun's chest. Puchi. A piece of flesh on Divine Sword Sun's chest was ripped off, causing blood to burst out. Roar. Divine Sword Sun burst out with a heart-wrenching scream. In the blink of an eye, Divine Sword Sun's body suddenly exploded, turning into countless sword lights that flew in all directions. What a great life-saving treasure. I didn't expect that the Immortal World Sword Sect would actually give this treasure to you. Jiao Lanzi was shocked, but very quickly, his right hand repeatedly grabbed out. After images flickered, instantly destroying countless escaping sword lights. However, there were still a few sword lights that disappeared without a trace. In an extremely distant place, as if in the crevice of space, Divine Sword Sun's weak and resentful voice came out. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. Xiao Han. I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Just you wait. I will kill your entire family. Puff! Jiao Lanzi used holy light to evaporate a bloody thing in his hand and then moved to Xiao Han's side. Brother Xiao, he ran away. Huh? Xiao Han snorted with slight dissatisfaction. I'm sorry, Brother Xiao. Jiao Lanzi blushed with shame. Originally, when it came to killing immortals, would do my best if I could avoid killing them. However, this Divine Sword Sun has indeed gone too far. That's why I did my best just now. However, I didn't expect the Celestial World Sword Sect to hand over their strongest life-saving treasure to Divine Sword Sun. Once this treasure is activated, it will turn into countless rays of sword light that will scatter in all directions. Then, the rays of sword light will reform into a physical form. Unless all the sword lights are destroyed, even if one sword light escapes, Divine Sword Sun will not die. However, Brother Xiao, I destroyed 3/4 of the sword lights just now. Even if Divine Sword Sun uses the remaining sword lights to reform his body, his cultivation will definitely fall. His immortal power will be damaged. Jiao Lanzi said with certainty. After being injured, Divine Sword Sun will probably fall from a level 2 true immortal to a level 1 true immortal. Moreover, Brother Xiao, don't worry. I have already locked onto Divine Sword Sun's divine soul. Unless he hibernates, I can chase him for 1,000 miles if he appears. Xiao Han nodded slightly. Then, Brother Jiao Lanzi, after I settle the Dragon Scale Empire, I will continue to search for immortals in the eastern region with you. As he spoke, thoughts surged in Xiao Han's mind. No. My battle power is too weak compared to immortals. Forget it. I must refine the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. I must condense an immortal body. Otherwise, competing with immortals is tantamount to asking for humiliation. In Xiao Han's heart, a roar and a cry erupted. I must increase my battle power. I cannot delay. Chapter 572. After the confrontation with Divine Sword Prince, Xiao Han's heart was filled with anxiety and unease even though he managed to block Divine Sword Prince's first strike. If Xiao Han were to truly face an immortal, or even fight with him, it would indeed be very difficult for him to shake an immortal if he couldn't reveal his demonic energy and demonic techniques. He might even be killed in a second. Even if he used all kinds of demonic powers and demonic techniques at will, he would only end up running for his life. Aggrieved. Deeply aggrieved. If it weren't for Jiao Lanzi, Xiao Han would have been killed by the enraged Divine Sword Prince. In the next few years, I'm destined to have dealings with more immortals. These immortals couldn't all be as kind as Master Godly Diviner, Master Taotai, and Master Shiyangzi. There would definitely be people like Master Godly Sword, or even immortals even more savage than Master Godly Sword. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, have to rely on Master Jiao Lanzi to step forward and protect my life every time? This is no different from charity. How can I, Xiao Han, tolerate charity? How can I, Xiao Han, rely on others? Xiao Han's heart was filled with ruthlessness. It's urgent to increase my combat strength. If I can refine the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl, that would be the best. If I can't, I'll refine it by force. After spending several days, Xiao Han and Jiao Lanzi finally settled the disaster in the Dragon Scale Empire. Moreover, during these days, Jiao Lanzi's mind wandered and his divine soul searched for divine sword prints in this realm, but he found nothing. This made Jiao Lanzi extremely confused. It's really strange. After being beaten by me, divine sword prince didn't even reveal a trace of his aura. He hid himself very well. Did he leave this realm? Did he go to another realm, or did he return to the immortal realm? Or is he hiding in some cracks in this realm that I can't find him? It's okay. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with determination. Divine Sword Prince is just an arrow at the end of its flight, and his rank has dropped. Even if he's still hiding in this realm, he won't dare to come out and cause trouble. If he really comes out again, I'll definitely kill him. I'll avenge the people of the Dragon Scale Empire. Jiao Lanzi could feel the hatred and determination in Xiao Han's voice. He couldn't help but feel suffocated. Xiao Han took a deep breath and said slowly, "Brother Jialan, I've been thinking hard these few days. I've decided, before I continue to search for the scattered immortals, I'll find a place to cultivate for a short period of time." Jiao Lanzi understood the meaning behind the song and looked deeply at Xiao Han. "If I'm not wrong, Brother Xiao is preparing to refine that earth god demon subduing pearl in order to forcefully create an immortal body, right?" Xiao Han remained silent. The determination in his eyes became even more intense. It was the divine sword master who provoked Brother Xiao. Jiao Lanzi also sighed. Yes, Brother Xiao is a peerless genius. He could not tolerate any grievances in his life. Even in the face of an immortal, Brother Xiao still has his own pride. However, Brother Xiao forcibly refined an immortal artifact with the body of a mortal. Brother Jialan, I have made up my mind. Xiao Han smiled indifferently. I just want to maintain my dignity in front of the immortals. I can even kill those immortals who commit atrocities in the mortal world. For this, I will do whatever it takes. Let's return to the Devil Hero region secretly. I'm going to choose a spirit house in the Devil Hero Pagoda and abandon all distracting thoughts. I'll focus on refining the Earth God Demon Subduing Pearl. Xiao Han said decisively and paused for a moment. If Brother Jialan is worried about me, you can protect me. At this point, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh. With Brother Jialan's ability, even if I'm in the process of refining, I won't die. If something goes wrong, I think he definitely won't die. Brother Jialan will definitely be able to remedy the situation in time. In that case, let's stop searching for the scattered immortals and return to the Devil Hero region. Jiao Lanzi did not say anything else and agreed with Xiao Han's idea. Devil Hero region. Devil Hero Pagoda. 12 elders surrounded Xiao Han. Leader Xiao Han, that immortal Jiao Lanzi, we've already properly settled him down. An elder said timidly. Although he's an immortal, Mr. Jiao Lanzi is very kind and doesn't put on airs at all. If every immortal who descends to our plane is like Mr. Jiao Lanzi, it would be great. However, we heard that an evil immortal appeared in the Dragon Scale Empire in the eastern region. He tortured and killed us mortals at will. Fortunately, Leader Xiao Han and Mr. Jiao Lanzi attacked and injured him. It was Brother Jialan who repelled the Divine Sword Prince. As a mortal, it's really difficult for me to fight against an immortal. If we really fought, I would be killed instantly. Xiao Han laughed at himself. Hiss. The 12 elders were all shocked. With Leader Xiao Han's combat strength, he still can't fight against an immortal. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. I'll enter the spirit house and focus on cultivation now. You guys wait outside. Xiao Han waved his hand and left directly. In a spirit house in the Devil Hero Pagoda. Whether it succeeds or not depends on this. Xiao Han sat cross-legged and murmured in a low voice. Then, Xiao Han took out the Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl from his storage ring. The Earth God's Demon Subduing Pearl floated in front of Xiao Han. An earthy yellow aura spread out wantonly. It contained a great thousand world and hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains, passing through it continuously. It was incomparably heavy and domineering. This is an immortal artifact Dharma treasure. If an immortal uses it, it can shatter a planet and directly crush a huge planet into powder. However, if I use this Dharma treasure, it'll be a waste. I won't be able to unleash much power. It's better to refine it into my body so that I can create an immortal body. Xiao Han released his mental strength and covered the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. Although the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl was only a little bigger than a fist, Xiao Han's mental strength could barely cover it completely. Hiss! How magical! My psyche waves can easily cover the entire plane, and I can even slightly extend it to other planes. However, it's extremely strenuous to cover this Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. It's many times heavier than our entire plane. Xiao Han calmed his mind and abandoned all distracting thoughts. He began to use his mental strength to penetrate the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl bit by bit, looking for a way to refine it. At the same time, he also activated the indestructible golden body to protect his blood vessels, bones, internal organs, and cells. First, I have to break down the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. Then, I have to refine it like how I refined the Thunder God's body-tempering pill and the Earth Emperor's body-tempering pill. Xiao Han's mind was completely immersed in his thoughts. This Earth God's demon-subduing pearl is an immortal artifact refined from the essence of hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains. It's an immortal artifact that was refined from the essence of a few tens of thousands of immortal mountains. If I want to break it down, I absolutely can't do it forcefully. I'm afraid that even Brother Jialan would have to expend a great deal of effort to break it down. With my strength, forcefully breaking down the earthly god devil subduing pearl is absolutely impossible. Yaoxia Tower. In a clean and refreshing resting room, Jialan Zi was drinking tea alone. His immortal sense covered the entire Yaoxia Tower. To refine the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl, I have to break it down first. Why did I say that Brother Xiao is immortal? It's almost impossible to refine an immortal treasure. It's because the first step, breaking down an immortal treasure, is extremely difficult for mortals. I wonder how Brother Xiao will deal with it. Jialan Zi frowned slightly. Xiao Han's mental strength constantly observed the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl and learned some things. The immortal talismans sealed the essence of hundreds of thousands of immortal mountains. Moreover, it absorbed endless earth energy from the celestial realm to create this treasure. To break it down, I have to do 2 steps. First, use the earth elemental energy in my body to actively attract the earth elemental energy contained in the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. Attract it out. Second, the immortal talismans are connected, but there must be a loophole. I have to find this loophole and use my saber intent to cut it. As long as I cut the connection between any 2 immortal talismans, this immortal treasure will become unstable and then collapse. Xiao Han's thoughts were extremely clear. He found a way to break down the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, from the surface of Xiao Han's body, yellow energy spots suddenly bloomed and seeped into the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. As expected. Soon, Xiao Han's earth physique resonated with the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl. The originally motionless Earth God's demon-subduing pearl began to move rhythmically. Vaguely, the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl had a sign of pouncing on Xiao Han. At the same time, Xiao Han's mental strength was completely focused, searching for the immortal talismans on the Earth God's demon-subduing pearl that were not connected tightly enough. He searched for a full hour. Finally, found it. Hundreds of millions of immortal talismans were used to create this immortal treasure. Originally, the connection between each immortal talisman was perfect, but I still found it. There's a tiny gap between these 2 talismans. Break it. Break it. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Han took out his saber intent, condensed it into a point, and directly cut the gap between the 2 immortal talismans. Poof, the saber cut through. Boom. 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 The sound of something collapsing came from the earth god's demon subduing pearl. Suddenly, a gap appeared on the earth god's demon subduing pearl. A small part of the sphere began to break down. The bigger part of the sphere that was connected to the immortal talismans did not break down immediately. Instead, it began to loosen. Boom! First, a small part of the broken sphere was directly attracted by the earth physique in Xiao Han's body, and directly pounced at Xiao Han. Refine. Xiao Han took out his indestructible golden body, and golden light surged. It wrapped around the small part of the sphere. However, bang, in an instant, Xiao Han was directly blown away by this small part of the sphere. Poof! Xiao Han looked up and spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were already seriously injured. It's just a small piece of the sphere. Even I can't handle the energy contained in it. Xiao Han was shocked. This earth god's demon subduing pearl had only been broken down by Xiao Han into 1% of the fragments, but Xiao Han still could not refine it. Not only could he not refine it, but he was also in a state of being suppressed to death. Boom! The small fragment that had been broken down, without any deviation, directly pounced towards Xiao Han again. Boom! This small fragment had crushed Xiao Han to the ground. Ah! Xiao Han felt that he was being suppressed by the mountains. He could not turn around at all. All the bones and meridians in his body had exploded, and he was seriously injured. He kept spitting out blood. Moreover, what shocked Xiao Han even more was that the remaining sphere was also rumbling and shaking, and gradually, it was about to break down. Once the entire sphere broke down and exploded, Xiao Han would definitely be crushed to pieces. Moreover, perhaps the entire Devil Hero region would be blown to pieces. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.